1621. Really a warning. Direct suicide is definitely not an option. This simulation is extraordinary. All indications suggest that dying in the simulation would likely mean true death and the dissipation of one's Tao. Although it was difficult to find a solution immediately, Li Fan no longer felt the despair and anxiety he had before. Since it's a simulation, it means things haven't reached the point of no return. As long as I can return to reality, I can truly come back, and all difficulties will be easily solved. At this moment, having lost Hai Jian, Li Fan yearned to possess this secret treasure that could defy fate more than ever before. At the same time, having experienced this ordeal, some of Li Fan's thoughts subtly changed. The summer insect cannot comprehend ice. People cannot imagine things beyond their own cognition. Even though I have tried my best to make reasonable estimates of the strength of the saints of the other shore, when I truly stood before them, I had no power to resist at all. Thinking of his experience in the Nine Saints' aura, even knowing he was in a simulation, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. If there were no trial of facing the saints, perhaps I could come to the other shore. But now that the saints are present, all newcomers to the other shore must pass the saints' scrutiny. Before I find a way to deal with the saints, going to the other shore would definitely be a dead end. If someone had issued such a warning to Li Fan before he came to the other shore, Li Fan would have scoffed at it. Even with Hai Jian's warning, Li Fan would have at most taken it extremely seriously. Feeling that after experiencing sufficient preparation, he would probably still embark on the journey to the other shore. Just like Li Fan in this simulation. After all, before facing the saints this time, Li Fan, who had scattered the true spirit fire throughout the mountains and seas, also felt that his preparations were extremely secure. The gap between a saint and a transcendent cultivator is unbelievably large. Especially in the other shore, where the 9 saints are gathered. In the past, as a mortal, I could still struggle when facing a true immortal, and activate Hai Jian at a critical moment to turn the tide. But now, before the 9 saints, there is no room for resistance. Li Fan kept recalling the moment when he faced the saints and his body and soul were divided into countless fragments. He deduced it over and over again, but couldn't think of any way to break the situation. The power of the saints exceeds the scope of my current understanding. The figures of the 9 saints hang high above the mountains and seas, like the mysterious star in the mountains and seas fable. If I'm not mistaken, the power of the saints has probably reached the level of being equal to the mountains and seas. The 9 saints joining forces can, to some extent, transcend the mountains and seas. Moreover, this is just what I inferred from the 9 saints' performance that day. It is almost impossible to fathom the true strength of the 9 saints. And I need to rely on the Xuanwang immortal boat to cross the mountains and seas. Li Fan shook his head slightly. He thoroughly understood the huge difference between himself and the saints of the other shore. In the face of this gap, any schemes, threats, or magical techniques are just jokes. Even Hai Jian is useless. Li Fan suddenly seemed to understand the reason for this simulation's abnormality. Could it be Hai Jian's warning? At the end of the previous life, I accidentally triggered the 3 paths convergence tribulation. Although I survived by luck in the end, I was afraid that Hai Jian would be affected. Hai Jian can be said to clearly know my temperament, and even deduce what I will experience when I go to the other shore in the future. And in the face of the power level of the saints of the other shore, once danger occurs, he will not be able to save me. Even he himself will be subdued by the saints. So, he used this method to make me completely understand. Understanding this, Li Fan suddenly felt a strange sensation in his heart. Hai Jian, who had accompanied him throughout his growth and seemed omnipotent, could finally no longer protect him. Next, he needed to find a way to pass the trial of facing the saints. Or, hide in the mountains and seas for the rest of my life and never enter the other shore. The moment this thought was born, Li Fan actively extinguished it. Having Hai Jian in hand, yet acting like a coward forever. This was definitely not a choice Li Fan would make. I was able to walk step by step from the immortal forsaken land of Great Zon to where I am now. I may not necessarily be unable to find a way to fight the saints. In Li Fan's heart, the confidence crushed by the 9 saints of the other shore slowly rebuilt. The other shore is a creation of the saints. Since I can't find a way to withdraw from the simulation for the time being, I might as well study the other shore carefully. Perhaps I can glean some clues from this creation of the saints. Li Fan reorganized his mood and, for the first time in 100 years since arriving at the other shore, began to wander around it. The area he is currently in is called Myriad Manifestations Heaven. It is the residence of many transcendent powerhouses in the other shore. Being in the Myriad Manifestations Heaven, one can evolve the world in their mind with a single thought. And it does not require one's own consumption, relying entirely on the Myriad Manifestations Heaven's own evolution ability. The Myriad Manifestations Heaven seems to be infinite and endless. The worlds created by the transcendent powerhouses of the other shore are like stars, scattered sparsely in the Myriad Manifestations Heaven. However, Li Fan could perceive that only a few of these star worlds were truly guarded by transcendent powerhouses. The Myriad Manifestations Heaven is empty. Most transcendent cultivators are either in the mountains and seas, pursuing the path to becoming a saint, or in other areas of the other shore. After observing for a while, Li Fan came to a conclusion. Not choosing to expend energy to evolve his own dwelling world, Li Fan moved his mind and summoned the guiding rainbow light, preparing to go to other areas of the other shore to observe. In the Myriad Manifestations Heaven, a purple aura appeared out of thin air, transforming into a guiding bridge. Both coming and going were silent. If Li Fan was not constantly vigilant and observing, it would be almost difficult to detect its movements. Perhaps that day, when I saw the guiding rainbow light, I should have realized the power of the saints. Li Fan sighed secretly in his heart. Being able to use so-called mountains and seas adapters to build transportation routes, how could the true creators of the other shore be weak? Next, he was about to go to the Eternal Sky Stairway to explore. Before leaving, Li Fan suddenly had a thought and first found Xiao Wangsheng. It had been 100 years since they last met, but he was still exactly the same as when he left the Nine Saints Aura. It seemed that the blow he received was even greater than Li Fan losing Hai Jian, and he had not yet emerged from his dejected state. Brother Xiao, there is no hurdle that cannot be overcome. Why be like this? Li Fan patiently advised. Li Fan was, after all, Xiao Wangsheng's savior, and the two had chatted for a very long time. After a long silence, Xiao Wangsheng finally spoke bitterly. The dynasty's mountains and seas sacrifices all believed that if we borrowed the gaze of the star, we could transcend the mountains and seas. However, that day, when I truly connected with the star through the power of the saints, I realized that it was a complete mistake. A trace of uncontrollable fear appeared on Xiao Wangsheng's face. He shared his experience in the Nine Saints Halo that day with Li Fan. In a daze, he seemed to return to that deep, dark space. Outside the halo, 9 figures stood tall. The pain of being drawn away seemed to strike again. Li Fan shivered subconsciously. Fortunately, it was just his stress response. This time, he was an observer, watching the scene. The 9 saints of the other shore were already suspended high above the mountains and seas. But as the 9 saints pointed together, Xiao Wangsheng in the halo seemed to be drawn, slowly raising his head. Thus, he could see higher. A lone star hung high, like the eye of a god, indifferent to all beings in the mountains and seas. As his gaze met the star head-on, Xiao Wangsheng seemed to see the annihilation of the former dynasty again, and even the collapse of the mountains and seas. Even under the protection of the saints, Xiao Wangsheng's newly reshaped body began to gradually fester. Without warning, small holes appeared on his body, as if eroded by the annihilation of the Tao. Xiao Wangsheng was terrified, like a drowning man, struggling to beg for help, trying to move his gaze away from the star. But he didn't expect that his eyes seemed to be tightly attached, unable to move at all. His body surface showed a strange purple-black color. The annihilation holes on Xiao Wangsheng's body became more and more numerous. He was about to completely dissipate within the mountains and seas. At this moment, the 9 saints' halo erupted with a dazzling light, filling Xiao Wangsheng's vision, isolating the lone star hanging above. Xiao Wangsheng was then able to move his gaze away. Even though gazing at the star was what he had desperately craved. The endless changes of the mountains and seas are but a moment in the eyes of the star. Trying to coetan the mysteries of the star with our lifespans is tantamount to suicide. In the saint's faint words, Xiao Wangsheng's injuries were completely restored. The figures of the 9 saints became dim, but he failed to emerge from his gaze with the star. He was trapped for 100 years. And visibly, he would continue to sink. Wrong, my friend, our thoughts are all wrong. An ant trying to shake a tree is ridiculous and overestimates itself. Ridiculous and overestimates itself. Xiao Wangsheng refused Li Fan's suggestion to travel to the other shore together. He just returned to his role as the mountain and sea sacrifice in the dynasty world created by his own thoughts in myriad manifestations heaven. Li Fan did not force him, watching Xiao Wangsheng immersed in role-playing, and left silently. When the real is taken as the fake is also real. Truth and falsehood, who can tell the difference? With a sigh, Li Fan stepped onto the rainbow bridge of reception and headed to the eternal heaven stairway. This ride had a slight change compared to before. During the journey, fragments of light and shadow containing the scenery of the mountains and seas occasionally burst out from the purple bridge. Like speeding on the water, the blooming waves were stirred up. Li Fan casually took a few fragments, as if he was quickly traversing the mountains and seas. With these fragments, one can understand the Tao of transcendence. For monks who have not yet transcended, these are definitely treasures of immeasurable value. But for monks who have already transcended and condensed their own Tao path, the value is not great. But it's just right for me. Li Fan didn't have much surprise in his heart, just casually comprehending. After all, if he couldn't find a way to leave this simulation, he would probably be trapped in the other shore for the rest of his life. There was plenty of time to slowly comprehend. And if he could leave smoothly, he could come back at any time if he wanted to comprehend the Tao of transcendence again. The rainbow light of reception flew continuously, stirring up waves of the mountains and seas, unaware of the passage of time. On this day, as the solid purple energy under his feet suddenly dissipated, Li Fan finally reached his destination. A familiar long river hung down from the 9 heavens, rushing and roaring, endlessly. This is the river of time. Having struggled in it and gone against the current, Li Fan recognized the true face of the river in front of him almost at first glance. It's not a virtual image. But with an unfathomable force, the truly existing river of time is concretized and solidified here. Passing through this light and shadow, one can truly fall into it. Li Fan was faintly amazed in his heart. What caught his attention even more was the ancient and simple bluestone slabs suspended above the river. Like steps, running through ancient and modern times. Li Fan instantly understood the meaning of the eternal heaven stairway. In the other shore, not all transcendent powerhouses understand the Tao of reversal. If they want to go to different time nodes of the mountains and seas, they need the help of these eternal heaven stairways. Li Fan scanned the vast river of time, trying to find the existence that forged these heaven stairways. Starving Immortal once said that there are 2 transcendent powerhouses who did not pass the saint's test and were imprisoned here. My plan to burn mountains and boil seas can be forgiven in the eyes of the saints. I wonder what kind of heinous things these 2 have done. Li Fan really wanted to see and learn. But unfortunately, what seems to be only a section of the river from heaven to earth, in fact, every section, under careful scrutiny, has endless detailed images. Like the endless mountains and seas, it is difficult to see all of them in a short time. However, apart from getting out of the simulation, Li Fan has no other goals now. So he simply stood by the river of time and watched patiently. At the beginning, after Li Fan absorbed the power of the heavenly demon in the Dharma body, he felt that he had made progress on the great Tao of reversal. However, he had not been able to enter the river of time to verify it. Now, by the river, bathed in the fragments of time that occasionally spew out from the river, he is sure of his judgment. It seems that the heavenly demon is indeed closely related to the river of time. Perhaps they may both be qualified ones of the river. The so-called qualified one refers to one's own existence being able to fully adapt to the environment in which it is located. The rainbow light of reception is constructed by the qualified one of the mountains and seas. It can rapidly cross the mountains and seas. And after absorbing the heavenly demon, Li Fan's sense of ease in the face of the river of time is proof that the heavenly demon is a qualified one of the river. Perhaps it has not yet reached the point where it can be freely shuttled, but it is much stronger than the ordinary Tao of reversal. Even if I don't understand the Tao of reversal, I can still travel freely in it without the help of this eternal heaven stairway. Thinking like this, suddenly a thunderous rumble came from the virtual image of the river of time. Li Fan fixed his eyes and looked, only to see that one of the bluestone slabs originally suspended outside the river had somehow fallen into the river, splashing countless fragments of time. It even caused the billions of intricate directions of the river to change accordingly. Li Fan keenly noticed that along with the falling bluestone slab, a figure plunged into the river. The eternal heaven stairway is actually a consumable. After being crossed and borrowed by transcendent powerhouses, it will be worn out. 1622. The other side is full of wonders. I just wonder, when passing through the river of time to different time nodes in the mountains and seas, and then returning to the other shore, what exactly happens to the passage of time on the other shore during this period? Li Fan surveyed the river of time, vaguely guessing in his heart. Perhaps, the time of the entire other shore is independent of the mountains and seas, forming a separate system. As if to confirm his guess, not long after, the figure he had seen entering the river of time earlier leapt out of the river again. Although it was only a moment, its aura had undergone tremendous changes. Moreover, the positions where it leapt into and out of the river of time were not exactly the same. Although the eternal heavenly stairway it borrowed to enter the river of time had been completely consumed, it successfully returned through a bluestone slab in another time node. A rainbow bridge of reception arrived from the horizon, taking this somewhat disheveled figure to another area. From beginning to end, it seemed to have no intention of greeting Li Fan, the bystander. And in the illusory image of the entire river of time, many figures shuttling back and forth like this could be seen. Li Fan did not disturb these people, but just watched silently. After watching for a long time, it no longer felt strange. Instead, he turned his gaze to the origin and the end of the river. It descended from the sky for no reason, flowed torrentially, and then stopped abruptly in a black abyss. Without head or tail, without beginning or end. Only the central section had life existing. And in the black abyss outside the river, Li Fan only glanced at it, and his own spiritual sense began to warn him frantically. It was as if looking at it for too long would be a terrible disaster for himself. This was unprecedented, the everlasting silent void. The true dead end where the mountains and seas no longer exist. Although he only stared for a short while, Li Fan was already drenched in cold sweat, forced to look away. It's truly hard to imagine what level of cultivation is required to safely cross that abyss. Li Fan was horrified, and he had a clearer understanding of the strength of the sages of the other shore. In order to prevent the immortals of the other shore from accidentally entering the everlasting silent void, near the two great abysses at the beginning and end of the river of time, there were existences similar to barriers erected. Like two dotted lines, dividing the river of time. Emperor Taitian once said that he traveled upstream in the river for 74,876 years, arriving at the initial end of this space-time. The beginning of space-time can still be understood, like a high wall, with no road ahead. I just don't know what the end of the river looks like. Clearly, in the previous moment, the entire mountains and seas could still maintain their existence. But on the space-time level, the mountains and seas ahead had already been completely swallowed by Tao annihilation. Therefore, in an instant, boundless Tao annihilation descends, destroying the mountains and seas world, and even everything on the other shore. This is a truly terrifying catastrophe. Another wisp of cold sweat appeared on Li Fan's forehead, startled back from that terrifying illusion. It's not that my will is weak, but being outside the illusory image of the river, under the abyss at the beginning and end, I will naturally be suppressed by the abyss. The power of that everlasting silent void can actually penetrate time and space and affect me, who is on the other shore. No wonder there are no other observers here besides me, a newcomer. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the river of time and the everlasting silent void, Li Fan no longer lingered here. He summoned the rainbow light of reception and headed to the next area. The mountains and seas interstice forest. When the rainbow light of reception arrived near this area, its flying speed could not help but slow down. This was because the mountains and seas interstice forest was filled with the remains of transcendent powerhouses who had already passed away on the other shore. Stone tablets stood like a forest, suspended in the continuous illusory shadows of the mountains and seas, like pages of small boats. Although these transcendent powerhouses had passed away, the transcendent true intent they left behind was still preserved here. Every time his gaze fell on one of the stone tablets, a corresponding transcendent image would appear in Li Fan's mind. Making Li Fan marvel, these transcendent true intents seem to have a great relationship with the stability of the other shore and the ray of light that radiates throughout the mountains and seas. Therefore, this place is heavily guarded, and can be called the most heavily guarded place on the other shore. The barrier that Li Fan had seen earlier, sealing the everlasting silent void, was more symbolic than protective in nature. To be honest, if Li Fan insisted on breaking in, he could break through the blockade. After all, there was no need to forcibly stop someone who was determined to seek death. But this place was different. If Li Fan had greed for the transcendent true intents all over the sky and wanted to snatch them, perhaps in the next moment, the sanctions of the 9 sages would arrive like thunder. Building the eternal heavenly stairway in the river was already the lightest punishment. I can look, but I can't touch. Li Fan squinted his eyes, his gaze quickly flashing across the transcendent stone tablets one by one. No wonder I have traveled through 1% of the mountains and seas, and have not found any transcendent true intent besides the lone sail. It's not that this simulation deliberately blocked me, but that the immortals of the other shore, whenever they discover new transcendent true intent in the mountains and seas and send it here, it is considered a great achievement. Depending on its quality, they can even use this merit to ask the sages for guidance. Even transcendent powerhouses will benefit greatly from observing the stone tablets in the mountains and seas in Terstis Forest. It is said that one of the 9 sages attained enlightenment in this mountains and seas in Terstis Forest. If one can resonate with the transcendent true intent within, one can, like I did when I absorbed the lone sail, personally experience the life of the fallen transcendent. It's almost like cultivating another life, and it's still the life of a transcendent powerhouse. As long as one has enough talent, this forest of stells can all become one's own resources for enlightenment. But it's just theoretically possible. One's own path is unique. If you want to cultivate both, the first thing you face is the collapse of the stability of your own path. Being able to understand the second one is already a blessing from heaven. At the same time, controlling 3 is rare on the entire other shore. And if there are more, they have the potential of a sage. Observing the mountains and seas in Terstis Forest, strands of related information spontaneously appeared in Li Fan's mind. It seems that Ji Xian told me about this information when I left the 9 sages. It's just that I was in a daze from the pain of losing Huan Zhen at the time and didn't listen at all. But it doesn't matter much. Li Fan's expression was inexplicable, setting aside the many cultivation information. He had already seen the hope of leaving this simulation. The lone sail in the Xuanwang Immortal boat can be taken down and recondensed into a stone tablet. But after all, it is a loser who failed to reach the other shore, and its quality is not enough for me to see the sages. Perhaps, I still need to scour the mountains and seas again. Fortunately, I have already set up many illusory Xuanwang Immortal boats, just let them search. When they really find it, I will personally take a trip. With a thought, the billions of illusory immortal boats in the mountains and seas, which had been dormant because of his muddle-headedness, set sail again. Only this time, their mission was no longer to spread the seeds of true spirit, but to search for transcendent true intent with a purpose. Logically speaking, with the abilities of the transcendence experts in the other shore, they should have scoured the remaining transcendence true meaning in the mountains and seas clean long ago. In fact, this is indeed the case. It was extremely fortunate that Li Fan was able to encounter the lone sail transcendence true meaning before entering the other shore. But this does not mean that the transcendence true meaning in the mountains and seas will ever be completely collected. The mountains and seas are actually in a state of constant change. What I saw just now, the changes in time caused by the fall of the eternal sky steel and the constant entry and exit of transcendence experts, are a major source of the mountains and seas anomalies. The mountains and seas are not static. It can be seen as an experimental field where new variable parameters are added at any time. As Li Fan wandered in the other shore, his understanding of the mountains and seas in the mortal world also increased day by day. He completely completed the transformation from a mortal being to the perspective of transcendence on the other shore. After that, Li Fan went to several other areas in the other shore. Desert of Time. The sky is full of yellow sand, all of which are solidified fragments of the mountains and seas. Some of these fragments are remnants of the mountains and seas that were once swallowed by Tao. Others come from possible scenarios that once appeared in the mountains and seas. Because of the constant changes and development of the mountains and seas, they have now disappeared. But their existence has been preserved by the unpredictable power of the other shore. In this desert of time, Li Fan can glimpse more mountain and sea scenes than the existing possibilities. Abyss of Karma and Eternal Calamity. Hungry Immortal once said that once you enter the other shore, all karma disappears. But how can the grudges in people's hearts be easily put down? Even transcendence experts can hardly escape the net of desires. Didn't you see the expression of that evil Subai when he saw the immortal ruins Hungry Immortal in the original possibility? This abyss of karma and eternal calamity is a place where the desires that cannot be put down in the heart can be completely eliminated. Similar to Huan Zhen's simulation, this abyss of eternal calamity can evolve into boundless worlds. But it requires both sides of the karma to enter at the same time. Reincarnation flows, and the grievances and affections of both sides disappear. After coming out, they can stand opposite each other with complete peace of mind. It is said that this place was created by the 9 sages in order to resolve the possible tensions between members of the other shore. However, because of the strict conditions of use and the fact that it is not mandatory, the number of transcendence experts willing to enter the abyss is not very large. Only when the contradictions are really irreconcilable and pose a threat to the existence of the other shore will the sages appear and forcibly throw the two into the abyss of karma and eternal calamity. This situation is extremely rare. There has only been one case in the other shore so far. Nexus of Creation and Destruction Tide. This is an observation area of the other shore. The objects it observes are not only the eternal silent void realm, but also those forces in the mountains and seas that are opposed to the other shore. For example, the Taiwei Holy Dynasty. Divided into outer and core areas, Li Fan was not able to enter the core hub, but only observed it briefly on the periphery. Tower of the Sages. Although there are no remnants of the sages, in the tower, there are 9 commemorative statues standing tall. Originally, the sages did not agree with the immortals of the other shore building this commemorative tower. However, the sages only have remnants of their will, and they will not stop the actions of the immortals of the other shore as long as they do not threaten the safety of the other shore. Therefore, the commemorative tower was eventually built. Li Fan wandered outside the tower for a while, and finally the faint pain that arose in his body made him snort coldly and leave straight away. He did not enter to observe. Li Fan's last stop on his tour of the other shore was a device called Boundless Light Chain. The radiant power that the other shore radiates to most of the mountains and seas, as well as the huge wall of light that Li Fan saw when he first entered the other shore, are all manifestations of this boundless light chain. The form of existence of this light chain is extremely similar to the essence of the power of the mountains and seas. And the source of its activation. He could only observe from a distance across billions of light beams. Li Fan vaguely saw a painting floating in it. What is depicted in the painting is the appearance of the continuous mountains and seas. But the painting only flashed for a moment. After that, Li Fan tried several times but could not see it again. He was not sure if what he had just seen was his illusion. Having toured the other shore, finding a new transcendence true meaning is still a distant prospect. Li Fan returned to the interdimensional forest of the mountains and seas and sat down quietly. He pondered how to take advantage of the flaws and escape from the simulation when facing the sages again in the future. The reason for choosing this place is because the interdimensional forest is full of transcendence spells. Various image auras erupt, which can best conceal the fluctuations in Li Fan's mind. Even the 9 sages in the simulation possess unimaginable power. Li Fan needs to take as many precautions as possible to prevent his thoughts from being kuitan by them. Time flies, and the flow of time in the mountains and seas is not the same as in the other shore. Perhaps it was really Li Fan's good luck. After sitting cross-legged under the interdimensional forest for 3 years, he actually found another transcendence true meaning. It's just that relying on the illusory immortal ship and the envoys on board, they don't have the ability to collect it. So Li Fan needs to take a trip himself. No one appeared to stop Li Fan from leaving the other shore. Sensing the space-time node where the immortal ship was located in the mountains and seas, he jumped down towards the illusory image of the river of time. The scouring sensation of sorting out time struck. But now Li Fan is no longer flustered and is more than capable of handling it. Not to mention his own strength is far beyond the past, just having the illusory Xuanwang immortal ship as a guide, he will not get lost. Years have no meaning in the mountains and seas. When Li Fan arrived at the location of the destination, that transcendence true meaning was causing tens of thousands of true immortals to fight for it in this possibility. Among them, there were many nameless realms. Now Li Fan really sees them as ants. Even the entire possibility seems to be able to be erased by him at will. With a light wave of his hand, the ordinary true immortals who were still in the battle turned into stone sculptures and could not move. A gust of wind blew, turning them into powder and scattering all over the sky. The nameless true immortals fared better. However, their own foundation of existence was also severely damaged. In extreme fear, they fled in panic. This is still the result of Li Fan's leniency. Unknowingly, I have become so strong. At the same time, I can also understand the mentality of evil Subai and Black Sky Physician at that time. Speaking of which, I have been in the other shore for so long this time, and I have not seen these two. Waving his hand to annihilate countless true immortals, Li Fan's heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. While thinking absent-mindedly, he took the hard-won transcendence true meaning. Even though he had seen countless transcendence spells in the interdimensional forest of the mountains and seas, at this moment when he saw the thing in his hand, Li Fan couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation. A bronze ancient bell was floating quietly. There were some cracks on the bronze body, but it did not prevent it from faintly transmitting bursts of ancient bell sounds. 1623. The deceiver uses the method. The crisp sound of the bell rang in Li Fan's ears, lingering like a lingering sound, never ceasing for a long time. Since entering the other shore, various anomalies have occurred one after another, including the secret of infinite spirituality being detected, Huan Zhen being deprived, and the discovery in despair and chaos that it was a simulation. All kinds of intense emotions brought about by these things quietly faded away in the sound of the bell. Li Fan's heart fell into a state of tranquility that he hadn't experienced for a long time. Even the faint joy of finding this true meaning of transcendence and finally being able to escape from the simulation disappeared with it. Absolute tranquility, without any personal emotions. Therefore, it is possible to analyze more comprehensively and rationally. Calamity wave settling thought. The bell echoed, and the name of this ancient bronze bell also appeared in Li Fan's mind. Along with it, there were endless lights and shadows. That was the life story of this transcendent powerhouse. After Li Fan reviewed it, he couldn't help but exclaim, like a flat plane, without any twists and turns. From foundation building to Tao integration, from true immortal to nameless. All setbacks and calamities, this person can calmly and slowly overcome them. Even after leaving the original possibility, facing the continuous waves of Tao annihilation in the infinite mountains and seas, he was always calm and composed. Even in the most critical moment, when Tao annihilation had even swallowed most of his body, he was still like that. In fact, this person also has 7 emotions and 6 desires, all kinds of desires, but he uses absolute determination to resolve all distracting thoughts. Many calamities are all aided by settled thought. Slowly opening his eyes, breaking away from the immersed light and shadow, Li Fan said solemnly, transcendent from worldly affairs, without nature and without self. This person, I am inferior. Fan Wunian, remembering the name of this fallen transcendent powerhouse in his mind, Li Fan solemnly put away the calamity wave settling thought ancient bell, preparing to return to the other shore. This time, going to the other shore, there is no need to search everywhere in the mountains and seas like a headless fly, as before. Because he has already been to the other shore and passed the approval of the 9 sages. In any corner of the mountains and seas, looking far into the sky, you can vaguely see the shadow of the other shore. It is like a great sun in the sky, radiating endless warm brilliance. Li Fan only needs to move in the direction of the light, and he will soon be able to return to the other shore. Li Fan jumped up and returned to the mountains and seas. Looking back again, the original possibility has become precarious due to the fall of many true immortals. It may be buried in Tao annihilation at any time. Irrelevant to the final outcome. Li Fan's heart did not fluctuate in the slightest, and he flew towards the other shore without looking back. Under the influence of the huge waves stirred up by his crossing of Tao annihilation, the already somewhat unsustainable possibility completely collapsed. Countless creatures and countless true immortals were destroyed in this instant. But this is just an insignificant wave splashed in the mountains and seas. Calamity wave settling thought sends out bursts of bell ringing, confronting the Tao annihilation wave head-on. Tao annihilation seems to have hit an invisible barrier and is completely bounced away. Li Fan walks on the waves, unrestrained and free. Even if this crossing does not have the Xuanwang immortal boat to help, it is much smoother than when Li Fan first traveled the mountains and seas. There is no longer the lonely and cold feeling of being far away from the world, and even in the face of the threat of Tao annihilation, Li Fan can calmly deal with it. It seems that Tao annihilation is no longer a fatal crisis for him. Instead, it is like one great opportunity after another. After escaping from the simulation and returning to reality, I will take this calamity wave settling thought ancient bell in my hands as soon as possible. Even among the thousands of stone tablets in the mountain and sea interstice forest, this transcendent true meaning is definitely a top-grade one. I just don't know how Fan Wunian fell in the first place. With the blessing of the ancient bell's power, Li Fan's return speed is much faster than expected. When he was rapidly shuttling through the mountains and seas, he always felt the warm light of the other shore shining on him. It can both point the way and increase the speed of crossing Tao annihilation. This should be the immeasurable light chain. The faster you travel, the greater the auxiliary effect of the light chain. The scroll of mountains and seas that I vaguely saw in the light chain that day, I am afraid that only a sage can write it. Its power covers the mountains and seas. This time, traveling the mountains and seas again, Li Fan is more and more convinced of his inner judgment. The 9 sages, and the other shore guarded by the 9 sages, are to some extent above the mountains and seas. But only, this section of mountains and seas where I am now. From what I know from the virtual image of the river of time in the other shore, this section of mountains and seas, from the beginning to the end, will not exceed 500,000 years at most. This is just a drop in the ocean compared to the long years of the mountains and seas. The complete mountains and seas are countless times stronger than the section we inhabit. But even so, it has been shattered by the impact of the Tao annihilation calamity. Even the 9 sages are unable to completely resolve the disaster of Tao annihilation. Li Fan understood in his heart. There are no years in the mountains and seas. When Li Fan returned to the other shore, the collapse of the possibility where the calamity wave settling thought ancient bell was located in the virtual image of the river of time had just occurred. Li Fan clearly saw that because of the appearance of that wave, the direction of the surging river had also undergone extremely subtle changes. Countless possibilities were affected. But it just responded to the 4 words irrelevant to the final outcome. The beginning and end of the long river, the 2 pitch-black abysses, still stood quietly. Let the long river flow endlessly, they will not change in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan then came to the mountain and sea interstice forest. He reluctantly handed over the calamity wave settling thought, ancient bell, it's a pity that Huan Zhen is not with me now. Otherwise, borrowing the ability of changing from the heart, I can master its ability myself. The ancient bell left his hand, as if feeling the thousands of transcendent true meanings above that were the same as itself, and instantly bloomed with a faint blue light. Rising up. The sound of bells rang, resounding through the stells, stirring up countless stone tablets, blooming with brilliance together. Suddenly, a finger fell from the sky. Gently press on the ancient bell. The sound of the bell was instantly solidified, and then the blue ancient bell turned into the appearance of a stone tablet. Flying into the thousands of interstice forests. The phantom of the finger disappeared, leaving only lingering echoes. Li Fan once again chose to hand over the mountain and sea lonely sail. Compared to calamity wave settling thought, the movement caused by this lonely sail was much smaller. Only the surrounding small-scale transcendent stone tablets echoed each other, and there was no finger suppressing it from the sky. The lonely sail flew into the interstice forest and spontaneously turned into a stone tablet. After handing over 2 kinds of transcendent true meanings, a piece of information flashed in Li Fan's mind. The merit I have accumulated is enough to meet the sages once. The so-called merit of the other shore does not have specific quantitative data display. But it is really useful. In addition to being able to meet the sages, the most important thing is to exchange for a privilege in various areas of the other shore once. For example, in the mountain and sea interstice forest, through the will of the sages, find the transcendent true meaning stone tablet that is most likely to enlighten again. And within a period of time, exclusively enjoy the enlightenment authority of this stone tablet. Or, for another example, use the observation capabilities of the creation annihilation tide pivot to get a close-up look at the eternal silent void. After all, if one were truly trapped within and lacked the strength to escape, even regret would be a luxury before one's body perished and Tao dissolved. But through the creation annihilation tide pivot's observation, one could determine, to some extent, how far they are from successfully traversing the eternal silent void. Besides its many uses within the other shore, merit can also be used to exchange for rare items from other forces. Such as the saintly fortune great medicine refined by the Grand Tenuity Saint Emperor. The so-called saintly fortune great medicine is not essentially different from the loquat and white front herbs I encountered before. It's just that the materials used for refining the medicine are not from the mountains and seas grand Tao, but from the Saint Dynasty's fortune. The Saint Dynasty stretches far and wide, covering the mountains and seas, and the vast fortune it gathers is said to even aid in achieving saintly status. The saintly fortune great medicine is not easy to refine. Even the Grand Tenuity Saint Emperor doesn't have much stock on hand. What the other shore's merit can exchange for is naturally what the saints exchanged with the Saint Emperor at a certain price. Moreover, the saints have also stated clearly that what merit exchanges for is not a complete saintly fortune great medicine, but a pill that has been divided into 9 parts by them. Even so, the immortals of the other shore are eager for this sacred medicine. If the urgent matter wasn't to escape from this simulation, I would probably choose to accumulate some more merit in exchange for a saintly medicine to taste. Li Fan suppressed his restless desires and connected his divine sense to the immeasurable light chain. Perhaps because of the blessing of the merit he possessed, the mountains and seas diagram that Li Fan saw this time was clearer than in the past. What was depicted on it was clearly the continuous scenery of the mountains and seas. And the huge light sphere leaping above the mountains and seas symbolized the other shore. When Li Fan's divine sense came into contact with this light sphere, his own relevant information emerged. Past experiences, and even the thoughts at that time, were all listed in detail. At this moment, Li Fan seemed to have returned to the moment when he was seen through by the saints. Even knowing that this was a simulation, a nameless fire couldn't help but rise in his heart again. But obviously, now was not the time to lose his temper. Li Fan suppressed the anger in his heart and waited until all his information was displayed before looking at the location of the merit data. A white halo, like the 9 saints' ring, represented one merit. The merit that Li Fan retrieved from the 2 transcendent true meanings added up to just over 1 full share. Exchange for the opportunity to meet the saints. After confirming, the white halo suddenly dimmed. And Li Fan also realized that he could see the saints again at any time. It's really said to be a simulation, but it's almost no different from everything that happens in the real mountains and seas. Only my infinite spirituality, and the addition of Huan Zhen himself, will cause things to happen beyond the simulation's tolerance. This is the opportunity for me to escape. Now Huan Zhen is controlled by the 9 saints, and the impact he brings has been deliberately blurred. If I want to break this gap. Li Fan mentally reviewed the plan he had already set. Even with 99% confidence that this plan would succeed, he was still somewhat hesitant when it came to the final step. If the plan fails, I'm afraid I will be humiliated by the 9 saints again. It will be much more difficult to see the saints next time. It's even possible that I will be killed on the spot by the saints. With an uncertain expression on his face, Li Fan hesitated at the crucial moment of taking this last step. First, the psychological shadow that the 9 saints had brought him before was too great, and it had not yet subsided. Secondly, it was because Li Fan had completely lost Huan Zhen's protection. If he died in the simulation, he would also die in reality, just like an ordinary transcendent cultivator. Naturally, he would be hesitant to face the saint's majesty and actions that could endanger his life. But Li Fan didn't hesitate for too long. The light chant of the calamity-quelling thought ancient bell seemed to ring in his ears again, and Li Fan's expression slowly became firm. After much deliberation, this is the only way to escape from this simulation. Besides, there is such a high probability of success. How can I be so afraid? Li Fan laughed self-deprecatingly. When I first entered Great Profound, as a mortal without any treasures, I wasn't so timid and fearful. Meet the saints. Li Fan looked at the sky of the other shore and said with incomparable firmness. As if the gods above the high heavens cast their gazes. The scene before Li Fan's eyes changed in an instant. Below were the continuous mountains and seas, and above was a solitary star hanging high. In front of him were the 9 saints of the halo. The 9 figures were silent, just watching Li Fan silently. Li Fan took a deep breath to calm his mood. Then, he asked in a deep voice, "May I ask the saints, do you truly wish to save the mountains and seas? We risk our lives and go to the eternal silent void one after another, precisely to save the mountains and seas from the annihilation of the Tao. We can even give up our own lives, so how can there be any unwillingness?" A saint's voice responded calmly. "May I ask the saints again, is Huan Zhen still there?" Li Fan asked sonorously, looking around at the 9 saints. Huan Zhen's simulation is based on reality. Even if the influence of Huan Zhen can be blurred, Huan Zhen will only appear where he should appear. The 9 saints who obtained Huan Zhen could not possibly hand him over to others. The figures of the 9 saints rippled slightly. But in the end, they still answered, "He is. Since Huan Zhen is here, why not use him to save the mountains and seas?" Li Fan questioned. In the past 100 years, have the saints used Huan Zhen? Even once. As this question was asked, Li Fan's heart seemed to be in his throat. He was afraid that the saints would become angry out of humiliation and impose sanctions. Or that the saints would answer that Huan Zhen had already been activated several times, but he was unaware of it. But what relieved him was that the saints were silent. Li Fan was secretly happy and took the opportunity to ask, with the treasure of Huan Zhen in hand, why turn a blind eye and abandon it? Is it because the saints are just remnants of will and have no spirituality to use? Without waiting for the saints to answer, Li Fan's expression became solemn, and he bowed his hands and said slowly, If so, I am willing to offer my own infinite spirituality for the saints to use, in order to save the mountains and seas. His voice was like thunder, echoing for a long time in the halo. The figures of the 9 saints, as if struck by a tsunami, trembled endlessly. This time, the saints could no longer respond with silence. Li Fan's request was righteous and awe-inspiring. He was even willing to sacrifice himself to enable the saints to use Huan Zhen. If this were in reality, then the next step would definitely be for the saints to extract Li Fan's infinite spirituality and use Huan Zhen. Step by step to save the mountains and seas. But this is within Huan Zhen's simulation. 1624. The game is over. As Li Fan spoke those words, he was indeed prepared to become an infinite spirituality extractor. If his guess was wrong, and all of this was not a simulation but true reality, then the sages, who had shown mercy and spared him, would certainly not let him go after such a passionate declaration. Conversely, within the halo, an extremely eerie atmosphere gradually took hold. The sages remained silent, but beneath this stillness, a terrifying storm seemed to be brewing. As if constantly battered by surging tides, countless ripples appeared on the figures of the 9 sages. The space where the sages were located also fell into violent turmoil. Cracks, like wounds, instantly spread everywhere. Even the halo encompassing Li Fan became distorted, as if it could collapse at any moment. The power imprisoning Li Fan thus revealed a sliver of a flaw. Li Fan was able to break free from the state of being dissected into trillions of fragments. It's about to succeed. Seeing the sages, space on the verge of collapse, Li Fan was secretly delighted. But unexpectedly, since that is your wish, we shall grant it. When the mountains and seas are restored in the future, and Tao annihilation is no more, we shall release you and count you as having contributed to saving the world. The 9 sages, icy words suddenly appeared after a long silence. As if doused with a bucket of ice water, Li Fan's breath hitched, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Wait. Before he could finish speaking, as if crushed by an unfathomable force, the halo that had already been distorted completely shattered. It transformed into countless specks of light, like snowflakes filling the sky. The extremely frightened Li Fan was thus completely exposed before the 9 sages. The pressure he felt increased 100-fold compared to before. Originally, Li Fan thought that the halo in the sages' space was a means used by the 9 sages to analyze and observe entering cultivators. Now, after the halo shattered, Li Fan realized. This halo was actually used to protect the cultivators who entered this place. The sages' figures had become blurry precisely because of the obstruction of this halo. Only then could cultivators stand calmly before the sages. But without the protection of the halo. In Li Fan's eyes, the figures of the 9 sages expanded at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from being the same size as Li Fan into 9 colossal giants that could not be fathomed. The phrase, standing tall between heaven and earth, could not even describe a fraction of their greatness. The 9 sages stood together, resembling mountains and seas. Exceeding the scope of what Li Fan could see. Just like being in the mountains and seas and naturally knowing the name of this land. Surrounded by the sages, the titles of the sages also appeared in Li Fan's mind. Lianshan, Guihai, Tai, Shukyu, Xingcha, Yepan, Cheji, Kama. Each time a sage entered his sight, Li Fan felt the pain of being extracted again. Before he could even see all the faces of the 9 sages, Li Fan's vision went black, and he completely fainted. Is this my final end? In a daze, Li Fan seemed to see many phantoms. As if experiencing countless different endings of the mountains and seas, he witnessed the collapse of the other shore, the shattering of the mountains and seas, the temporary retreat of Tao annihilation. And so on, and so forth. Illusory and real, it was difficult to distinguish falsehood from truth. But in all of these mountains and seas, there was no existence of Li Fan, not even the qualification to be an ant. He was completely and utterly just a pure bystander. Or rather, fuel for restarting the mountains and seas. Having fallen into such a desperate situation, Li Fan's heart was unexpectedly calm. There was no fear, no regret, and no resentment. Apart from his own unique bystander attribute playing a role, more importantly, in all the scenes he saw, the ending of the mountains and seas was ultimately destruction. Without exception, one cycle after another of restarting was just a futile struggle. Li Fan even felt some pity and relief. He had not fallen into this kind of desperate cycle. The cycle of the mountains and seas was endless. Billions of light and shadows stretched like a river, surging endlessly, engulfing Li Fan. After an unknown amount of time, a voice that Li Fan was extremely familiar with sounded in the darkness. Simulation end. Like a pebble falling into still water. Then, thousands of ripples spread out, gradually awakening Li Fan's frozen will. This voice is so familiar. What was it again? Choose whether to overwrite the results of this simulation to the current mountains and seas. Without responding to Li Fan's confusion, the voice continued to speak with extreme indifference. And these additional words were like small stones constantly thrown into the water. Not only did they cause countless small ripples, but they also splashed countless droplets. After all, it awakened Li Fan's long-sealed memories. Still true. That's right, this is still true's voice. As if breaking free from a frozen state, the extreme joy in his heart, like a warm flame, awakened Li Fan. He eagerly savored this regained feeling, repeatedly chewing over every word still true had said. After a long time, Li Fan finally came back to his senses. And, the simulation is over. Like a bolt of lightning, splitting the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. Li Fan was like leaping out of the water, finally able to breathe freely. What exactly happened at the last moment of the previous life? My plan seems to have failed. Afterwards, I seem to have really been treated as a machine for extracting infinite spirituality. Li Fan couldn't help but shudder. But why did I successfully escape from the simulation again? Although he was safe, Li Fan's heart was still surrounded by a thick fog. Choose whether to overwrite the results of this simulation to the current mountains and seas. Still true's cold voice sounded in a timely manner, interrupting Li Fan's confusion. Li Fan couldn't help but be stunned again upon hearing this. Overwrite the results of this simulation to the current mountains and seas. He carefully savored the meaning of this sentence. Unlike any previous choice that appeared after still true, this time, an option that had never appeared before was presented to Li Fan. Its meaning was not that difficult to understand. But it was really too incredible, so much so that Li Fan was somewhat unable to believe it for a while. So he instinctively confirmed with still true. Truth and falsehood are born from a thought, illusion and change are determined by the heart. The mountains and seas are boundless, they can be overridden in an instant. Still true only replied with 16 words. After receiving still true's affirmative answer, Li Fan's thoughts stagnated, and he was deeply shocked. Only then did he realize that the state he was in now was very strange. In the past, when he actively activated still true, he would choose the corresponding anchor point. When he woke up after still true, he had already returned to the chosen space-time. But now, the surroundings were pitch black, and the space seemed to be empty except for him. Only when I make a choice will changes occur next. And here, I am absolutely safe. After figuring this out, Li Fan wasn't in a hurry to make a choice. Ignoring the prompts that kept popping up, he carefully pondered. The result of this simulation should refer to everything I experienced in the previous life. Recalling the ending where he was turned into an infinite spirituality extractor by the 9 saints, Li Fan couldn't help but shudder. Overriding to the current mountains and seas should mean turning my experiences in the simulation from false to true, making them reality. Li Fan kept repeating the 8 words, truth and falsehood in a thought. Illusion transforms from the heart, seeming thoughtful. When truth is taken as false, the false becomes true. Li Fan also knew a little about the transformation between truth and falsehood. If the previous Huan Zhen was executing truth taken as false, turning his own experiences into nothingness and returning to the established anchor point, then this time, what Huan Zhen is executing is false becomes true. It's clearly just a simulation, but Huan Zhen can use unfathomable power to turn illusion into reality. I can use the art of false becoming true to create things from nothing. How could Huan Zhen not be able to? I should have thought of it. But what followed was an uncontrollable doubt. Overriding the simulation results to the current mountains and seas. Does this so-called mountains and seas include the other shore? Or, more specifically, will the saints in the mountains and seas be affected and aware of this? If it doesn't affect the saints, then the moment Huan Zhen launches the overwrite, the saints will be able to detect Huan Zhen. But if Huan Zhen can even deceive the saints? Li Fan was instantly in a state of chaos. Huan Zhen has great power, but the strength of the saints is also at the peak of the mountains and seas. The most important thing is that the 9 saints can join forces and forcibly extract Huan Zhen from my body. Once I lose Huan Zhen, I won't have another chance to turn the tables. Having experienced setbacks in the simulation, Li Fan now had a very clear understanding of himself. Without Huan Zhen's help, the realm of transcendence would be his limit. Wanting to go further and become a saint, there was basically no hope. Not to mention, along with Huan Zhen falling into the hands of others, there was also his own tragic ending of being reduced to an infinite spirituality extractor. Thoughts surged, and after a long time, Li Fan calmed down. He tried to ask Huan Zhen, but received no response. No matter what, the result of my simulation this time was too terrible. Even if Huan Zhen's authority can affect the saints, if I continue to deduce according to the results in the simulation, the saints will definitely be able to realize the existence of Huan Zhen and my infinite spirituality. This simulation result must be discarded. Thinking of this, Li Fan took a deep breath and looked at the line of light characters that kept jumping in front of him. He decisively chose, no. The glowing characters collapsed with a bang, turning into a layer of water curtain that Li Fan was extremely familiar with. Outside the dark space, a faint light appeared. Then the light became brighter, and reality completely swallowed this space. After a moment, Li Fan had returned to the profound yellow world, Great Zan, to his residence as Immortal. The previous experiences were like a dream. It had been too long, and even Li Fan himself was somewhat huanghu for a while. It took a full half a day before he adapted. This time, although it was a simulation, it was actually no different from experiencing it personally. Li Fan stretched his muscles and bones, and his weak mortal body made him quite unaccustomed. The current time node is anchor point 1 year. Huan Zhen has completed one charge, but I, who was amnesiac, launched it for a simulation. Instead of resetting the mountains and seas and returning to the established anchor point again. Now, the simulation is over. Since I didn't choose to overwrite the results of this simulation to the mountains and seas, it can be said that I gained nothing and wasted a chance to use Huan Zhen in vain. No, strictly speaking, the harvest of this simulation is extremely great. Not only did I successfully verify a path to transcendence that belongs to me, but I also explored the details and risks of the other shore. If I hadn't had this simulation, I would have rashly broken into the other shore, and the result would have been the same as in the simulation, falling into an irrecoverable situation. This simulation was launched by me in a state of amnesia, which can be said to be a lucky hit. Or rather, it was Huan Zhen's intention. Li Fan's heart moved, and the Huan Zhen panel that he hadn't seen for a long time finally reappeared in front of Li Fan amidst a burst of flashing. After experiencing the 3 tribulations of fusion, the information on the Huan Zhen panel seemed to have been cleansed, becoming empty. Anchor points, bound items, etc., all disappeared without a trace. Only the basic information about Li Fan and Huan Zhen's abilities was displayed. Li Fan didn't feel much regret in his heart. He stared at the slightly thin Huan Zhen panel, gradually understanding. The established anchor point was washed away by the 3 tribulations of fusion, so Huan Zhen's launch no longer had a specific object to execute. So, it carried out the open black lens bracket simulation close black lens bracket in the true sense, which had never been done before. No, besides that, there are other factors. Li Fan suddenly realized the specific situation of his current mortal body. The power of the great Tao of longevity originally contained within has completely disappeared. Was it used to support Huan Zhen's simulation? Li Fan gradually understood. If there is no energy support such as the power of the great Tao of longevity, which is of the same level as the mountains and seas, what will happen if I launch a simulation? I just need to wait for Huan Zhen to finish charging to know the answer. Li Fan was not in a hurry, sitting cross-legged and waiting patiently. Although he was in a mortal body, Li Fan at this moment was not much weaker than Li Fan in the true immortal state. Not to mention the insights into the transformation of truth and falsehood, just the control over the true meaning of transcendence was enough for him to suppress ordinary true immortals at will. Therefore, even in an environment without any guarantees, Li Fan's state of mind was still extremely stable. Until Huan Zhen completed charging, Li Fan tried to launch Huan Zhen again. He could clearly feel the information transmitted by Huan Zhen. Huan Zhen must have transmitted it before, but I, in a state of amnesia, didn't notice it. There are 2 choices. One is to return to the anchor point of 1 year ago, the original anchor point. As for the second option, it is to launch another simulation. However, because there is not enough energy to drive it, the effect of this simulation is completely incomparable to the last one. What I experienced last time was no different from reality. Even, I could overwrite the simulation results to reality. But this time, if I forcibly simulate, not only will the experiences in the simulation deviate from what happens in reality, More importantly, the simulation results cannot affect reality. The key is still the energy required for the simulation. 1625. Li Fanmo is really the grand path of longevity, a power on par with the mountains and seas. The answer is self-evident. Only a power on par with the mountains and seas can support a simulation on par with the mountains and seas. But how easy is that? Even in the other shore of my previous life, perhaps only the 9 sages had some clues related to this. Steal power from the 9 sages. Li Fan's eyelids twitched instantly. Not only because of the psychological trauma he experienced with the 9 sages, but also because of the tribulation of the fusion of the 3 Taos he experienced earlier. It was almost foreseeable that even if Li Fan was lucky enough to obtain the energy of the mountains and seas, he would most likely trigger the tribulation of the fusion of the 3 Taos again due to the addition of Huan Zhen. Neither Li Fan nor Huan Zhen would want to see this situation again. Unless I can resist the temptation of the fusion of the 3 Taos with astonishing perseverance. With my current composure, I am still lacking. Tribulation ripple determination. Having experienced a period of training in the last simulation, the self-aware Li Fan almost instantly thought of this transcendent true meaning that could help calm all desires in his heart. Knowing its possible location, it won't be difficult to find him again. But this one insurance is not enough. During this life's recultivation, I still need to cultivate and strengthen my own temperament as much as possible, so that I can face the sages without changing color. Even better, I should set up a backup plan. If I still lose control and have to execute the fusion of the 3 Taos, then I will forcibly interrupt this process, since he can know in advance what will happen after obtaining the energy of the mountains and seas. Li Fan can naturally plan many advance arrangements. The worries have already seen the hope of resolution, but as for where to find the energy of the mountains and seas similar to the grand path of longevity, it seems that there are still no clues. Can't I just fleece some wool from the Shukyugong again? Li Fan shook his head slightly, quickly cutting off this thought. Judging from the current situation, the range that Huan Zhen can influence and cover is only the current mountains and seas. It should not include the eternal silent void realm where the sages are located. It was not easy to escape from the gaze of the Shukyugong. How could I easily jump back again? I need to think of a foolproof plan. In his study, Li Fan fell into a long period of contemplation. The current situation is that with Li Fan's current strength, his secrets will be instantly exposed as soon as he enters the eyes of the sages. Therefore, he needs to use Huan Zhen's simulation ability to find a way to break the situation. But if he wants to activate Huan Zhen's simulation ability, which can accurately deduce the mountains and seas saint-level experts, he needs the energy support of the mountains and seas. Thus, he falls into a dead cycle. After a long time, Li Fan finally thought of a possible answer. The energy of the mountains and seas is not exclusive to the sages of the other shore. The saintly fortune medicine of the Taiwei Saint Emperor, which can promote the birth of saints, is definitely one. In addition, Li Fan couldn't help but recall the Shukyugong's path to sainthood. The Shukyugong was originally just a small immortal guarding the hills in the immortal realm. Even if his aptitude was extraordinary and he could observe the mountains and seas to understand the Tao, he would eventually be unable to escape the limitations of his lifespan. In the end, he sank into the infinite sea. There, the Shukyugong, on the verge of death, encountered a fragment of the grand path of longevity. Therefore, he was able to reverse his fate in one fell swoop and have the opportunity to become a saint. So, in theory, the energy of the mountains and seas may be found in the infinite mountains and seas. Of course, only in theory. Li Fan's eyes flickered. Don't even mention the energy of the mountains and seas, even the transcendent true meaning is extremely difficult to encounter even if you search the mountains and seas. Not to mention the 9 sages, just the many powerhouses in the other shore basically have the ability to turn the mountains and seas upside down. Over the years, even if there is indeed energy of the mountains and seas remaining in the mountains and seas, it must have been discovered by them. Li Fan's thoughts suddenly stopped here. Unless they are like Huan Zhen, they don't want to be discovered and will actively hide themselves. Li Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. In that case, it's not like I don't have a chance. The reason why the sages of the other shore can achieve the saint realm is probably inseparable from the energy of the mountains and seas. Currently known: Lian Shan, Upper Fang Mountain. Gui Hai, Infinite Sea. Shukyu, Longevity. Tai Yi, a congenital life form, existed before the birth of the immortal realm. If there is truly energy of the mountains and seas in the mountains and seas, he would definitely be the easiest to find. As for the Star Raft, Karma Judge, and Stealing Machine 3 sages, I only know their names, but I know nothing about the specific information. I can only get a glimpse from their names. My guess is probably not wrong. The other shore did not have 9 Saint Venerables from the beginning, and there are still legends of proving the Tao Saint in the mountains and seas interforest. And the traces of the other shore are rare, and most of the transcendent experts are wandering in the mortal world of the mountains and seas. The stronger they are, the more so. I'm afraid it's not just to scavenge the transcendent true meaning. Li Fan guessed that if he wants to prove the Tao Saint, the unity of all selves may only be a prerequisite. If he wants to become a saint who can be comparable to or even transcend the mountains and seas, the energy on par with the mountains and seas should be an indispensable material. Although he has entered the other shore, Li Fan still knows nothing about how to take it a step further. The people in the other shore have also tacitly maintained a state of silence, and no kind person has taken the initiative to stand up and guide Li Fan. I knew that I should have asked the sages for advice in the simulation. Li Fan shook his head secretly. Even if my guess is true, how easy is it to really find the energy of the mountains and seas? In the face of that extremely small probability, luck becomes insignificant. Actually, I have Huan Zhen in my body and already possess the most important condition for achieving the saint realm. Just constantly understand the changes between truth and falsehood and turn it into your own magical power. Even half of Huan Zhen's power can easily face the sages. The transformation of truth and falsehood depends on one's heart. The mountains and seas are boundless, and can be overturned in an instant. Li Fan savored the 16 characters of Huan Zhen's response in his heart, and couldn't help but yearn for it. It's a pity that the understanding of the Tao of truth and falsehood is not so easy. Under normal circumstances, the insights are like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water, without any effect. Basically, only the brief period of time after Huan Zhen is activated is the most efficient. After a long reverie, Li Fan sighed with emotion when he returned to reality. The scope involved in the change of truth and falsehood increases as his knowledge increases. When he first came into contact with it and was limited to the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan already felt that he had roughly touched the threshold of the change of truth and falsehood. But later, as his vision gradually expanded to the dark star sea, the original possibility, and even the mountains and seas world, and the other shore, he realized how ridiculous his previous feeling was. The mountains and seas are boundless, and the other shore transcends. To what extent must the understanding of the change of truth and falsehood reach to be able to subvert it with one thought? Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. In the final analysis, the change of truth and falsehood is based on the cognition of the foundation of the existence of things. Li Fan, as a true immortal, can create and destroy Xuanwang with one thought. In his opinion, everything in the Xuanwang realm can naturally achieve. The transformation of truth and falsehood depends on one's heart. But the mountains and seas and the other shore have already exceeded his scope of cognition. If he wants to cover the change of truth and falsehood again, it is naturally beyond his ability. There is indeed a road ahead, but the road ahead is dim. For a time, Li Fan didn't know what to do next. Huan Zhen's prompt reappeared. Li Fan stared at the two options in front of him, and his myriad thoughts slowly subsided for the time being. Inaccurate simulations are not only useless, but also deadly poison. If I misjudge the strength of the sages and plunge into the other shore, I will truly fall into a state of eternal doom. There is no doubt that I will not choose this option again before I find the energy of the mountains and seas. After understanding this, Li Fan's mind moved, and he cancelled the idea of activating Huan Zhen. Then he tried to ask Huan Zhen for advice, hoping that the other party could point out a clear path. Huan Zhen remained silent. Li Fan knew that the other party could definitely sense what he was thinking, and did not give up. Instead, he persevered in asking. And clarified his own difficulties. The strength of the sages is really terrifying. Even if I have your help, it is really difficult to compete with the sages. Or, I might as well just be a local emperor in this Xuanwang realm, inside the high walls. From now on, I will not leave the origin and quietly wait for them to complete the salvation of the mountains and seas. Anyway, with you, I can always wait safely. Huan Zhen was still silent. At the very least, you have to tell me, what exactly do you want? Save the mountains and seas? Or restore your own strength? With the sages in front, without more help, I really can't do it. Li Fan shrugged and said indifferently. Outside the house, the ant who saw Li Fan talking to himself through the crack in the door, showed a worried look. He hurriedly went to find the witch in the village. Li Fan naturally noticed this scene, but he didn't care. He just confronted Huan Zhen. If it was before, if Huan Zhen didn't respond, he would just let it go. He just assumed that Huan Zhen couldn't hear him. But after experiencing the simulation maliciously launched by Huan Zhen, Li Fan is now convinced that Huan Zhen is far more rational than he imagined. And with his current divine sense intensity, there is no situation where he cannot withstand Huan Zhen's thinking. So he must stubbornly carry out further communication with Huan Zhen. He must wait for an answer. It is both to demand an explanation for the torture he suffered for no reason in the previous simulation. It is also to squeeze some help from Huan Zhen. Li Fan secretly glanced at the clean Huan Zhen panel. The two divine blessing skills, illusion is also real and change from the heart, are impressively listed. It seems quite out of place. It did not disappear because of the tribulation of the fusion of the three Taos. Even change from the heart was awakened in the simulation. However, it still exists at this moment. It is enough to show that they only exist because of the existence of Huan Zhen. If so, Huan Zhen can definitely provide more support. The existence at the bottom of the infinite sea vaguely recognizes Huan Zhen, and is inextricably linked to the star suspended in the mountains and seas. There are too many secrets, but they are hidden and not said. Li Fan snorted coldly and went straight back to bed. He didn't move. Even when his aunt came back with the witch to pour talisman water, he didn't refuse. He drank it cleanly. From then on, except for necessities, he basically didn't leave the house. He just slept all day long. His aunt was kind. As long as Li Fan kept his life, she didn't say much. She served him food every day. 23 years later, his aunt finally died of illness due to daily labor. Li Fan was too lazy to get some food himself, and shouted, "Huan Zhen." Then, in an instant, he returned to the anchored year 1. Continue. Li Fan snorted coldly and announced. In his heart, he slowly savored the mystery of the moment when Huan Zhen launched it just now. Either wait for you to take the initiative to tell me more. Or wait for me to always understand the change of truth and falsehood. Although it is a little slower, there will always be a day when I completely devour you. Huan Zhen still did not respond, and Li Fan was too lazy to say more. He once again lived a life of staying at home. 23 years later, his aunt died of illness. Huan Zhen launched again. Huan Zhen. 23 years for mortals is just an instant for Li Fan. Like the 100 lifetimes of foundation building in the past, Li Fan performed Huan Zhen over and over again. In addition to taking the opportunity to understand the change of truth and falsehood, he also wanted to grind Huan Zhen's temper. Because Li Fan was sure that Huan Zhen was attached to him and definitely had a corresponding purpose. And his current behavior of being a salted fish must be contrary to Huan Zhen's purpose. If you are not in a hurry, I will be even less in a hurry. If you have the ability, please hire someone else. Li Fan ate the meal made by his aunt with satisfaction, and said this inexplicably at the dining table. His aunt was used to Li Fan's self-talk. Knowing that it was not said to herself, she pretended not to hear it and just silently cleaned up the dishes. Huan Zhen was equally silent. Li Fan simply didn't ask any more questions. Just wait for 23 years to pass, and then immediately Huan Zhen to carry out the next round of cycle. Hundreds of thousands of times, repeating a boring life over and over again. At first, Li Fan's heart still felt a little bored. But later he slowly got used to it. 23 years to analyze the change of truth and falsehood. Launch Huan Zhen, and then cycle back and forth. In addition to this, there is no other content in life. The various things in the Xuanwang realm, the people and things inside the high walls, the many secrets of the origin, and even the mountains and seas other shore. All of this was thrown behind by Li Fan. Stop asking. What does the survival of the mountains and seas have to do with me? Holding this idea, Li Fan spent lifetime after lifetime in his hut. I don't know how long it has passed, when he launched Huan Zhen again. Something different happened. Among the 3 options to save, the third one, which he had never chosen, the line of characters that specifies that close relatives inherit its memory. It's constantly flashing. It seems to be reminding Li Fan to choose it. Li Fan's eyes narrowed. With his temperament, it was originally impossible to choose this item. But now, it seems that Huan Zhen compromised and took the initiative to produce the change. Then you might as well try it. Thinking this way, Li Fan couldn't help but choose the only suitable candidate. The ant who took care of him for I don't know how many 23 years. After a moment, as if having a nightmare, her aunt's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she looked at her body and the familiar and unfamiliar environment around her in disbelief. Li Fan, on the other hand, wore a delighted expression. So it can be done like this. 1626. Self-sacrifice to create sainthood. The simulated memory of someone closely related to you in this simulation. Furthermore, this memory can be inherited by that person. Li Fan savored the description of the third option, a look of understanding appearing on his face. The information on the reversal panel, such as my previous bound items and supernatural powers, are not arranged randomly. Instead, they follow a specific order, such as the order of binding time, or perhaps by strength. Following this line of thought, Li Fan reread the three options. 3 choices. Items first, cultivation second, inherited memory third. If it were me, using the reversal of truth to manifest, the difficulty of replicating cultivation would be above that of items. This difference in difficulty doesn't change based on the rarity of the items or the level of cultivation. It's simply due to their different natures. Objects are, after all, just objects. While cultivation is even more mysterious, involving the power of the infinite sea and the upper mountain. And the third option, inheriting memory. Its difficulty, or rather its value, is even above inheriting cultivation. The fact that this option can be listed alongside inheriting items in cultivation already says a lot. But I've been ignoring it all along. In his previous life, all of his aunt's memories flooded into Li Fan's mind. From the initial anchor point to the final fall and disappearance. All the thoughts and memories during this period were grasped by Li Fan in detail. In other words, Li Fan experienced the entire previous simulation process almost as Ant. Ant had no secrets from Li Fan anymore. And with the perspective reversed, Ant's heartfelt and undying love for Li Fan also slightly moved Li Fan. Feeling that Ant's last concern before her death was still whether the shut-in Li Fan would be able to eat enough in the future. Li Fan's state of mind, which had gradually become extremely indifferent due to countless reversals of truth, couldn't help but ripple. But these ripples only lasted for a moment before quickly dissipating. 10,000 years of solid ice cannot be melted by a temporary candle flame. Li Fan suppressed these unnecessary emotions and focused on the key changes brought about by the third option. Since Li Fan chose to have his aunt inherit the memories of the previous life, Li Fan could clearly perceive the subtle changes that occurred in his aunt after the disguised reversal of truth. Before this, Aunt was just an ordinary person. And her talent for cultivation was extremely low. Even the chi refining realm was something she would find difficult to achieve even with a lifetime of hard work. But now, she can barely start to formally cultivate. It's as if the aunt of the previous life and the aunt of this life have overlapped and superimposed. An increase in spirituality. The carrier of simulated memory is actually spirituality. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with a strange light. In just a moment, he understood the key. Spirituality cannot be born out of thin air. Even reversal of truth cannot create something from nothing. So, in essence, this extra spirituality is paid for by me. Just like the activation of reversal of truth consumes from my infinite spirituality. Even though it was his own choice, Li Fan still felt a little uncomfortable after understanding this point. After all, benefiting others at his own expense was something he had never done before. But perhaps, this is the key to breaking the game. Thinking this, Li Fan could only force himself to endure it. Having obtained the memories of the previous life, the reborn aunt spent most of the day finally calming down completely. She quietly walked to the outside of Li Fan's house, peering through the crack in the door, looking at the side of Li Fan who was still quietly sleeping on the bed. Tears of excitement flashed in Aunt's eyes. After gazing for a long time, she finally made up her mind. In this life, I can't let Venerable suffer with me anymore. At the very least, I can let him eat more meat and fish. With Li Fan's current strength, it was not difficult to clearly sense the other party's thoughts. Li Fan seemed to see that in the following lifetimes of reincarnation, this kind-hearted woman would improve her understanding of the world little by little, and eventually come into contact with the secrets of immortality. It's just that Aunt's knowledge is limited after all. And she doesn't have my strong motivation for cultivation. I still need to lend her a hand. Li Fan smiled slightly, revealing a profound and unpredictable smile. Relying on the memories of his previous life, Ant cleverly got rid of the village chief's younger brother's coveting of the family's ancestral fields and successfully defended her family's property, helping the villagers and solving disasters at every critical moment. She even secretly joined forces with the witch to predict the great drought in Zhongnan 4 years later using the saying of ghosts and gods. She successfully helped the villagers survive the disaster and established her authoritative position in the hearts of the villagers. And in the future, she led the villagers through one natural disaster after another. Her reputation spread far and wide, even alarming the government. Even the county magistrate condescended to visit, not asking about the people's livelihood, but asking about ghosts and gods. Ant gave a few pointers, and the county magistrate achieved remarkable political achievements as a result. After a few years, he was promoted to prefect, and he returned the favor by reporting Ant's virtuous name to the emperor. Ant was therefore granted the title of Imperial Order Madam, completely completing the leap from civilian to official. From then on, she had no worries about food and clothing. Seeing that Ant was about to complete her former wish, at this critical moment, Li Fan fell ill for some reason. Ant hired many famous doctors to treat Li Fan. But Li Fan's condition continued to deteriorate day by day, his body gradually became thinner, and eventually he died. A white-haired person sent off a black-haired person. Ant was heartbroken and her hair turned white overnight. 2 years later, Ant, who was sick with grief, also passed away. The people in the state capital mourned together, and every household enshrined Ant's memorial tablet, respecting her as protecting world spirit mother. Reversal of truth. A soft murmur echoed through the darkness. Mirrored flowers and watery moon, shattered and reappeared. Ant woke up from the nightmare again. But this time, her eyes flashed with more confusion and doubt. Li Fan was also impacted by Ant's memories. The ripples in his calm state of mind became denser. Having fully inherited Ant's memories and spent a lifetime from the other party's perspective. Therefore, Li Fan deeply felt the pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. This is one of the most intense emotions of living beings, like throwing a boulder into a calm water surface. Splashing waves of water. Even though Li Fan quickly suppressed this emotion, he still frowned slightly. During the simulation, he could naturally manipulate everything from the perspective of an outsider. But after the memories of the people in the game became a part of what he had to experience, the situation became a little different. As doing this, the thought was just emerging when it was extinguished invisibly. How can one achieve the firmness of seeking the Tao without experiencing all kinds of pain? Li Fan looked at Ant, who was slowly recovering, and his expression became cold again. Let me see the change in your spirituality in this life. As expected, it has added a bit more. The upper limit of cultivation has already barely touched the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. Li Fan nodded slightly. This is only the third inheritance superposition. It is conceivable that if it goes through more times, it is not impossible to create a transcendent powerhouse with my own hands. Even further, proving the Tao to the realm of a saint. Using them to spy on the reality of the saints of the other shore. This is where the key to breaking the game lies. I'm not afraid of losing control either. I just need to hide and activate the reversal of truth after everything has settled. Then I can obtain their memories. Hope was near, and Li Fan was in a great mood. But after a moment, he suddenly frowned. But there are many issues that need attention. The inheritance superposition method is just like alchemy. Once it starts, it cannot be abandoned halfway until the success is tested. Unless the superposed spirituality can be preserved in the reversal of truth space by some special method. Thinking of this, Li Fan paused, seemingly waiting for the answer of the reversal of truth. Unfortunately, after giving the hint of the third option, the reversal of truth seemed to be angry. It was no longer willing to give any more information. There was no response. Li Fan didn't take it seriously. Since there is no way to preserve the superposed spirituality, then I can only continuously reversal of truth and inherit, so that the target's spirituality and potential continue to climb. Until the realm of a saint. This is the saint creation plan. There are several things that I need to pay close attention to. As I thought before, once the saint creation plan starts, it cannot be stopped halfway. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort. How to ensure that the target will always be under my control in one reincarnation after another. As the target becomes stronger and stronger, how to ensure that I will not be discovered by it. Once the other party notices, even if I can reverse the truth with a single thought. But all past efforts will disappear in an instant. Even I am afraid that I will feel distressed. So, before officially launching the plan, I am afraid that I still have to restore my strength to the realm of transcendence. To have the qualifications as a mastermind. Furthermore, Li Fan's divine sense swept across his body. The saint creation plan, the continuous superposition and amplification of the target's spirituality, is at the cost of reducing my infinite spirituality. Although, I am infinite spirituality. But, the mountains and seas also have the name of infinity, but they are still being swallowed by Tao annihilation. Sometimes, infinity is not infinity. This is what I need to pay attention to. If the price is too high, I am afraid that I will need to change to another method. Also, thinking of this last point, Li Fan's expression also changed subtly. Even a hint of fear appeared in his heart. The panic was even greater than the possible loss of his infinite spirituality that he had thought of before. The target is reincarnated into a saint, but at the same time, I also have to endure the impact of the other party's memories. Quote. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Li Fan also realized in his heart that when he fully accepted the memories of the people in the game, he could no longer completely regard the other party as a simple NPC. Instead, they became flesh and blood, becoming concrete and real people. Although it is not yet known what specific impact this will have on him. But the unknown is exactly what Li Fan fears in his heart. No matter what, the plan must continue. After all, this is considered to be the only way to break the game that Reversal of Truth has ordained and that I can find. Saints of the other shore. Li Fan's expression became indifferent again, his eyes looking remotely beyond the original possibility, as if seeing into the other shore. In this life, Li Fan interrupted the saint creation plan with Ant as the target. Instead, he began to restore his strength first. As before, he built the profound yellow immortal boat and rushed out of the original possibility. After finding the lone sail, Calamity Ripple settles thoughts and other transcendent true meanings, he hid in the mountains and seas. He no longer advanced towards the other shore. After spending a long time, he almost completely understood the essence of these two transcendent true meanings. His strength almost reached the peak that a transcendent realm that did not enter the other shore and roam the mountains and seas could reach. With a single thought of Reversal of Truth, he returned to anchoring one thought again. Li Fan chose to preserve his cultivation. Then, a new anchor point fell in response. This will be the starting point for my future saint creation plan. The arrival of a transcendent powerhouse was like a terrifying wave about to be set off in the original. But all the storms were imprisoned by Li Fan within half a foot of himself. It was difficult for others to detect even a trace. Li Fan looked at Ant with a deep gaze. Next, let us continue. Bai Shuyu. Bai Shuyu is naturally Li Fan's aunt's name. It was taken by the village scholar and is not like ordinary women's names. At this moment, after Li Fan called out in his heart, Bai Shuyu began her Reversal of Truth reincarnation experience again. As before, in the first life of the saint creation plan, Li Fan stayed at home in bed for 23 years, and Bai Shuyu overworked and died. In the first life of the saint creation plan, the reborn Bai Shuyu went through hardships to protect Li Fan's food and clothing. However, in the end, a white-haired person sent off a black-haired person, and she passed away in grief. Third life of the saint creation plan. The awakened Bai Shuyu still looked at Li Fan sleeping on the bed through the crack in the door. A trace of gentleness flashed in her eyes. Venerable, Ant will definitely find a way to cure you. The naive Bai Shuyu simply believed that the reason why God gave her the opportunity to be reborn again and again was to save her poor nephew. So her heart was extremely firm. In the next few years, Bai Shuyu constantly expanded her influence according to the memories of knowing the future. While studying medical books by herself, trying to find a way to cure Li Fan's strange disease. In the previous life, she visited many famous doctors, but none of them could cure Li Fan. In this life, she had to find a way herself. Even if Venerable dies of illness, I can't commit suicide. I will spend the rest of my life learning medical theory. After all, I don't know how many times this rebirth can be repeated. Although this life had just begun, Bai Shuyu already had a sense of urgency in her heart. In her previous life, Bai Shuyu went from civilian to official, and deeply knew the difference in resources that civilians and officials could call upon. As a commoner, even just wanting to find and read medical books was not easy. So in this life, in order to obtain official power as much as possible, she set her sights on the future emperor. Although she was a woman, Bai Shuyu also knew the principle that there was no greater achievement than following the dragon. First, She created a great influence in the state government by the name of Ghosts and Gods. Then in the 5th year, she saved the Lenya king's family under the impact of refugees. 1627. Suyu Shushanji. Bai Shuyu truly possessed a talent for feigning divine abilities. After successfully predicting the natural disasters that would occur in the coming years, her status within the prince's residence increased daily. Furthermore, Bai Shuyu was almost entirely detached from worldly affairs, spending her days immersed in books, only offering a few words of advice at crucial moments. This behavior only increased the Prince of Lenya's trust in her. More importantly, such a mysterious figure actually had a fatal weakness. That was her sickly, bedridden nephew. The Prince of Lenya saw how much Bai Shuyu cared for Li Fan. With the prince's residence's power, supporting not just one Li Fan, but even 100 or 1,000 for their entire lives would be no problem. So, he specially built a garden to house Li Fan. One day, the Prince of Lenya discussed Bai Shuyu's future. Hidden behind a light veil, amidst swirling smoke, Bai Shuyu slowly replied, "Your Highness is destined to have the appearance of supreme power. You only need to quietly await the opportune moment, and wait for the hidden dragon to emerge from the abyss. You don't need to do anything else. Doing more leads to more mistakes." The Prince of Lenya pondered for a long time before bowing and retreating. 3 years later, an imperial decree was issued from the capital. Before his death, the emperor actually passed the throne to the Prince of Lenya, who usually kept a low profile. Various forces were in turmoil. But the Prince of Lenya, having been reminded by Bai Shuyu, was already prepared for this. While everyone was searching for his whereabouts in Lenya County in Jiangnan, he himself had already appeared in the palace with 300 elite soldiers. With lightning speed, before any force could react, he successfully inherited the throne, changing the era name to Xuanjing. The world said that Emperor Xuanjing was decisive and thus able to resolve the internal strife without bloodshed. Only a few people knew that the mysterious woman in the prince's residence, now the palace, was the biggest contributor to all of this. Although the throne has been inherited, the world is not yet settled. Hidden dangers remain, and precautions must be taken. Bai Shuyu handed a piece of paper to Emperor Xuanjing. Emperor Xuanjing sent people to secretly investigate the list on the paper and indeed discovered signs of rebels plotting to revolt. So, before they could launch their attack, he wielded the butcher's knife, nipping everything in the bud. Emperor Xuanjing's bloody methods completely shocked the court. And the existence of the mysterious and unpredictable Bai Shuyu, who was said to have the power of ghosts and gods, was finally known to the officials. Hiding all their careful thoughts, the court temporarily became stable. And Bai Shuyu, on her side, could finally wholeheartedly focus on researching a solution to Li Fan's strange illness. Just like in her previous life, Li Fan's strange illness relapsed on time. Even though she had been prepared and read countless medical books, Bai Shuyu could not find a way to cure her nephew. She couldn't even alleviate it, and could only watch Li Fan grow thinner and weaker day by day. After hearing about this, Emperor Xuanjing summoned imperial physicians to jointly diagnose and treat Li Fan. But they were all helpless. Just like in her previous life, Bai Shuyu personally witnessed Li Fan's death. But this time, Bai Shuyu had slowly gotten used to it. She no longer turned white overnight, but silently collected Li Fan's remains. After losing her nephew, Bai Shuyu no longer had any attachment to the world. She only devoted herself to the study of medicine. Even when Emperor Xuanjing repeatedly inquired about matters of ghosts and gods, Bai Shuyu simply denied knowing anything. Even when the increasingly enraged Emperor Xuanjing threatened Bai Shuyu's life, she refused indifferently. Emperor Xuanjing was extremely helpless, but in the end, he did not harm Bai Shuyu's life. He ordered Bai Shuyu's palace to be completely sealed off, forbidding anyone from entering. As long as she had medical books, Bai Shuyu didn't mind. Once the palace doors closed, 30 years passed. 30 years later, Bai Shuyu was nearing the end of her life. On this day, the long-sealed wooden door was opened again. Emperor Xuanjing, also with white hair, slowly came to Bai Shuyu. After dismissing all the servants, Emperor Xuanjing looked at the dying Bai Shuyu. He couldn't bring himself to ask for the method to prolong his life. "You understand the affairs of ghosts and gods, but you have also come to the same end," Emperor Xuanjing said with a wry smile. Bai Shuyu remained silent. After a long time, Emperor Xuanjing looked at the countless medical books piled up like a mountain around her, yet still neatly arranged, and asked, "Have you found a way to cure the disease?" Ordinary methods may be difficult to cure his illness. Bai Shuyu finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse. Emperor Xuanjing stared at Bai Shuyu with hope, anticipating her next words. But how can mortals know the secret arts of immortals? Bai Shuyu said with some disappointment. Emperor Xuanjing was stunned. He chuckled a few times, waved his hand, and turned to leave. This time, the palace doors were not sealed shut. But Bai Shuyu had no intention of leaving. Feeling that she was about to reach the end of her life, Bai Shuyu felt extremely calm. She quietly lay on the bed and lost consciousness. Reincarnation, the fourth life of the God-making project. This time, Bai Shuyu no longer confined herself to ordinary medical skills. Instead, she set her sights on various folk remedies and mysterious witchcraft. Since ordinary methods could not cure Li Fan, Bai Shuyu decided to take a risky approach. Fanur, be good, listen to your aunt and drink this bowl of medicine. Bai Shuyu held a bowl of dark, foul-smelling medicine, and handed it to Li Fan. Li Fan pinched his nose and drank it. Half a day later, he died with a blue face and blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Bai Shuyu stared blankly at Li Fan's body, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. Reincarnation, the progress is too slow. After all, I am just a mortal. It seems that I have to find a way to speed up the progress. The fifth life of the God-making project. This time, Bai Shuyu took multiple approaches. She combined the strengths of many schools and developed a method that could successfully prolong Li Fan's life. Using the power of the Prince of Langya, she collected many young and strong men. She extracted their blood and poured it into Li Fan's body when his illness broke out. The blood of these strong men was carefully selected by Bai Shuyu so that it would not conflict with Li Fan's fate. After being nourished, Li Fan's complexion did improve. This was a historic breakthrough. Bai Shuyu was overjoyed. However, prolonging Li Fan's life required a large amount of blood from young men. Although with the power of the Prince of Langya, a few strong men were nothing. But drawing people's blood for treatment was a shocking thing. Moreover, it was unknown why, but this matter was leaked, and everyone knew about it. The people were in an uproar, the officials were indignant, and the emperor was furious. Helpless, the Prince of Langya had to hand over Bai Shuyu to take the blame. Fortunately, Bai Shuyu was alert and had planted spies throughout the prince's residence on weekdays. Having received the news in advance, she hurriedly fled with Li Fan. Although she was not caught, she had become a well-known monster in Dazan. She could only hide in the deep mountains and forests. With Bai Shuyu's centuries of medical knowledge accumulated over several reincarnations, the two would not starve to death. However, the environment in the mountains was harsh. In addition, without blood to prolong his life, Li Fan's originally healthy body slowly deteriorated. It seems that I have to learn a lesson next time. I have to establish my own power and not put all my hopes on others. After feeding Li Fan a dose of medicine, Bai Shuyu looked at her nephew who was gradually falling asleep and thought to herself. Bai Shuyu did not expect him to last long, so she simply gave up the idea of treatment. Instead, she took Li Fan to travel around the mountains and rivers, living a life completely different from the past. Just when she thought that Li Fan would soon die and she would start her next reincarnation, one day, the two accidentally discovered a cave. "Aunt, I feel better staying here." Li Fan's words shocked Bai Shuyu. This was a situation that had never occurred in the previous reincarnations, so she carefully examined the cave. It seemed to have been someone's residence, but there were not many things left behind. There was only half a piece of stone emitting a strange aura, and a jade slip. Bai Shuyu, who prided herself on being knowledgeable, looked at the two items in front of her and fell into confusion. Although she did not know what the stone and jade slip were, they must be helpful for her nephew's condition. As if seeing hope, Bai Shuyu simply settled down in this cave. She tried to decipher the mysteries of the jade slip and jade stone. Unfortunately, she gained nothing until Li Fan passed away. Cremating Li Fan's remains and carrying them with her, Bai Shuyu solemnly put away the two items and traveled the world, seeking someone who knew about them. But she gained nothing. Just as Bai Shuyu was about to reach the end of her life in this life, a widely spread rumor reached her ears. Immortals came from the east, bringing down heavenly punishment, and the land of Xuanjing was turned into ruins. Countless people were killed and injured. Bai Shuyu was shocked when she heard this. This was something that had never happened in her reincarnations. How could this be? Bai Shuyu was first confused, and then she suddenly realized. My lifespan this time, for some reason, is far longer than before. This year is 50 years later. I unknowingly lived for so long. Bai Shuyu was shocked, and then quickly took out the strange objects she carried with her. The jade slip remained unchanged. But that jade stone seemed to be smaller than when it was first discovered. Bai Shuyu immediately had a guess in her heart. Next, she headed towards Xuanjing City, trying to find out more information about the Immortals. At the same time, she wanted to further absorb the jade stone. Unfortunately, before she could return to the capital, her lifespan was about to end. Reincarnation, the sixth life of the God-making project. In this life, Bai Shuyu, having a goal, was no longer confused. Before her nephew fell ill, she went to the deep forest and took out the jade slip and jade stone. She gave the jade stone to Li Fan to wear close to his body. She continued to study the jade slip. If I guessed correctly, these two items are objects of immortals. Bai Shuyu played with the jade slip in her hand, thinking to herself. Perhaps I have to wait until 50 years later to learn more from the two descending immortals. Suddenly, Bai Shuyu's expression froze slightly. For some reason, she always felt that the jade slip in her hand seemed to have become a little different compared to the previous life. But she couldn't say exactly what was different. But Bai Shuyu was certain that this was definitely not her illusion. With the strange stone prolonging his life early, Li Fan lived longer in this life than in any previous life. Bai Shuyu was very pleased. However, Li Fan did not wait for the immortals to descend, and still succumb to his illness. Bai Shuyu then began to study the stone, which was now only a small piece. It seems that there is a kind of inexplicable energy inside. Bai Shuyu closed her eyes and could feel that the strange substance contained in the stone, she seemed to be able to induce it. After hundreds of attempts, Bai Shuyu actually managed to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone into her body. In just an instant, Bai Shuyu's appearance rapidly aged. The little lifespan that was left was burned out in an instant. Bai Shuyu died in shock. Reincarnation, still too slow. But I can't be too hasty. The road to making a god, 10,000 reincarnations, must not have any flaws. Otherwise, it will definitely fall short before dawn. Li Fan's voice echoed in the darkness. Seventh life. Because of the last terrifying encounter in the previous life, Bai Shuyu was wary of the immortal objects in this life. But in order to save Li Fan's life, she finally chose to continue her research. She temporarily gave up on contacting the spirit stone. Instead, she used the method of inducing the energy in the spirit stone from the previous life to induce the jade slip. At this moment, Bai Shuyu was enduring the fear in her heart and was prepared to age again in an instant. But the expected disaster did not happen. Instead, a text appeared in Bai Shuyu's mind. I had tried this before. But at that time, the jade slip did not respond. It seems that my feeling was correct. Although she didn't know what the changes in each reincarnation meant, from the current point of view, it seemed to be a good thing. Bai Shuyu carefully read the content of the jade slip. Her expression gradually became shocked. Small 5 elements technique. What exactly is this? Bai Shuyu took a deep breath and first calmed her mood. After she had completely calmed down, she continued to study it. In Bai Shuyu's view, who had read extensively, although some of the content of this technique had unclear words, the overall was not difficult to understand. The 5 elements of heaven and earth can be transformed into spiritual energy and absorbed into the body to strengthen the 5 internal organs. In medical books, there is indeed a distinction between the 5 elements of the organs. But 5 elements of spiritual energy? Bai Shuyu frowned slightly. Spiritual energy, spiritual energy. She thought of that spirit stone again. According to the technique, cultivation requires spiritual energy. But from my previous experience, it seems that spiritual energy is a deadly poison to me. Bai Shuyu couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only pin her hopes on the 2 descending immortals 50 years later. Time passed quickly. On this day, 2 meteors came from the sky. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the world. Dao Xuanzi, don't push people too far. Bai Shuyu hid far away in a safe place outside Xuanjing City, looking at the 2 figures in the sky, and became inexplicably excited. This was the first time she had truly seen the existence of immortals. However, she was not in a hurry to go forward to meet the immortals, but was patiently waiting. Bai Shuyu knew that these 2 immortals would have a fierce battle next. Only then would her chance to shine arrive. Hopefully, it will be useful. Bai Shuyu's gaze secretly swept around the 4 sides of Xuanjing City. For 50 years, she hadn't simply been waiting. 1628. Old woman seeking immortal machine. Throughout the corners of Xuanjing City, Bai Shuyu had deeply buried various poisons she had collected from all over the world. The most important of these was the open black lens bracket blood droplet close black lens bracket, concocted mainly from human essence and blood. Once triggered by an explosion, it would burst into a sky-filled mist of blood. Indeed, after 50 years of research, Bai Shuyu had reached an unbelievable conclusion. The reason she had been unable to absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones all along was not because the spiritual energy was poisonous, but because humans would have a strong repulsive reaction to spiritual energy, as if it were a potent poison. The toxicity was far greater than any other poison in the world. Through a series of experiments, Bai Shuyu had verified this point. I just don't know how effective it will be against immortals. The immortals' conversation came from above, and Bai Shuyu silently memorized every sentence. Land of immortal extinction, the method of core formation. Immortal mortal taint, it's just seeking a glimmer of life. In the midst of mad laughter, a fire dragon descended from the sky, engulfing Xuanjing City. The continuous explosions reverberated through the clouds, and the vast Xuanjing City was instantly reduced to ruins like a toy. Even though she had known in advance what would happen, the power displayed between the gestures of the two immortals still made Bai Shuyu's heart tremble with fear. At the same time, the effect of the open black lens bracket blood droplet close black lens bracket was unexpectedly good. Along with the blood and fire, a thick blood mist instantly rose up. It seemed to condense the vengeful souls of hundreds of thousands of innocent people in Xuanjing City, soaring upwards. Caught off guard, Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong were enveloped in large swaths of blood mist, both emitting muffled groans. Bai Shuyu held her breath and observed. After a moment, she saw two figures, one in front and one behind, rushing out of the blood mist and fleeing towards the west. Their speed is much slower than before. And they're tottering. Bai Shuyu was not in a hurry to chase after them. Although severely injured, the speed at which immortals fled was not something a mortal like her could match. However, she had already placed informants all over Dazan. As long as the immortals were still in Dazan, she would definitely be able to find them. These people were all saved by Bai Shuyu during her 50 years of medical practice, and they were loyal and reliable. Waiting in place for half a day, a carrier pigeon came from the horizon, bringing news of the immortals' whereabouts. A carriage carried Bai Shuyu, slowly setting off, following the immortals' trail. 3 months later, Granny Bai, according to the brothers' investigation, the two immortals ultimately disappeared in this mountain forest. However, Blackwater Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles and is sparsely populated. The brothers have already tried their best, but still haven't. A man in black, with a guilty expression, knelt on one knee and reported to Bai Shuyu. It's fine. Bai Shuyu gazed at the deep mountain forest ahead, interrupting the man in black's words. Let them all return. Next, I'll go find them myself. The man in black was slightly stunned, but saw Bai Shuyu already walking step by step into the mountain forest. After hesitating for a moment, the man in black ultimately did not choose to follow. Because he knew that Granny Bai always meant what she said. Moreover, tracking immortals was indeed frightening. With her medical skills reaching the pinnacle, Bai Shuyu had no problem surviving in the mountains. More importantly, she could clearly sense the spiritual energy fluctuations left behind by the two immortals as they fled. In this boundless mountain forest, they pointed out a clear direction. They haven't left this mountain forest for a long time. Either they're seriously injured and recuperating, or their injuries might recover at any time. I need to hurry. A determined look flashed between Bai Shuyu's brows as she swallowed a black pill. After a few breaths, an unusual flush appeared on her cheeks. It was precisely a method to greatly enhance her mobility at the cost of consuming her life force. Following the direction indicated by the remaining spiritual energy, Bai Shuyu advanced quickly. 15 days later, 300 miles deep into Blackwater Mountain, in a mountain canyon. The traces of spiritual energy end abruptly here. And ahead, there's a spiritual energy fluctuation. When she was truly about to face an immortal, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but feel a burst of trepidation in her heart. But in an instant, she suppressed the hesitation in her heart. She approached slowly. The river water gurgled, and a man sat beside a grave not far from the stream, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged. Bai Shuyu recognized him at a glance. It was Ko Hong, one of the two immortals. However, he was no longer in the prime of his middle age, but had white hair and wrinkles all over his face. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Could this be the effect of the immortal mortal taint? Bai Shuyu was secretly shocked, and at the same time, she glanced at the grave beside Ko Hong. Not only can it injure immortals, but it can also slay immortals. A mortal's approach could not be concealed from Ko Hong's perception. Instantly, he opened his eyes and locked onto Bai Shuyu. In that instant, Bai Shuyu only felt her body stiffen, unable to move any longer. Fortunately, seemingly realizing that Bai Shuyu was just a mere mortal and posed no threat, Ko Hong quickly closed his eyes again. A mere mortal, why have you chased me here? As a medical practitioner, Bai Shuyu heard the lack of vigor in Ko Hong's voice. However, he was not someone she, a woman, could deal with. After weighing the situation for a moment, she took out the last remaining spirit stone and bowed her head, saying in a low voice, "This old woman's lifelong pursuit is only to cultivate immortality and achieve longevity. However, I have searched the world and found no true immortal methods. The other day, I was shocked to hear that 2 immortals appeared in Xuanjing." Ko Hong was not interested in Bai Shuyu's words, but only stared at the spirit stone in her hand. He grabbed it out of the air, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Top-grade spirit stone. After playing with it for a while, he revealed a look of joy. "Although only this little bit is left, it's enough for me to barely recover my injuries." Looking at Bai Shuyu, he asked, "Where did you find this spirit stone?" He seemed to have already believed Bai Shuyu's words. Reporting to the High Immortal, "This stone was obtained by this old woman from a mountain tomb," Bai Shuyu answered truthfully. "Besides this spirit stone, are there any other things?" Ko Hong asked quickly. Bai Shuyu pretended to recall. After a long while, she replied, "It seems there were no other special items." "Oh, right, there was also a jade slip. However, there were no words engraved on it, nor did it have the unique aura of this stone." Ko Hong was overjoyed. "Where is that jade slip?" Whoever possessed a top-grade spirit stone would surely carry an extraordinary jade slip with them. Indeed, surviving a great disaster is bound to bring good fortune. Although this battle was severely damaged by the immortal mortal taint, as long as I can break through to the golden core stage, I can increase my lifespan by hundreds of years. He no longer sat cross-legged, but flashed to Bai Shuyu's side. Bai Shuyu was both excited and terrified, reporting to the High Immortal, "That jade slip is not as useful as the spirit stone, so I did not carry it with me. Instead, it is stored in this old woman's home." Ko Hong raised his eyebrows. "Take me there." He grabbed Bai Shuyu, soared into the air, and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way." Reincarnated for several lifetimes, this was the first time she had risen into the air. Bai Shuyu's thoughts were momentarily blank. It was only under Ko Hong's urging that she slowly regained her senses and pointed out the direction. Riding the wind and roaming the 9 heavens. Ko Hong carried Bai Shuyu, flying through the sky. "Your aptitude is actually quite good." On the way, Ko Hong examined Bai Shuyu's body and said with some surprise, "It's just a pity, you're too old, and the miasma of immortal arts has deeply entangled you. Your path to immortality is hopeless." Hearing this, Bai Shuyu's face revealed a look of disappointment. "But don't worry, for the sake of this jade stone and jade slip, I will bestow upon you a method. Although you can't cultivate, prolonging your life will be no problem," Ko Hong said. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for your compassion," Bai Shuyu said gratefully. Several thousand miles passed in half a day. The old woman's home is just below. The appearance of an immortal caused panic among the people below, and they all knelt on the ground. Ko Hong brought Bai Shuyu down to a courtyard. His divine sense swept over and quickly locked onto the location where the jade slip was stored. He strode in and hurriedly checked the contents. Minor 5 elements art. It actually leads directly to the Tao integration realm. Ko Hong exclaimed in shock. "Immortal Master, this old woman has a nephew." Seeing the extraordinary nature of the jade slip she had presented, Bai Shuyu took the opportunity to ask. Having unexpectedly obtained a method for Tao integration, Ko Hong was in a great mood. After pondering for a moment, he reluctantly withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. "Take me to see him." Bai Shuyu was overjoyed and led Ko Hong to Li Fan's bedside. Ko Hong examined him. His brow furrowed. "Immortal Master, do you have any clues?" Bai Shuyu asked hopefully. "Well, this." Ko Hong hesitated. Bai Shuyu naturally saw Ko Hong's meaning and found it somewhat difficult to accept. "My nephew's strange illness, even you, Immortal Master, cannot cure." Ko Hong coughed lightly. "It's not that I can't cure it, but I don't know the source." If I were to infuse him with spiritual power, his illness would naturally be cured. But alas, all mortals have the miasma of immortals within them. Before removing the miasma, infusing spiritual power would only harm him. I hope Immortal Master will bestow upon me the method to remove the miasma. Bai Shuyu knelt on the ground and begged. The open double angle bracket 5 spirits chi induction art close double angle bracket was not a secret, and Ko Hong naturally had no reason to refuse. However, being in this land of immortal severance, even if you can remove the miasma, without spiritual energy to support you, you will not be able to embark on the path of cultivation, Ko Hong warned. I only ask to preserve my nephew's life. Having obtained the method, Bai Shuyu thanked him profusely. Immortal Master's kindness in recreating life will never be forgotten. Please stay at this old woman's house for a few more days. Ko Hong hesitated for a moment, considering that his injuries had not fully recovered, and finally agreed. He had a sufficient reserve of spirit stones and spent his days studying the minor 5 elements art. What a pity! If I had known earlier that there was a Dao integration cultivation method in this place, I wouldn't have fought Dao Xuanzi to the death. However, now that I have a Dao integration cultivation method, I can consider selling the 1000 Machines Jade Universe Golden Chapter. I have hope of reaching the Transformation God realm. Just as Ko Hong was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future. He did not know that Bai Shuyu had quietly shed her miasma. It seems that it's not as difficult as he said. Bai Shuyu had already developed a trace of suspicion towards Ko Hong. There are many realms in immortal cultivation: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. That Ko Hong is only in the foundation establishment stage, which is the most insignificant existence in the entire cultivation world. No wonder he can't cure my Venerable. Thoughts surged in Bai Shuyu's heart. During this time, although Ko Hong was immersed in comprehending the minor 5 elements art, Bai Shuyu had also gleaned some basic common sense about the cultivation world. It seems that if I want to truly save Venerable, I must go to the cultivation world. Ko Hong cannot bring people across the immortal severance array, and Venerable's body is weak and cannot withstand the torment. After pondering for a long time, Bai Shuyu finally made up her mind. She re-infused the prepared essence blood into her body, and the miasma that had slowly receded was regenerated. 7 days later. What? Another suspected immortal tomb has been discovered. Ko Hong was surprised and delighted. Take me there quickly. With the previous high-grade spirit stones and the minor 5 elements art as a foundation, Ko Hong deeply believed in this. He even asked Bai Shuyu to lead the way. I have already ordered people to seal off the area around the tomb. Not noticing Bai Shuyu's strangeness, Ko Hong's mind was focused on the yet-to-be-seen tomb of the immortal cultivator. When he arrived at the destination, he couldn't wait to plunge in. In the tomb, dozens of men in black were already stationed. All of them were mortals, no different from ants in Ko Hong's eyes. He turned a blind eye and only swept his divine sense over the tomb. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Just as Ko Hong was somewhat disappointed, he suddenly realized that the tomb's Duan Longxi, a large stone that blocks the entrance to a tomb, had fallen with a bang for some reason. The men in black around him simultaneously drew their long sabers and slashed at him madly. In his surprise, Ko Hong also found it somewhat laughable. With a flick of a flame, he burned the dozens of men in black in the tomb to ashes. What he didn't expect was that wisps of blood mist, accompanied by the deaths of the men in black, surged out from all parts of the tomb. Immortal miasma. Ko Hong's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, continuous explosions came from outside the tomb at the same time. The blood mist permeated the air, completely enveloping the place. 3 days later, inside a dungeon, the dying Ko Hong was tightly bound and locked up. He was extremely weak, as if he would die at any moment. In fact, if Bai Shuyu hadn't been holding on to his last breath, Ko Hong would have fallen long ago. I've already said everything I can say. Let me be free. To be schemed against and imprisoned by mortals was definitely a great humiliation for Ko Hong. At this moment, he was more grieved than dead. Bai Shuyu nodded. With a wave of her hand, all the silver needles inserted into Ko Hong's body returned to her hand. Ko Hong's vitality slowly withered. At the same time, above the sky, the illusion of a cultivator's fall suddenly descended. Finally, I see hope. Bai Shuyu's cultivation speed was faster than she had expected. Relying only on Ko Hong's spirit stone relics, she had cultivated to the perfection of Qi refining realm in 3 months. However, if I want to go further, I need rare treasures of heaven and earth, which this immortal severance land of Great Zon cannot provide. Bai Shuyu traveled east to the edge of the ruin abyss, looked down at the dark abyss, and did not hesitate. She jumped down. Being at the perfection of chi refining, she naturally couldn't break through the immortal severance array the first time. Bai Shuyu's consciousness disappeared into the ruin abyss. I really have to thank you, Ko Hong, Dao Xuanzi. And really, Li Fan's voice sounded faintly. The Holy Creation Project, 8th Life. The resurrected Bai Shuyu first retrieved the high-grade spirit stones and the jade slip. Then, she cultivated to the perfection of chi refining at the speed of light. It's not my imagination. This time's cultivation is much easier again. Bai Shuyu was speechless. 1629. The terror of spirituality. Each rebirth increases my cultivation talent. With more cycles of reincarnation, wouldn't I have a chance at immortality? Bai Shuyu had never imagined she could reach the realm of open black lens bracket immortality close black lens bracket. From beginning to end, she only wanted to save her poor nephew's life. A chi refining stage cultivator is like an immortal to mortals. Bai Shuyu used some minor tricks to intimidate the entire village. After Li Fan was settled, although reluctant, Bai Shuyu embarked on the path to explore the immortal severing array alone once more. This time, with the previous life's experience in breaking the array, Bai Shuyu successfully passed through the array's outermost layer of astral winds, deciphered the illusion of flowing light, crossed the inverted layer, carefully avoided the flowing fire layer, and finally died in the Xuanbing mystic ice layer. 9th Life. According to Ko Hong, after the Xuanbing, there are thunderstorms and darkness. It's almost there, easier than I thought, Bai Shuyu thought excitedly. Perhaps because her cultivation talent had accumulated to a considerable degree through constant rebirth and reincarnation, the immortal severing array, which Ko Hong described as extremely dangerous, didn't seem so difficult to break through. She didn't even understand the so-called array formations but managed to pass through most of the arrays smoothly based on her intuition. Bai Shuyu stood at the edge of the void abyss again, but this time she was not in a hurry to break the array. Instead, she looked out and observed. Although without a master's guidance, after watching for a long time, Bai Shuyu really saw some clues. So this is the so-called array formation, Bai Shuyu thought thoughtfully, and then jumped down. She moved like a meteor, unstoppable, directly reaching the dark layer at the bottom of the immortal severing array. Bai Shuyu faintly felt that there seemed to be many terrifying unknown creatures hidden in the surrounding boundless darkness. But they didn't seem to have any malice towards her. After staying for a moment, she no longer hesitated. She flew towards the light spot below. When she felt the incredibly rich spiritual energy around her, Bai Shuyu knew that she had finally arrived in the immortal cultivation world. Not being overwhelmed by temporary success, Bai Shuyu followed her previous plan and found the Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators stationed on the nearest island to apply to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. She didn't hide her origins from the mortal small world, only saying that she had been accidentally guided by an outside immortal master and received spiritual stone gifts, which allowed her to embark on the path of immortality. He Zhenghao smiled and led Bai Shuyu to Myriad Immortals Island. Although you are a bit old, it's not too late. If you work hard, you still have hope of successfully establishing your foundation. Once your foundation is established, the world will be vastly different. I know it's not easy for you to be alone. Here are 500 contribution points for you to keep. It will help you get started. You can pay it back when you have a surplus in the future. For a chi refining cultivator who has just arrived, 500 contribution points is quite a lot, which can save a lot of trouble. Bai Shuyu thanked him quickly. After that, Bai Shuyu settled down on Myriad Immortals Island, aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Ko Hong said that at least the golden core stage is required to bring someone through the immortal severing array. I think the late foundation establishment stage should be enough. Her realm and insights have already met the requirements for breaking through. The only thing lacking now is the strange object required for foundation establishment. Bai Shuyu worked hard to accumulate contribution points while paying attention to news about cultivators discovering foundation establishment strange objects in the wild. Foundation establishment strange objects require 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points to exchange. If I have to accumulate for several years each time, it will take too much time. It's best to find them in the wild. 3 years later, Bai Shuyu, who had been working almost non-stop, finally exchanged a open black lens bracket life lotus close black lens bracket in the heavenly mystery mirror. Successfully promoted to the foundation establishment realm. He Junghao sent congratulations immediately. After a simple response, Bai Suyu continued to cultivate non-stop. Facts have proved that the various breakthrough materials required for the new law are Bai Suyu's biggest limitation. 7 days, breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. 10 days, breaking through to the late stage. Only a month later, Bai Suyu was already at the foundation establishment perfection stage. It would be great if I could cultivate so quickly all the time. This law-transmitting celestial venerable is not a good person. It's fine to create a path, but he insists that everyone in the world take this path. Bai Suyu secretly slandered. It's time to go back. I wonder how my nephew has been these past few years. Bai Suyu used her remaining contribution points to buy a flying boat and some defensive talismans. She prepared to return to Great Zon. She happened to meet He Junghao. When He Junghao saw Bai Suyu, his eyes lit up and he repeatedly congratulated her. Bai Suyu didn't know why He Junghao was so excited, but after all, the other party had helped her a lot, so she couldn't give him a bad look. After finding out that Bai Suyu wanted to return to the mortal small world to bring her nephew, He Junghao took the initiative to offer to go with her. Fellow Taoist Bai, don't worry, I'm familiar with this matter. It will definitely be foolproof. Even recommending him to the Myriad Immortals Alliance in the future can be left to me. After hesitating for a while, Bai Suyu agreed to He Junghao's request. With the combined efforts of 2 foundation establishment cultivators, there were no accidents along the way. Li Fan was successfully brought to the Xuanwang realm. Because he is not yet a cultivator, he was temporarily settled on the Glazed Island. Strange, I don't see any serious illness on your nephew. He Junghao shook his head slightly after carefully examining Li Fan's body. It's what you call a difficult and complicated disease. Bai Suyu's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, once you enter the path of immortality, all diseases will disappear. As long as you help this kid succeed in cultivation, you can reverse his fate. When the spirit cleansing pool formation opens this time, I will personally protect him. He Junghao patted his chest and assured. Bai Suyu thanked him again. Fellow Taoist's great kindness, I will definitely repay you in the future. Half a year later, Li Fan died violently in the spirit cleansing pool formation. Bai Suyu flew over after hearing the news. The originally healthy Li Fan was now just a pool of flesh and blood. Seeing the massive pool of blood, He Junghao's face was as pale as paper. Looking at Bai Suyu's extremely ugly face, He Junghao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly explained, Fellow Taoist, please mourn, please mourn. It's all my fault. I wanted to help him get through this, but I didn't realize that he had reached the limit of what he could bear. After listening to He Junghao's explanation, Bai Suyu took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. So, he doesn't have the talent for immortal cultivation. He Junghao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. That should be the case. After all, only a few mortals in the world can embark on the path of cultivation. Thinking that she had also slowly acquired the qualifications for cultivation through repeated rebirths, Bai Suyu sighed again. It seems that I can't rely on Vener himself. I can only wait until my cultivation is higher before helping him change his fate. Without Li Fan as a burden, Bai Suyu focused on cultivation. It took 10 years to achieve the Golden Core stage. In the process of accumulating and preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage, disaster struck, and she died inexplicably. Sure enough. This life's progress is okay. Fellow Taoist you helped a lot. 10th life. The horror on Bai Suyu's face had not yet faded when she regained consciousness. She didn't even know how she died in her previous life. She only remembered that she inexplicably lost consciousness when she was in seclusion in the Heavenly Mystery Mirror. Isn't it said that the Heavenly Mystery Mirror is absolutely safe? The Myriad Immortals Alliance can't be trusted completely. Forcing herself to calm down, Bai Suyu thought about how to proceed in this life. I can cultivate, but mortals can't cultivate. If I forcibly change his fate, I should at least have the cultivation of the Transformation God stage. Moreover, I can wait, but Vener can't wait. I don't have much time left. Unless I exchange some life-extending treasures. But those are more expensive than cultivation techniques, which is not very practical. At most, 56 years to break through from immortal to the Transformation God stage. It seemed a bit unbelievable, but Bai Suyu was very confident. It's just that now, her cultivation talent is enough. What restricts her are the damn breakthrough materials for the new law. After taking care of her long unseen nephew for a month, Bai Suyu came to the Xuanwang realm again. She still asked He Jung how to introduce her. Although he accidentally killed Fener in the previous life, it was unintentional. Overall, he still gained Bai Suyu's trust. With the various information recorded in the previous life, Bai Suyu's path to promotion was smoother. Foundation establishment in 1 month, golden core in half a year. Nascent soul in 10 years. Bai Suyu became a world-renowned genius in the Kongyun Sea. She even received attention from the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. And these 10 years were not spent on cultivation, but on doing tasks and earning contribution points. If there were no resource constraints, I could be even faster. Bai Suyu hated in her heart. Before the nascent soul stage, she could indeed be very fast. But the hurdle of the transformation god stage was not so easy to overcome. First, the news of the changes in the birth of heaven and earth was mostly controlled by the various forces of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It would not be leaked out. Secondly, when the changes came, the world would change drastically, which would attract the attention of surrounding cultivators. It would inevitably cause a battle. No matter what, anyone who dares to block me. Die. A cold light flashed in Bai Suyu's eyes. Bai Suyu secretly inquired about the news of the changes in the birth of heaven and earth while waiting for the day when the inexplicable disaster would come. This time, she specifically left Myriad Immortals Island in advance and hid on the edge of the Kongyun Sea. Wanting to get a glimpse of the truth. It wasn't until that wisp of scarlet figure appeared that Bai Suyu completely understood the source of the so-called disaster. She was not afraid but happy. Unexpectedly, it's actually the soul of heaven and earth. Doesn't this mean that as long as I can break through to the transformation god stage, I have a great chance of entering the Tao integration stage? The probability of changing the fate of mortals in the Tao integration realm will be greater. Flames burned the sea, and Bai Suyu was buried under the power of the scarlet flames. The accumulation of spirituality is more terrifying than I imagined. With Ant's current talent, if there are enough resources, it is enough to prove the Tao and become a true immortal. This is only after 10 reincarnations. What about 100 or 1,000 times? Li Fan appeared beside Bai Suyu's bones in the dry seabed of Kongyun, with a solemn expression. Speaking of which, other people's spirituality is almost linked to their cultivation talent. But in me, infinite spirituality seems to be just spirituality. Why is that? Li Fan frowned and thought deeply. After a long time, the word, still true, came out. 11th life. With the accumulation of the previous 10 lives, Bai Suyu finally completed the transformation of the transformation god stage in 20 years. Shaking the Kongyun Sea. And her terrifying cultivation speed finally attracted the attention of the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Ordered me to go to the Immortal Alliance headquarters. Bai Suyu's expression was subtle, but she couldn't refuse. As soon as she entered the Immortal Alliance headquarters, a vision suddenly appeared in front of her. It was the scene when the law-transmitting Celestial Venerable realized the new law. It turns out that the law-transmitting Celestial Venerable was not much younger than me when he realized the Tao. The new law is too troublesome to cultivate. He can create a new law, but I don't know if I can create another law. This thought flashed through Bai Suyu's mind. The main reason why the Immortal Alliance headquarters summoned Bai Suyu this time was to verify her background. After all, Bai Suyu's cultivation speed was too fast. And the way she obtained various breakthrough resources was too coincidental. At first, Bai Suyu was worried that her secret of being able to constantly rebirth would be exposed. But the Myriad Immortals Alliance did not find anything after an investigation. This made Bai Suyu breathe a sigh of relief. However, this has given me a reminder. These law-transmitting people can't see anything. What about the law-transmitting Celestial Venerable who is elusive? It is said that this level of powerhouse has the ability to peek into people's hearts. Bai Suyu secretly woke up. After a thrilling experience, she still returned to the Kongyun Sea. After thinking about it, Bai Suyu still tried to change Li Fan's fate first. And asked Island Master Hongxi to help. After a period of torment, Li Fan finally shed his miasma and entered the Qi refining realm. Bai Suyu was overjoyed. The Celestial Venerable's new law has no requirements for aptitude. Since my nephew can refine Qi, as long as there are enough resources, he can reach the nascent soul stage, the transformation god stage, and the Tao integration stage. As the saying goes, give him an inch, and he'll want a mile. Since she has the ability, who doesn't want to get more? Bai Suyu thought of the scarlet flame that was about to appear soon, and the thoughts that were already eager to move in her heart became stronger. Slay the scarlet flame and prove the Tao integration. Bai Suyu had seen the power of the scarlet flame. In order to increase the probability of success as much as possible, she and Hongxi invited 6 other transformation gods and 1 Tao integration to help. As for who can ultimately win the scarlet flame, it depends on their abilities. A big net was slowly ready. The moment the scarlet flame descended, everyone used their means. After a fierce battle, Bai Suyu finally completed the fatal blow. Tao integration Immortal Venerable. When the power of the scarlet flame turned into a part of her body, Bai Suyu felt an unprecedented satisfaction. She stared at Li Fan below, who also showed joy because of her promotion, and a smile appeared on her face. After that, a figure in black quietly descended. Instant kill, and then swallowed everything in the world. Sure enough, no matter how talented you are, you still have to go through this. My acting is really good. Still true. 12th life. When Bai Shuyu woke up, she felt that something was off about the Xuanwang realm. 1630. New law opens dead end. What exactly is that dark figure? Bai Shuyu was drenched in sweat. Even after reincarnating for so long, she still hadn't completely escaped the terrifying remnants of her previous life. Could it be that the so-called soul of heaven and earth is just bait to lure and kill us transformation stage cultivators? But that doesn't make sense at all. With the power of a Tao harmonization expert, a transformation stage cultivator is like an ant in their eyes, dying with a wave of their hand. Where would they need to use any kind of lure? Moreover, offering the soul of heaven and earth to merge with the Tao is definitely not an empty statement. Bai Shuyu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, and when she looked at Li Fan, who was still sound asleep in the room, a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. Originally, I was thinking of bringing my nephew to the Xuanwang realm to change his fate and extend his life. But I didn't expect that it would be better for him to live a long life as an ordinary mortal in the Great Zan small world. After pondering for a long time, Bai Shuyu made up her mind. This life, change the plan. Cultivation speed, 1 step further. Become a transformation stage cultivator in 15 years. After helping Li Fan change his fate, send him directly back to the Great Zan small world. Create a secular dynasty to serve Li Fan alone. And leave behind thousands of mechanical puppets to protect Li Fan's safety. I have arranged for enough spirit stones to be sent every 10 years. For a duration of 500 years. And, Li Fan was moved to tears, with a look of shame on his face at the same time. It's because I'm useless and I've been dragging you down. Bai Shuyu was very gratified to see Li Fan's appearance. She touched Li Fan's head. Don't worry, this is just a temporary measure. When I find out the truth, I will take you out sooner or later. How can my nephew be confined to this small world for the rest of his life? The domineering aura revealed in her words was no longer something that the simple woman from back then could say. Becoming an emperor and enjoying the worship of hundreds of millions of people. I'm already very satisfied, Li Fan said gratefully again. Bai Shuyu smiled and said nothing more. She flew away. Li Fan knelt down and bowed for a long time without getting up. It wasn't until Bai Shuyu left Dazan that Li Fan returned to normal. Spiritual superposition is certainly terrifying. But the Xuanwang land is also very treacherous. There is also the restriction of the transmission law, and the guarding of the starving immortals. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to break out of the situation. Not to mention that the immortal path has been cut off. Without returning to truth, wanting to ascend to the upper mountain is almost nonsense. In a flash of thought, countless endings of Bai Shuyu were derived in Li Fan's mind. But he didn't see the possibility of successfully walking out of the high wall. Not to mention leaving the origin, reaching the other shore, and transcending into a saint. Unless the spiritual superposition reaches an extremely terrifying level. Enough to ignore all of these. I'll just wait. Although he was sitting in Dazan, everything inside the high wall was under Li Fan's observation. Having learned the lessons from his previous life, Bai Shuyu naturally didn't dare to play with Kai Yan's idea again. But the truth of that dark figure really made her curious. So she chose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. She secretly sold the news that Kai Yan was about to appear, and earned a lot of contribution points. Then Bai Shuyu waited and watched from afar outside the Kongyan Sea. Just like what she had experienced before, after Kai Yan was killed, the dark kill descended, destroying everything in the world. Only limited to the Kongyan Sea area. Bai Shuyu looked at those wriggling shadows that were close at hand and extremely ferocious. She slowly figured out some clues. It seems that some secrets are buried in the Kanyan Sea. Witnessing the burial of hundreds of millions of living beings, Bai Shuyu can now remain calm. She quietly retreated. In this life, she lived for another 800 years. Until her death, she did not find an opportunity to break through to Tao harmonization. But she was not in a hurry at all. According to what I have heard, 16 souls of heaven and earth have descended in the past 800 years. The most suitable for me, and the least competitive, should be Blue Flame. 62 years after rebirth, it will appear under the great river in Ling's prefecture, freezing thousands of miles and turning the country of lakes into a snowscape. 62 years, I have to wait so long. Although Bai Shuyu was unwilling, she couldn't find a faster way to harmonize with the Tao for a while. 13th life. Before the Kanyan Sea was destroyed, Bai Shuyu had been searching in it, trying to find its hidden secrets. Under a detailed search, she really found many strange things. Could it be that the Kanyan area was forcibly slapped into the Xuanwang realm with a palm? A foreign land, not the ancient land of Xuanwang. No wonder the Xuanwang heavenly Tao is bound to put it to death. Is Kanyan Sea the only place like this in the vast Xuanwang realm? What happened to cause this? After solving a mystery, more questions emerged in her mind, making her feel cold in her heart. And that new method of Shengren Yin, using me as the foundation. In these 60 years of waiting, I might as well ponder it. If I can jump out of the shackles of the transmission law. However, the difficulty of the new method was far beyond Bai Shuyu's imagination. With her talent, 60 years passed, and she gained nothing. This also made her doubt her talent for the first time. How can there be such a method in the world? The superposition of my 10 lives cannot push it forward even a bit. But Bai Shuyu did not give up because of this. These 60 years of pondering made her vaguely feel that the new method was not a dead end. But it was really promising. In the 62nd year, Bai Shuyu successfully killed Blue Flame and became a Tao harmonization Immortal Venerable, shocking the myriad Immortals alliance. After being ranked in Tao harmonization, her status and position had undergone a qualitative leap. She no longer needed to run around for cultivation resources, and even had the qualifications to know about the various secrets of the Xuanwang realm. Bai Shuyu also brought Li Fan to the Xuanwang realm to help him cultivate. The only close relative of Tao harmonization. Even if Li Fan was just immortal, the cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Alliance under Bai Shuyu's rule did not dare to show the slightest disrespect to Li Fan. Li Fan indulged in pleasure, enjoying himself to the fullest. With a mortal body, he controlled female cultivators whose cultivation far surpassed him. How happy he was. As long as her nephew was happy, Bai Shuyu didn't care. She even took the initiative to find suitable candidates for him, wanting to add blood to the Li family. It was a pity that it seemed to be the consequence of changing his fate, and no descendants were born no matter what method was used. After Bai Shuyu was relieved, she no longer forced it. This life seemed to be perfect enough. But all these happinesses ended again with Li Fan's lifespan. "Aunt, I don't want to die." At the time of his death, Li Fan revealed an old face, stripped of the youthful appearance forcibly maintained by natural treasures. But he cried like a child. Seeing Bai Shuyu's heartache, she seemed to have returned to the year she was just reborn. "Don't be afraid, Fener. Aunt will definitely save you." Bai Shuyu wanted to use natural treasures to help Li Fan extend his life, but in the end, she was powerless to turn the tide. "Aunt," a tear streak crossed, and Li Fan fell again in front of Bai Shuyu. As if in an instant, Bai Shuyu's energy and spirit were drained. This powerful Tao harmonization cultivator also became old. Bai Shuyu couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in her heart. It was already very good. Without any more motivation, Bai Shuyu, exhausted, died of depression 10 years later. Returning to truth, Li Fan, who had died one step earlier, spoke quietly in the darkness. Although he no longer cared about the desires of the mortal body, it was not bad to taste it again occasionally. "It's just that my dear aunt seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Do I want to give her a push? Forget it, let's take a look. If I leave a flaw, and all my efforts are wasted, it will not be good." The Holy Creation Plan, the 15th life. The reborn Bai Shuyu did not move for a long time. After Tao harmonization, there is no hope of longevity. Suddenly, she sighed. The closer she got to the realm of longevity, the more she could appreciate the terror of the transmission law Celestial Venerable. The huge gap between Tao harmonization and longevity made it difficult for Bai Shuyu to have the confidence to go further. Especially, under the system of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, there is no opportunity for Tao harmonization to be promoted. But I heard that the Five Elders Association, the latest novel, is first published in the 6th 9 books bar. Could it be that I'm going to change places this life? After thinking about it carefully, Bai Shuyu still shook her head and denied it. In essence, there should be no difference. If you want to break this kind of shackle, perhaps I can only rely on the new method. It took a year for Bai Shuyu to regain her spirits. In the process of practicing as usual, she devoted almost all her spare time to comprehending the new method. At the same time, she felt that she might not be able to do it alone. So she shared her understanding with Shangren Yin. Bai Shuyu's talent and learning amazed Shangren Yin. Shangren Yin was convinced and willingly helped her refer. During the exchange between the two, he also revealed many secrets about the Xuanwang realm to Bai Shuyu. But even if the two worked together, the new method was difficult to push forward even a bit. 15th, 16th, 17th. When the number of Bai Shuyu's reincarnation rebirths crossed the threshold of 20 times. Perhaps it was the qualitative change brought about by the spiritual superposition, a flash of inspiration flashed in Bai Shuyu's mind, and she finally vaguely glimpsed the path ahead. After using me as the foundation, it's the chaos golden elixir. The chaos, the origin of all things, created in Tai, transformed in yin and yang. At this time, Bai Shuyu was no longer the crude peasant woman she used to be. Having read all the classics, what she knew, learned, and knew had far surpassed most people in the Xuanwang realm. The vast expanse of chaos, originating from the innate, the beginning of infinity. And the yin and yang are divided, the heaven and earth are positioned, the cycle is dynamic and static. Kan and Li are reversed, the fire flies to the blue sea to refine the vacuum. Tai contains the true image, the jade tripod flows with beads and condenses, and the divine transformation is combined with the mysterious. The knowledge accumulated over thousands of years, as if tempered by the fire of inspiration, finally burst out with an extremely abundant force. Overturning all the giant stones blocking the road. Revealing a broad road. With my nephew's talent, cultivation methods that are too difficult are definitely not possible. The so-called seeing one's nature can clarify one's mind. Although it is feasible to use me as the foundation, not to mention ordinary people, even if it is me, it is extremely difficult to truly understand myself. Therefore, we must never set the initial threshold for cultivation so high. It can be done separately. In Bai Shuyu's mind, thousands of thoughts merged at this moment. Each stage of the new method should be cultivated at the same time. Build the foundation when building the foundation, and also build the foundation when forming the golden elixir, and even the nascent soul and transformation stage, every step of cultivation must be built without stopping. Until the end, it is the real using me as the foundation. Similarly, the word chaos encompasses everything. It can be controlled with the absolute starting stage of cultivation. At first, it is just a nascent elixir. With each step forward, we must add more fire and ingredients, and further refine it. The same is true for every realm after the golden elixir. The new method should be a method in which all realms are cultivated at the same time. Every progress in one's own cognition, every improvement in the cognition of the principles of heaven and earth, is the driving force for advancing the realm. Like a galloping horse, moving forward without stopping. Until, at the moment of consummation, the foundation is built, the golden elixir is formed, the nascent soul is formed, and finally, even longevity is achieved. Bai Shuyu transformed her own realm and returned to the posture of immortal. Then take the path of the new method again. If the method she created, even she herself does not have the confidence to follow it, how can her thoughts be clear? Bai Shuyu does not seek to fully know her true self, but only uses the self-knowledge in the current state to build her own foundation. As if carving a self-stone statue between the stone walls of a mountain forest. The subsequent cultivation is the process of constantly reshaping the statue and reopening it up. Since the foundation building statue has been completed, the next step is to achieve the golden elixir avenue. The experiences, knowledge, learning, and feelings of the 20 reincarnations are gathered in the mind. Finally, it turned into a colorful golden elixir, appearing between the eyebrows of the self-stone statue. This is the sum of my perceptions of everything in the world, in harmony with the Tao, and in harmony with the Tao. As I continue to reincarnate, my insights will continue to increase. This golden elixir will also become more and more colorful. With a thought, the golden elixir is formed. Once the golden elixir was formed, the self-stone statue instantly became 10,000 times more vivid. Just like Bai Shuyu herself. After the golden elixir, it is the nascent soul. Bai Shuyu only felt that her inspiration was like a rushing river, endless. So she continued to deduce towards the next step. The nascent soul, like the unborn embryo, resembles the Taiji structure of heaven. Man embraces the body of heaven and earth, cherishes the pure essence, and is the most spiritual of life. Use the body of the true self to deconstruct the world you see. However, most people in the world are dull, and even the body of the mortal self may not be able to see and know everything, so how can they see the real world? The world is boundless and infinite. No matter what the true face is, it will eventually change with the increase of realm strength. Therefore, Bai Shuyu felt something, under the colorful golden elixir in the self-stone statue. The nascent soul appeared in the Tanjong acupoint. It's just that this nascent soul is different from the nascent soul of the heavenly cave created by the transmission law, and the classical nascent soul recorded in the past dynasties. Are not the same. Instead, it is transparent throughout, like a white wall. It seems to reflect the world you see. Using me as the foundation, the chaos golden elixir. After that, it is the spirit mirror nascent soul. The treasure mirror is polished clear, only illuminating a room. The heart mirror is polished clear, can illuminate the 6 harmonies. The more you see, the wider you illuminate. The bigger the world, the more concrete the mirror. Bai Shuyu nascent soul spirit mirror nascent soul, emitting a faint luster. Flashed past what I saw in the past 20 lives. The self-stone statue, with such reflection, also stained a bit of the atmosphere of the world. Bai Shuyu, who had dispersed her cultivation and rebuilt, was only in the nascent soul state. But as the stone statue, golden core, and spirit mirror successively took shape, her own aura returned to its peak in a short period of time. With the body of a nascent soul, she was comparable to a Tao harmonization cultivator. However, a moment later, Bai Shuyu's vitality, just as it reached its peak, suddenly declined. It was clear that her comprehension of the Tao had exhausted her mind and spirit, causing her soul to scatter and perish. 1631. Li Fan sees his true self. Project Saint Creation, 21st Life. Using my foundation establishment, Primal Chaos Golden Core, Spirit Mirror Nascent Soul. Just deducing the new method to the nascent soul realm seemed to completely drain Bai Shuyu's spiritual energy. So much so that even after experiencing a rebirth, she still felt extremely tired, as if she hadn't rested enough. As a result, Bai Shuyu, in a rare occurrence, stayed in bed for several days to rest. "Aunt, are you all right?" Li Fan asked with concern, bringing over a bowl of hot porridge he had personally cooked. Bai Shuyu's spirit lifted, and she drank the porridge. "Fanur, don't worry, Aunt is just feeling a little tired and will be fine after a few days of rest." Li Fan paused, a strange expression on his face. Why does Aunt speak so formally? Bai Shuyu's heart trembled, and she laughed dryly, covering it up. "It seems that along with the change in my spirituality, there are many other subtle things that are changing. Fortunately, the matter of continuous reincarnation is truly unbelievable. My nephew wouldn't think of it in that direction." However, what Bai Shuyu found a bit amusing was that although her nephew was fooled on the surface, he was still very worried behind her back and went to invite the village witch to cure her. Looking at the bowl of talisman water that the witch handed over in Li Fan's hopeful eyes, Bai Shuyu felt a little helpless, but in the end, she still drank the talisman water. After the commotion, Bai Shuyu settled Li Fan down and didn't rush into the Xuanwang world, but instead went to the nearest spiritual mountain. She sat down and began to comprehend the Tao. Dissection Mountain Peak. Seeing the heart and clarifying the nature, using my foundation establishment. A new life, and I become different from the past. Bai Shuyu sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, looking at the vast and boundless sea of clouds in front of her, and examined herself. As if the heavens were holding a handle, an invisible knife drew extremely profound trajectories in the void. Bai Shuyu's own statue slowly formed in the darkness. Compared to the end of the previous life, this self-statue resembled Bai Shuyu even more. After a few breaths, Bai Shuyu was already at the great circle of foundation establishment. This is the superiority of the new method. If I were still practicing the Heavenly Venerable's method, I would have to painstakingly search for natural treasures. Although I can find increasingly better quality treasures with the convenience of continuous rebirth, the earthly marvel is already the limit. Moreover, most of them are controlled by the Dharma transmitters. The heavenly marvel is even more unthinkable. Moreover, even the heavenly marvel may not be comparable to foundation establishment with myself. Bai Shuyu looked at the self-statue in her body with satisfaction, took a deep breath, and tightly gripped the supreme-grade spirit stone in her arms. Within her sea of consciousness, countless colorful beams of light transformed and intertwined, and soon turned into a primal chaos golden core. The supreme-grade spirit stone instantly became much smaller. Although it is a land of immortal extinction, it is not absolutely without spiritual energy. It's just that the amount is too small, negligible. Bai Shuyu sat on the mountain peak, her eyes sweeping across the entire Great Zan small world. There are actually a few places with spiritual energy fluctuations. With a flash of her figure, Bai Shuyu investigated these locations. The tomb of Yi Xingzi, a disciple of the Tian sect. The tomb of Qian Hong. They are all burial places for cultivators who have fallen here. Apart from this, nothing else is of any value. Bai Shuyu shook the heavenly lock treasure box in her hand. I wonder what exactly is hidden inside. Having been a Dao harmonization cultivator, Bai Shuyu's vision was already extremely high, and ordinary treasures were no longer in her eyes. However, after unlocking the heavenly lock treasure box with the heavenly Zan mirror and discovering the Dao transformation stone inside, Bai Shuyu was still a little excited. I didn't expect my hometown to hide such a treasure. She had long heard of the wonders of the Dao transformation stone. However, even as a Dao harmonization cultivator in the Immortal Alliance, she had no way to obtain one. If the Dao transformation stone can increase the deduction power by several times and be used to assist in the development of the spirit mirror nascent soul, the effect will be outstanding. Within Bai Shuyu's middle dantian, the nascent soul's mirror-like body seemed to have been wiped clean. It became several times clearer in an instant. In addition, the reflected world also showed more details. The clouds in the sky, the weeds on the ground, moving with the wind, everything was like reality. Bai Shuyu immersed herself in it, feeling that the world had never been so bright before. If I had this item in my previous life, I wouldn't have died from exhaustion. After a long time, Bai Shuyu exhaled and sighed in her heart. It's a pity it's just a low grade. If it were a high grade, or even the legendary Dao Transformation Stone Mother, I wonder how much it would help me. But it reminds me that there are many treasures in the Xuanwang world that can improve comprehension ability, like the Supreme Sex Enlightenment Pill and the Heavenly Zan Enlightenment. Appropriately using external force may achieve twice the result with half the effort. Bai Shuyu stayed in the Great Zan small world, illuminating every corner of this world. After finding nothing more, she then leisurely went to the Xuanwang world. Not long after Bai Shuyu left, not far from where she comprehended the Dao on the mountain peak, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Li Fan, Spirit Mirror Nascent Soul. The superposition of 20 lives of spirituality is truly extraordinary. It has walked a path completely different from the deductions of Su Bai and the Holy Emperor. Su Bai only proposed a vague framework, so let's not talk about it for now. The Holy Emperor's deduction was probably influenced by the Taiwei Holy Emperor. The importance of the Holy Dynasty lies entirely in the Taiwei Holy Emperor alone. Therefore, the new method he deduced would not consider the so-called dissemination at all. But Aunt is really doing her best for me. Li Fan chuckled and pointed a finger at the void in front of him. A phantom of Li Fan learned Bai Shuyu's previous appearance, facing the sea of clouds and sitting cross-legged. Although it was a phantom, the flickering of light and shadow was no different from an actual flesh and blood body. The phantom closed its eyes, its chest rising and falling with breathing, like another Li Fan. Truth and falsehood in one thought, illusion changes from the heart. Li Fan chanted softly, quite satisfied with his performance. In 20 lives of reincarnation, Aunt has transformed from a mortal into a Dao harmonization great cultivator. She has also deduced and comprehended the 3 layers of the new method. Naturally, it was impossible for Li Fan to have no gains at all. The seemingly real and illusory body in front of him was his creation using the transformation of truth and falsehood. My body in the mortal state. Ignoring the existence of, still real. Li Fan walked around the virtual and real body a few times, nodding constantly. Apart from the influence brought about by infinite spirituality, it is almost no different from the real me. Even if it is placed in front of Aunt, she would not recognize that this is just my creation. The understanding of spirituality is still too shallow. Let's not worry about it for now. Using this body as an experiment, everything that happens within it can be reproduced in my body intact and without loss. Foundation establishment with myself. A faint light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and an invisible blade quickly carved inside the virtually created Li Fan's body. He was carving his own statue within the virtually created self's body. It seemed a bit awkward, but with each carving, Li Fan's understanding of himself seemed to increase by a few points. Laughing and scolding is me, fearing death is also me. Worrying about the world is me, ignoring all living beings is also me. Extravagance and desire are me, obsession with longevity is also me. Still real, is essentially just an amplifier, focusing on certain characteristics of my personality and infinitely amplifying them. But there is no fundamental transformation. Scenes of past reincarnations flashed before Li Fan's eyes. His statue also became more and more angular and increasingly complex. Bai Shuyu could complete foundation establishment with myself in one thought, but Li Fan's first step would take at least 100 years. But Li Fan was very patient. The latest novels are first published at 6-9 Books Bar. After Bai Shuyu returned to the Xuanwang world, she found Shengren Yin as usual. Although she didn't mention the matter of rebirth, she shared the newly comprehended cultivation method with him. Shengren Yin was also so excited that he danced with joy. Having immersed himself in the new method for many years, he was only a step away from breaking through. Now that Bai Shuyu had pointed it out, Shengren Yin comprehended the Tao on the spot. In just a few days, he, like Bai Shuyu, advanced to the nascent soul realm. The dark wounds from the foundation establishment stage were also repaired, and his speech no longer had overlapping sounds. I have some clues about the Tao transformation stone you mentioned. I vaguely remember that the Tian sect is still hiding in this world. But the specific location, Shengren Yin scratched his head, but couldn't remember. Bai Shuyu comforted him, it doesn't matter, it's good that they are still alive. As long as they are there, it will take some time to find them. It is said that the Tao Transformation Stone Mother has a deduction power hundreds of millions of times greater than ordinary Tao Transformation Stones. If we can get its help, I'm afraid we can easily perfect the new method. Shengren Yin deeply agreed. In addition to the Tao Transformation Stone Mother, you may want to try other possible methods. For example, the Enlightenment Boundless Wall, and the Mortal Transformation Divine Wall. Shengren Yin gave various suggestions. Bai Shuyu sighed, the Xuanwang world actually has so many incredible wonders. It's truly hard to imagine what a magnificent sight the vast star sea outside the Xuanwang would be like. Shengren Yin shook his head, I'm afraid the entire star sea combined is not as good as a corner of the Xuanwang. Bai Shuyu was stunned when she heard this. Then, Shengren Yin told Bai Shuyu about the calamity that descended and the catastrophe of the star sea's destruction. Bai Shuyu's heart was shaken. Although I had heard of the ancient calamity before, I always thought that after so many years, there should be a revival of life outside the Xuanwang. But I didn't expect. Moreover, there is also the Dharma transmitting heavenly Venerable, collecting remnants of the world and patching up the Xuanwang. The true face of the Xuanwang world began to be barely unveiled before Bai Shuyu. Bai Shuyu knew that there were too many secrets in the Xuanwang world. But she also firmly believed that with her ability to be reborn infinitely, these secrets would instead help break the shackles of Dharma transmission. One step at a time. In the eyes of the spirit mirror nascent soul, a miniature scene of the Xuanwang world shrouded in mist appeared. The first place Bai Shuyu visited was the Enlightenment Boundless Wall in Tianliang Prefecture. It is said that comprehending the Tao in front of this wall has a certain probability of being sucked into it. Although the flow of time is different from the outside world, there is a risk of dying of old age within it. But the enlightenment bonus effect within it is several times better than the heavenly Zon enlightenment. It's perfect for me. Bai Shuyu stared intently at the smooth stone wall in front of her. In a trance, she actually sensed the heartbeat of this stone wall. It's not my illusion. Bai Shuyu reached out and gently stroked it. The next moment, the scene in front of her changed, and she entered the boundless wall. Just as the rumors outside said, as soon as she entered, she seemed to have received some kind of blessing. Her mind became 10,000 times more active. Past accumulated knowledge and learning were reorganized and summarized, converging towards the original Tao between heaven and earth. But the price was that her vitality was rapidly consumed. As the saying goes, hearing the Tao in the morning, dying in the evening. Obviously, the cultivators immersed in enlightenment here would not care about this at all. They allowed their life force to flow away, immersing themselves in enlightenment. This place was naturally also useful to Bai Shuyu. But she saw something that others could not see. Above the heads of each cultivator, there seemed to be an invisible tentacle extending from the void. It deeply pierced into the heads of the cultivators here, occasionally shaking non-stop. Accompanied by the intoxicated expressions of the absorbed cultivators, this scene seemed particularly strange. It seemed that it was these tentacles that helped the cultivators within the boundless wall to complete their enlightenment. You can see me, a soft whisper sounded beside Bai Shuyu. Bai Shuyu was not frightened, but nodded. Then, in your eyes, what do I look like? Bai Shuyu answered truthfully, tentacles, huh. The voice was a little lost, and then said, it's already good. Hearing these seemingly comforting words, Bai Shuyu was a little curious, isn't this your original appearance? The voice smiled, a frog in a well, seeing the square inch of sky above its head, only thinks that the sky is just that shape and that size. Birds in the sky, although they see the boundless sky, also think that is the true face of the sky. In fact, there is a sky beyond the sky, and the mountains and seas are boundless, which cannot be seen by mortals. Although ridiculed as a frog in a well, Bai Shuyu was not angry. Listening to Senior's words, it seems that you have a wide range of knowledge. You can see scenery that we cannot see. But why are you trapped here? Trapped? What are you talking about? I'm just eating. Since many years ago, I was thrown here, and there have been cultivators constantly entering my stomach. Sitting still, food falls from the sky. Since there is such a good thing, why should I bother? The voice was complacent. Eating completely. Bai Shuyu was thoughtful. That's right, just like you. Do you think that your enlightenment is inspired by me? In fact, I just accelerated the rate at which your lives flow, concentrating the thoughts that would be born in a lifetime in this moment. A lifetime, hundreds or even thousands of years, what should have been, is advanced in advance. This is the truth here. You cultivators are mostly impatient people. Clearly, you will always have it if you rely on yourself, but you always want to rely on external force. It's just making it easier for me. It seemed that it had been a long time since it had talked to anyone, and the voice tirelessly told Bai Shuyu. At the same time, the tentacle inserted into Bai Shuyu's head was also constantly extracting Bai Shuyu's vitality. Why is it that after hearing so much from me, there is no slightest tremor in your heart? The voice was a little surprised. Bai Shuyu stared at the tentacle above her head, which seemed to be changing shape again, and suddenly smiled. It seems that your knowledge is only so-so. 1632. I will become a saint. Despite being looked down upon by a mere mortal, the voice didn't express much anger, only curiosity. What do you mean by that? Bai Shuyu smiled weakly, about to answer, but her head drooped gently, and she couldn't utter another word. She had been drained of her life force by the tentacle. The tentacle stirred for a while in confusion. After receiving no response, it retreated into the void somewhat dejectedly. I think Auntie is right. Your knowledge is nothing more than this. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed within the immeasurable enlightenment wall. The other cultivators were oblivious. But the thousands of looming tentacles trembled violently. Who is it? The only response was, indeed. It could act mysteriously in front of Auntie, but Li Fan saw through its essence at a glance. It was just one of the many immortal artifacts from the immortal realm that had been thrown into the rotten chessboard Dao field back then. The kind that Li Fan could annihilate countless of with a wave of his hand. Let's leave this opportunity for Auntie. From the 22nd to the 25th rebirths of the Holy Creation Project, Bai Shuyu spent most of her time in the immeasurable enlightenment wall. Using its characteristics of absorbing life force and catalyzing enlightenment to shorten the duration of each life and accelerate the efficiency of derivation. However, after entering the 26th rebirth, Bai Shuyu temporarily gave up the idea of entering the immeasurable wall for enlightenment. For no other reason than that her own accumulation had been exhausted in these past lives. Her mind was empty, so naturally, she couldn't derive any further progress. Although she still hadn't comprehended the part after the new law nascent soul, Bai Shuyu already had a vague shadow of the path ahead in her mind. Heaven and earth are boundless, mountains and seas are infinite. What people can glimpse is only within an inch. To exhaust the extremes of heaven and earth, one must look at the long term. During these past lives of enlightenment in the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu would always chat with the tentacle, saying a word or two. Relying on the advantage of foresight, she actually gained the upper hand in sophistry. Although she didn't know what the mountains and seas, frequently mentioned in the immeasurable wall's words referred to, Bai Shuyu vaguely had a premonition that it didn't simply refer to the mountains and oceans between heaven and earth. But it didn't prevent Bai Shuyu from learning and applying it. Just as the immeasurable wall said, our understanding is limited. The spirit mirror nascent soul, even if it can clearly reflect everything seen and felt, is still just a speck of Hongmeng. Therefore, one needs to travel beyond the physical, enter and exit the Taishu. In one thought, heaven and earth, in one thought, roam mountains and seas. Even though she vaguely had a general direction, Bai Shuyu still had no clue how to achieve the realm of traveling the Taishu. Perhaps I can find answers to learn from in the countless secrets of the Xuanwang treasure land. After leaving the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu first went to the mortal transformation wall, which was as famous as the immeasurable wall. Mortal shadows, transforming into gods in one step. Elegant demeanor, indeed makes people yearn for it. However, Bai Shuyu stared at the blurry figure presented in the shadow wall, and for some reason, a sense of familiarity arose in her heart. It's not an illusion, I have indeed come into contact with the power surrounding this figure. And more than once. Exactly. Bai Shuyu frowned, standing in front of the transformation wall, motionless for a long time. This kind of thing happened from time to time and did not attract the attention of others. Bai Shuyu stood there for half a month. In the nascent soul spirit mirror, many past experiences flashed one after another. In the end, Bai Shuyu got the answer. And this answer was far beyond her expectations. This sense of familiarity is actually from when I expelled the immortal mortal taint from my body with the 5 spirits induction method every time I was reborn. Bai Shuyu was stunned. Ordinary people only have one chance to remove the taint from their bodies in their entire lives. Either succeed and embark on the path of cultivation from then on, or fail and be forever separated from the immortal path. So it is extremely difficult to detect the similarity between the power of the immortal mortal taint and the figure in the transformation wall. However, she, Bai Shuyu, had repeated this step more than 20 times. In addition to her constantly stacking terrifying qualifications, she was naturally able to glimpse the connection. Could it be, this mortal who transforms into a god in one step is the culprit who created the immortal mortal taint? Why would he do this? If it weren't for this immortal mortal taint, the cultivation of me and my nephew wouldn't have been so difficult back then. The events of more than 20 lives ago flashed through Bai Shuyu's mind, and Bai Shuyu instinctively had no good feelings towards this person. Her intuition told her that this figure must be hiding some great secret. Moreover, I seem to have encountered him in other places. Bai Shuyu instinctively felt a sense of vigilance. She was already someone with the secret of rebirth, and now she suddenly discovered that a mysterious figure was constantly appearing in various places in her life. How could Bai Shuyu not feel terrified? In order to solve this hidden danger, Bai Shuyu began to pursue this mysterious figure. Relying on her keen perception, using the similarity between the power in the immeasurable wall and the immortal mortal taint as a medium, she searched for other related existences in the Xuanwang heaven and earth according to the map. If she didn't search, it wouldn't matter, but after some searching, Bai Shuyu actually discovered that the Xuanwang heaven and earth was full of the other party's figures. Underground in Keeling Prefecture, there are hidden ancient immortal method miasma, which is extremely dangerous. Within a strange small world of a strange beast, there are sword chi left by it involved. The soul of heaven and earth is hidden deep within the cornerstone of Xuanwang heaven and earth. In the fallen immortal realm, there is also a faint power transmitted from it. More importantly, the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the Museum of Divine Treasures. And the bones of the first cultivator said to have died from the immortal mortal taint, treasured by Yin Shangren. They are all of the same origin as this aura. He created the immortal mortal taint, and he was the first to die from the immortal mortal taint. Could it be that he was not strong enough, and after doing such a heinous thing, he suffered retribution and was backlashed? Bai Shuyu guessed. However, after sharing this discovery with Yin Shangren, Bai Shuyu got the correct answer. You mean, this person is both the old Law Heavenly Venerable and the new Law Heavenly Venerable. And he shook the foundation of the Dharma transmission with his own life. Bai Shuyu frowned. Yin Shangren, the #1 fan of Su Bai, held the ribs in his arms and nodded sadly. Bai Shuyu hesitated to speak. What bullshit, there is an immortal road ahead that cannot be stepped on, and the Dharma transmitting Heavenly Venerable is above. Even if the Dharma transmission truly dominates an era, being able to achieve the 2 Heavenly Venerables of the old and new laws, his talent must not be weak. He doesn't even have the courage to come out and fight, so why did he commit suicide directly? Bai Shuyu slandered in her heart. However, due to Yin Shangren's relationship, she did not say it directly in front of him. Even after many reincarnations, Bai Shuyu still cherished her and her nephew's lives very much. After all, no one can be sure whether their rebirth will suddenly fail. Live each life as if it were the last. This is what should be done. Seeming to have noticed the thoughts in Bai Shuyu's heart, Yin Shengren said solemnly, he must have his reasons for doing this. I believe him. Looking at Yin Shengren's determined appearance, Bai Shuyu was speechless. By the way, when you looked at Su Bai's skull, did you have a special feeling? To change the subject, Bai Shuyu asked. Of course, qi and blood are surging, as if I can hear my own heartbeat. The other party's smiling face appears before my eyes. I'm not talking about this. Bai Shuyu interrupted Yin Shengren's performance. After pondering for a moment, she also said somewhat uncertainly, I mean, it seems to condense some unique thoughts. As if it is not just a simple skeleton. Bai Shuyu pointed to the ribs in Yin Shengren's arms, I can't feel this thing. You mean, Su Bai may still be alive? Yin Shengren was immediately excited. Bai Shuyu was a little helpless, perhaps. It's just a feeling. Your feeling must be right. That's right, how could a character like Su Bai fall so easily? Soon, Yin Shengren convinced himself. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. He suddenly stood up. No, I'm going to save him. I don't know if it's okay. Since I know, I must never continue to let him be placed there, like a toy, being visited. Bai Shuyu quickly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Not to mention that the skull is at the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, heavily guarded. Even entering is very difficult. Just talking about the mysterious curator of the Museum of Divine Treasures is not something you and I can deal with. Yin Shengren said fiercely. I know that old thing, he is strong, but he cherishes his life very much. If we fight desperately, and he can't stop us from taking action, he will never fight to the death with us. As for the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, it's very simple, I'll make a mess and call the Myriad Immortals Alliance to be ineffective and take care of itself. Bai Shuyu looked suspicious. You. Yin Shengren patted his chest and guaranteed, thanks to the new law created by fellow Taoist Bai, I have recovered more memories. I also told you before that I am actually the remaining ghost of the Xuanwang devouring worlds. To put it simply, it is the scraps that the Xuanwang realm doesn't like. However, although they are scraps, if they accumulate a lot, and make a fuss at the same time in an instant. Yin Shengren snorted a few times. When I was born, the ghosts of many worlds gathered, and a state of the Xuanwang realm was shrouded in strange power. All the laws of the Xuanwang realm were transformed into existences similar to the nature of ghosts. At that time, in the sky, countless me fell like raindrops. Later, the Myriad Immortals Alliance spent a lot of effort to quell this change. And at that time, we only used a small part of our power. A centipede dies but does not fall. The more remnant worlds the Xuanwang realm devours, the stronger we become. It's just that in the past, the insects had no leader and were difficult to achieve anything. But now, I may be able to forcibly command them. A strange aura gradually emerged from Yin Shengren's body. Bai Shuyu didn't care much about Yin Shengren's true identity. If you really want to talk about it, her constant reincarnation experience is even more bizarre than the other parties. Moreover, she was indeed curious about the power surrounding Su Bai's skull. She even had a subtle desire in her heart. After pondering for a while, she asked in a low voice, how sure are you? 30%. Yin Shengren looked proud. 30%, that's not a small chance. After thinking for a moment, Bai Shuyu made up her mind. Although she cherishes her life, the constant reborner is also the one who is least afraid of fighting. After some careful preparation, Bai Shuyu set the time to take action. Because of the Five Elements Cave Heaven, the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Five Elders Association will be caught in a great war. You and I secretly add fuel to the fire to expand the battle. Then, you suddenly launch an attack from the outside and add another fire. As for Su Bai's skull in the Museum of Divine Treasures, leave it to me. Bai Shuyu instructed. Be careful in everything, the two said to each other, and then waited for the opportunity. Yin Shengren didn't ask how Bai Shuyu knew that the Five Elders Association and the Myriad Immortals Alliance would fight because of the Five Elements Cave Heaven in the future. Now he is only thinking about getting Su Bai's skull. Just as Bai Shuyu predicted, with the discovery of the Five Elements Cave Heaven, the war was about to break out. Yin Shengren and Bai Shuyu fueled the flames everywhere. The situation became more tense and anxious. Seeing that it was almost time, Yin Shengren was also ready to take action. Let you taste the hatred we have accumulated over the years. He stared at the sky of the Xuanwang realm and let out a few extremely gloomy laughs. Boom boom boom. One after another green lightning bolts flashed across the sky in various places in the Xuanwang realm for no reason. Like a swimming dragon, cutting through the sky. In the cracks, rolling gloomy air poured out frantically. In an instant, the Xuanwang realm was rendered a ghost realm. Corpses fell from the sky, and countless Yin Shengren laughed wildly and descended into the world. Their clothes and bodies were different, but they all had the same head. Xuanwang realm, return my life. The sound in their mouths was like ghosts crying and wolves howling. They launched indiscriminate attacks on the cultivators they encountered. The extraterrestrial demons have invaded. This sudden scene caught the myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators off guard. They quickly organized defenses. But these Yin Shengren were not afraid of death. And as long as they were not completely smashed to pieces, even if only a small piece of tissue remained, they could still have their own consciousness and attack again. They were extremely difficult to deal with. More importantly, each Yin Shengren's strength was at the nascent soul realm. A single nascent soul can naturally be ignored. But the endless nascent souls all over the mountains and plains. It was indeed a bit terrifying. Even Hidao had to temporarily avoid its edge in this offensive. The myriad Immortals Alliance's defense line gradually collapsed, and the Five Elders Association chose to watch from the sidelines. The Dharma transmitters finally chose to take action. At this moment, Bai Shuyu had successfully arrived in front of Su Bai's skull. Disintegration disc. A treasure mirror appeared in Bai Shuyu's palm, emitting a faint blue light, shining on Su Bai's skull. Wherever the blue light passed, the restrictions were broken layer by layer. Bai Shuyu grabbed Su Bai's skull and quickly retreated. In order to successfully implement the plan, Bai Shuyu had spent a lot of effort to obtain a disintegration disc reward from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Unexpectedly, after a moment, she would use it to steal the Immortal Alliance's treasure. A figure suddenly appeared, blocking Bai Shuyu's path. Without a word, Bai Shuyu burned her whole body's essence, blood and vitality. A simple and ancient statue of herself appeared behind her, staring at the blocking Di Sanmo. Try to stop me. The spirit mirror nascent soul stood on the statue's chest. On the mirror-like body, Di Sanmo's true face was faintly reflected. Bai Shuyu's speed did not decrease, Di Sanmo hesitated slightly, and still flashed away. 1633. Ant Fan Wang becomes a fairy. Supreme Master Yin rampaged thoroughly until the power accumulated over 10,000 years by the remnant world spirits was completely exhausted, only then reluctantly stopping. He quietly retreated and rejoined Bai Shuyu. The two stood side by side before Su Bai's skull. After overcoming the initial excitement, Supreme Master Yin finally calmed down. Special intent. Supreme Master Yin didn't see anything special about the skull before him. However, Bai Shuyu became even more certain. My previous judgment was not wrong. The spirit mirror nascent soul clearly reflected a faint figure within the skull. At the same time, the primordial chaos golden core seemed to sense something, and thousands of rays of light instantly radiated from the golden core, twisting towards Su Bai's skull. It seemed that something within the skull had a fatal attraction to it. Having confirmed her guess, Bai Shuyu thought that communicating with the figure within the skull would not be difficult. But the reality was quite different from her expectations. A full 50 years passed without any success. It was as if the hidden shadow in the skull was just her illusion. Even Supreme Master Yin was about to give up, and instead focused his main energy on continuing to deduce new techniques. But Bai Shuyu refused to believe it. It's clearly there, but unseen. But this is also to be expected. Su Bai's skull has been placed in the Museum of Divine Treasures for so many years and has been visited by countless cultivators. If it were so easy to discover, it wouldn't have been left until now. If it doesn't come to see me, then I will go to see it. After half a century of fruitless effort, Bai Shuyu finally changed her approach. 50 years later, Su Bai's skull was still quietly displayed. Only in the reflection of the spirit mirror nascent soul, another figure suddenly appeared outside the skull. It was Bai Shuyu. This is, seeing the world from a different perspective. This phantom was not real. Rather, it was a concentrated embodiment of Bai Shuyu's observation and perception within a certain range around herself. It was a divine power that Bai Shuyu had developed over the past 100 years to see. Bai Shuyu called it divine pivot. The divine pivot phantom could fly into the sky with a single thought, or escape into the earth with a single thought. What it observed and saw was very different from visual observation or divine sense observation. What it touched and saw was closer to the essence of its Tao and principles. Of course, this was the essence within the limits of Bai Shuyu's comprehension. In fact, as Bai Shuyu's strength continuously increased and her vision gradually broadened, even if she used the divine pivot divine power in the same way, what she saw would not be the same. At this moment, the divine pivot phantom floated gracefully. It entered Su Bai's skull. Before it even entered, Bai Shuyu felt an extremely gentle energy faintly coming from within the skull. If the myriad realms were like the surface of a sea in a stormy weather with howling winds, then the skull was a safe haven that brought peace of mind. Without the support of the main body's energy, the divine pivot would normally only be able to last for 30 days. But within this skull, nourished by heaven and earth, it can survive indefinitely without chaotic consumption. The inside of Su Bai's skull was not a dead silence, but a space filled with a warm yellow glow. Countless fragments of light and shadow floated and moved like ribbons. And not far away, a figure was vigilantly staring at Bai Shuyu. It was the one she had been searching for 100 years. Su Bai, Bai Shuyu asked. Su Bai, the figure asked back with some doubt. Now it was Bai Shuyu's turn to be surprised. Greetings, fellow Taoist, my name is Chao Sidao. Chao Sidao briefly explained his experience of being born in the era, going through hundreds of lifetimes of reincarnation, and finally escaping. Similar experiences to her own caused Bai Shuyu to feel a moment of confusion and doubt. Am I also in a huge era? However, this question only lasted for a moment and quickly disappeared. It's not that I was hiding from you, fellow Taoist, but it was a last resort. I am not a creature of the Xuanwang realm, but just a wisp of intent. If I leave the protection of the skull, I'm afraid I will disappear in an instant. Especially since you have been enveloping the skull with your divine sense power in order to find me. How can I withstand such torture? Chao Sidao explained with a wry smile. Bai Shuyu was enlightened upon hearing this. Although the other party was not Su Bai, Bai Shuyu was still overjoyed after talking with him. Chao Sidao's experiences and knowledge from hundreds of lifetimes of reincarnation, although most of them were not applicable to the reality of Xuanwang, were not all castles in the air. Rather, they had a real theoretical basis. They could greatly increase and nourish Bai Shuyu's primordial chaos golden core. The primordial chaos golden core was the sum of all her perceptions of the world. The more she knew and saw, the more dazzling the primordial chaos golden core would become. Moreover, what Chao Sidao has learned is very different from the inheritance of the Xuanwang realm and the myriad Immortals alliance. It is of great significance to my deduction and accumulation. Bai Shuyu spent the remaining years of this life discussing Tao with Chao Sidao. Unaware of the passage of time. Until more than 900 years later. As if the sky was suddenly torn open, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly rose in Bai Shuyu's heart. However, before she could figure out what was happening, she, or most of the creatures in the entire Xuanwang realm, had already died. In a days before her death, Bai Shuyu seemed to see the illusion of boundless continuous mountains and seas above her head. Heaven and earth are boundless, mountains and seas are infinite. The words of the Enlightenment boundless wall involuntarily echoed in Bai Shuyu's mind again. Black Heaven Physician completed the retrieval of himself on this possibility and was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the world below with some nostalgia. The Heaven Law Realm. With the help of countless world remnants, the Heaven Law Realm was being reborn on the shell of the Xuanwang realm. 10,000 years of fleeting time, finally able to do this step. It's a pity, it's meaningless. Although he said so, Black Heaven Physician did not destroy this masterpiece of his on this possibility. Instead, he passed down several golden needles to help remove and stabilize the many drawbacks that appeared in the fusion and rebirth of the Heaven Law realm. This me is too kind and indecisive. Black Heaven Physician shook his head slightly. Without experiencing complete destruction, how can there be true rebirth? Only after complete silence can a complete flower of life be born. All the creatures in the world are obstacles to the re-emergence of vitality. Just remove them all, and in less than 3,000 years, the real Heaven Law realm will reappear. And it will be much better than this current hybrid appearance. Wherever Black Heaven Physician's gaze passed, all vitality in the world was extinguished. Whether it was foundation establishment, or Tao integration, or longevity. There was no difference. In this possibility that was about to be annihilated, Heaven Physician was doing what he had given up back then. Suddenly, his gaze paused slightly. He stared at a certain area in the world, with a solemn expression. Even when facing Tao annihilation, he had never been so cautious. With the strength of a fellow Taoist, why hide your head and show your tail? Black Heaven Physician said lightly. If I didn't hide my head and show my tail, how could I see you doing such a boring thing? The world is about to collapse, but you are tidying up your homeland in this world that is about to collapse, as if touching a toy that has been lost for many years, Li Fan sneered, revealing his figure. Hearing this, Black Heaven Physician's expression slowly turned gloomy. Not a cultivator from the other shore. He looked at Li Fan and said this inexplicably. Then, a black line tore through the sky. Not only the Heaven Law realm that had just been repaired a bit, but even the Shuo Star Sea outside the Heaven Law realm, and even the original possibility. We're all torn apart by this black line. Cracked inch by inch, the tide of Tao annihilation came suddenly. Swallowing everything original, Li Fan let out a muffled groan, looking at a black needle deeply pierced into his palm. The Black Heaven Physician's movements were so swift under his rage. Li Fan, who had not fought with anyone since Transcendence, suffered a small loss. The black needle turned into a cloud of black gas as soon as it entered his body, corroding Li Fan's body and even his Transcendence true intent. It was like a black evil wind suddenly blowing on the sea, making the Transcendence true intent, which was originally able to cross the mountains and seas steadily, become a bit fragile. Although Li Fan quickly expelled the black gas from his body, Black Heaven Physician also noticed the strangeness in Li Fan's body. A flash of essence burst out in his eyes. Please all. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. The word, saint, had not yet been shouted out. Li Fan's heart was covered by the words, return true. Returning to Anchor Year 1, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Old thing, reacts quite quickly. I was thinking of moving after being still for a long time and watching a show by the way, but I didn't expect to almost cause an accident. Black Heaven Physician should have noticed that I possess return true, but he knows that he can't do anything to me. He even wanted to invite all the saints directly. Unfortunately, this is not the other shore. It is the Xuanwang realm. The mountains are high and the seas are far, even the 9 saints cannot arrive immediately. However, Black Heaven Physician's move has also further confirmed my judgment. Before finding a way to fight against the saints, I must never go to the other shore to join in the fun. Aunt, you have to work hard. Nephew is counting on you. Bai Shuyu, who was placed high hopes on by Li Fan, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, recalling the ending of her previous life. What exactly happened at the end of the previous life? The Xuanwang realm was like a fragile piece of paper, so easily torn apart. Even when she first saw the crimson flame-burning sea, Bai Shuyu had never been so frightened. More than 900 years later, the Xuanwang realm will be destroyed by a mysterious disaster. But before this, in the previous life, Bai Shuyu was immersed in absorbing Chao Sidao's lifelong knowledge, and did not care about external affairs. However, judging from several exchanges with Supreme Master Yin, the Xuanwang realm should be stable and improving, a scene of vitality. It should not be destroyed for no reason. She thought for a long time, but could not find a clue. But this matter cannot be treated as if it does not exist. When I was immortal, I thought that becoming a cultivator would allow me to live forever with my nephew. I finally managed to build a foundation and cultivate, but I found that I could only live 100 years longer. Now my strength is comparable to Tao integration, and I realize that there is a greater crisis ahead. When will it end? It's really tiring. Because of accidentally glimpsing the scene of Black Heaven Physician's descent, Bai Shuyu's mentality was affected. Compared to the past, it has changed inexplicably. She has been lying in bed, reflecting on herself and the meaning and value of her existence. Her heart is shrouded in confusion, and it is difficult to get out for a while. The only thing that made her feel a little relieved was that her nephew thought she was sick. He actually took the initiative to take care of her, which was extremely rare. He took on the responsibility of cooking and housework. He showed concern and warmth, and was very attentive. Something that has never happened in the 20 reincarnations. Nephew is indeed pure in nature. Bai Shuyu sighed with great satisfaction. Even for the sake of mortals, I can't be so decadent. Bai Shuyu quickly cheered up again. Although that disaster is strange, the potential of the new technique is also huge. If I can comprehend the longevity realm, I may be able to resolve it. In the previous life, Bai Shuyu took lessons from Chao Sidao, and her accumulation has been replenished again. In this life, she went to the Enlightenment Boundless Wall again. Using the Boundless Wall's ability, she squeezed out her understanding as much as possible. Having obtained Chao Sidao's accumulation in the era, the image of the Boundless Wall in Bai Shuyu's eyes has indeed changed slightly. Those tentacles wandering around have become clearer. She can vaguely see the scales flashing with faint light on the tentacles. And in the void at the source of the tentacles, she can occasionally glimpse faint figures passing by. Bai Shuyu turned a blind eye and was just immersed in enlightenment. While thinking hard, Bai Shuyu suddenly recalled the continuous mountains and seas illusion she saw before her death at the end of her previous life. She couldn't help but ask, heaven and earth are boundless, mountains and seas are infinite. What exactly do these mountains and seas refer to? Dozens of gently swaying tentacles suddenly froze. A huge head floated out of the void and descended above Bai Shuyu's head. There were no facial features on the head, only a huge eyeball, staring at Bai Shuyu. Why did you suddenly ask about this? Having seen the terrifying scene of the original possibility being destroyed in an instant, Bai Shuyu would naturally not be frightened by such a small scene. She just calmly replied, I have hallucinations from time to time. Outside the sky, there seems to be a continuous mountains and seas illusion. If you hadn't kept mentioning it, I would have thought it was my hallucination. Before Bai Shuyu could finish speaking, the boundless wall screamed as if it had been stepped on its tail, you're talking nonsense. Bai Shuyu stared back at the big head in front of her with a strange expression. The boundless wall coughed lightly and recovered from its gaffe, cough cough. Don't talk nonsense. Mountains and seas, are they something you mortals can glimpse? Really? Bai Shuyu said, while showing the boundless wall what she saw in her previous life. Outside the sky, endless mountains and seas. Although it was just a sketched illusion, without any substantial mountains and seas aura. It still shocked the boundless wall. The single eye widened even more, almost sticking to Bai Shuyu's face. Little mortal, you actually have the posture of transcendence. As if it was unbelievable, the boundless wall circled Bai Shuyu, up and down, carefully observing her several times. Bai Shuyu silently wrote down the word, transcendence, in her heart. Allowing the boundless wall to observe. When the other party stopped moving, she frowned and asked, you haven't answered my question yet. What does the limited mountains and seas mean? Knowing too much is not a good thing for you now. However, the immeasurable wall's giant eye darted around, finally making a decision. I will help you cultivate. 1634. Dog in front of the saint. The tentacles waved incessantly, dividing into 9 strands that simultaneously pierced Bai Shuyu's mind. Compared to just one tentacle, the effect of enhancing enlightenment was nearly 5 times greater. However, Bai Shuyu keenly noticed that her lifespan wasn't being extracted. Boundless Wall said with some heartache, in tens of thousands of years, I've only stored a few thousand snacks. I estimate they'll only be enough for you to cultivate for a few decades. You mean, extract lifespan from other cultivators for my use? Bai Shuyu immediately understood. If a few thousand people can support me for decades. Are there any requirements for aptitude or comprehension? Bai Shuyu immediately pressed. None, it's just that the more remaining lifespan, the better. Why? Boundless Wall stared at Bai Shuyu with some surprise. After pondering for a moment, Bai Shuyu said, I'll find a way. Having been reborn more than 20 times and witnessed the destruction of the Xuanwang world with her own eyes, the lives of ordinary cultivators gradually became less important in Bai Shuyu's eyes. If I'm provided with enough support to prove the Tao and achieve immortality, perhaps I can even avert the crisis of destruction. And so, Bai Shuyu took up residence within the boundless wall. Every so often, she would go out to hunt and capture cultivators, providing herself with a constant stream of lifespan for enlightenment. The efficiency of enlightenment with the full support of the boundless wall was truly terrifying. It took her almost only a century to exhaust all of her accumulation from her previous life. The shadow of the new law god transformation path was becoming increasingly clear. Bai Shuyu was preparing to finish it in one go and formally deduce it. Just then, the boundless wall suddenly shook violently. Crap, someone's attacking. The boundless wall's giant head suddenly appeared, its single eye revealing a hint of panic. Bai Shuyu frowned slightly, you're still an immortal artifact after all. You usually talk so big. Why are you so timid when something happens? Having spent a century with the boundless wall, Bai Shuyu naturally understood its details to some extent. And since it was willing to share its snacks, that it had treasured for 10,000 years with Bai Shuyu, it would answer most general questions without reservation. However, the boundless wall consistently refused to reveal the truth about the mountains and seas, saying that it would affect Bai Shuyu's Tao heart and be detrimental to her cultivation. Now being criticized by Bai Shuyu, the boundless wall didn't feel ashamed at all. Immortal artifacts. There are many immortal artifacts in this Xuanwang world. Doesn't that guy attacking from outside have two on him? Bai Shuyu was immediately shocked. What did you say? Looking outwards, she saw a handsome young man outside the boundless wall, his entire body radiating golden light. He was constantly bombarding the boundless wall, seemingly determined to completely destroy it. While bombarding, the young man angrily rebuked, "Return my father, return my father." Although he only had God transformation cultivation, the golden light covering the young man emitted an aura that made Bai Shuyu inexplicably frightened. Although the boundless wall could still hold on for a while, the young man's power seemed endless, tireless. If they continued to exhaust each other like this, the barrier would definitely shatter. Who was his father? Bai Shuyu said with some frustration. She had always been very careful in her actions of searching and capturing cultivators, never targeting those with deep backgrounds. Even the Myriad Immortals Alliance hadn't noticed, but she didn't expect to be discovered by this young man. And he had been chasing her all the way here. I found it. The boundless wall suddenly shouted at this moment. With a wave of its tentacles, it dragged a skeleton of white bones in front of Bai Shuyu. It had already been drained dry. The corner of Bai Shuyu's eye twitched, and she sighed, "Forget it, I can only fight him first. You find a chance to slip away." The boundless wall was a little distressed. "I'm not like other immortal artifacts. Once I'm rooted, I can't move easily. I can escape, but I'm afraid I'll fall into a period of slumber. It's better than being blasted into pieces by this kid." Alas, that's true. The boundless wall drooped its head dejectedly, while Bai Shuyu rushed out. Under the reflection of the spirit mirror nascent soul, she saw the true nature of the golden light on the imposing young man in front. It actually originated from his immortal bones. Immortal bones were not just a figure of speech. They were truly the bones of an immortal. It was as if a true immortal had descended, and the ants of the mortal world would tremble and be unable to control themselves before his aura. Even though Bai Shuyu's strength and realm were higher than the young man in front of her, she had to put in a lot of effort to stabilize her mind. The aura of the true immortal isn't evenly distributed in this young man's body. It seems to grow from a certain place. The closer it is to his left hand, the stronger it is. Bai Shuyu had a flash of inspiration, locked her divine sense onto the young man's arm, and tore her hands remotely. The tearing force ignored time and space and descended on the young man in an instant. This style was exactly the divine power that Bai Shuyu had comprehended by recalling and observing the scene when the Xuanwang world was destroyed in her previous life, when the outer heavens collapsed and revealed the illusory appearance of the mountains and seas. As if receiving the suppression of mountains and the pouring of seawater, the golden light on the young man's body trembled violently like a candle in the wind. Reverse the universe. But after a moment, with the young man's roar, the mountains turned upside down and the seawater rose. The tearing force originally applied to the young man was actually reversed and attacked Bai Shuyu. Bai Shuyu's expression changed slightly, and she quickly withdrew her power, so she wasn't accidentally injured by herself. In this blink of an eye, the young man had already locked onto Bai Shuyu's position. With a flash of golden light, he quickly approached. "Return my father's life." The young man glared angrily, and above his head, a black and white book page with an ancient aura slowly unfolded. As the book page locked on, 10,000 illusions suddenly appeared before Bai Shuyu's eyes. They were all her own different ways of dying. The spirit mirror nascent soul vibrated violently. Bai Shuyu used the characteristics of the divine pivot to glimpse the true nature of the immortal bones and black and white book pages in a flash of lightning. Kun Qian Bone Hand. Myriad Death Record. Just as Boundless Wall said, they were transformations of immortal artifacts. Even, Bai Shuyu faintly felt that the Kun Qian Bone Hand was even more than just an immortal artifact. Within the young man's body, a true immortal seemed to be gestating along with the growth of the immortal bones. The Xuanwang world is truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Bai Shuyu was surprised. Although she had been reborn more than 20 times, the number of times Bai Shuyu had fought with others was very few. Her experience was seriously insufficient. After her only divine power was cracked, she was already unable to do what she wanted. Seeing that she was about to be suppressed by this young man, at this critical moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded, "Boy, the father you're looking for is here." A tentacle wrapped around a skeleton of white bones and quickly flew out of the boundless wall, escaping into the sky. The young man recognized that it was the remains of his father, Dowsy, at a glance, and his eyes were about to burst with anger in an instant. He couldn't care about Bai Shuyu in front of him anymore and quickly chased after the tentacle. "Hurry up and leave," Boundless Wall quickly shouted to Bai Shuyu. In fact, without waiting for Boundless Wall to urge her, Bai Shuyu had already fled in a hurry. No. In the distance, the young man's heart-rending roar suddenly came. Bai Shuyu looked back and saw that the tentacle wrapped around the white bones had already exploded into powder, along with the bones. Bai Shuyu's heart tightened, and she quickly accelerated her escape again. Only after 3 full days did the sense of warning in her heart gradually disappear, and then she stopped. "You yellow-mouthed brat, you're going too far." Having been reincarnated more than 20 times, Bai Shuyu had never been forced into such a miserable state. Although she had mistakenly captured the other party's father, since the hatred had already been formed. "I don't believe I can't beat you. It just so happens that I haven't held an immortal artifact before." "Why not? Aren't I an immortal artifact?" Boundless Wall complained for itself. Having detached from its rooted state, the Boundless Wall had now returned to its original appearance. It was actually just a piece of cyan jade tile, with a relatively clear crack on it. This was the first time Bai Shuyu had seen the true face of Boundless Wall. "Thank you this time. However, as an immortal artifact, your quality is much worse than others," Bai Shuyu commented. Boundless Wall was furious. "What do you little mortal know? Have you ever heard of the name of Grand Yi Saint Lord? I used to work in the Saint Lord's Tao Palace. That broken bone is at most just an ordinary true immortal. How can it be compared with me? Since you're under the Saint Lord's tutelage, how could you have fallen into this state today?" Although she didn't know who the Grand Yi Saint Lord was, since he deserved the title of Saint, she thought that even in the immortal realm, his status must be extraordinary. Bai Shuyu tried to use the aggressive method to get more useful information from Boundless Wall. Boundless Wall was indeed tricked. "Originally, even if the Saint Lord was no longer there, I was doing well in the Tao Palace, and no immortals dared to disturb me. It was also considered quiet. Who knew that one day, a daring thief would come to the Tao Palace? Not only did he rummage through everything, but he also destroyed the Tao Palace." Suddenly reacting, Boundless Wall's words suddenly stopped. It said to itself with some fear, "Great Lord is above, forgive Bai for not being able to punish the thief." Then it became very proud again, bossing around. "You just need to know that I have a terrifying background." Bai Shuyu saw through it but didn't say it, smiling and nodding in agreement. "Since you're a student of the Saint Lord, do you know how to deal with that young man? Having suffered such a big loss, if I just admit it like this, wouldn't it damage the reputation of Grand Yi Saint Lord?" Bai Shuyu reminded. "What you said is also true." Boundless Wall pondered for a while, as if it had made some determination. An extremely complex character appeared on the cyan green tile body. This is. The character seemed to have infinite magic power. With just one glance, Bai Shuyu was firmly attracted to it. The primordial golden core shone brightly. Moreover, the dark unknown area around the statue of the true self seemed to be blown by a hurricane, revealing large areas of blank space to facilitate the next carving. In the spirit mirror nascent soul, Bai Shuyu seemed to see a magnificent scene of the endless immortal realm, with groups of immortals lined up and gathered like hemp. This is a true immortal seal character, restrained, which is a unique immortal seal of the former immortal court. That kid's brute force all comes from the immortal bones in his body. This restrained character should be able to suppress him," Boundless Wall said confidently. "Then why didn't you use this restrained character just now?" Bai Shuyu asked. Boundless Wall suddenly stalled. "You don't know, it's best to use immortal spiritual power to perform this true immortal seal character, the effect is the best. Where else can I have the immortal spiritual chi remaining in my body?" Boundless Wall defended itself. "I'm just immortal, and I don't have immortal spiritual power either." Bai Shuyu retorted. Boundless Wall. "Spiritual power. You use spiritual power, the effect is a little worse, but it should also have 1% of the effect. It's enough to suppress that kid." Boundless Wall's eyes flickered. Could it be that there are any side effects to using this true immortal seal character? Bai Shuyu was not stupid and immediately saw the hidden meaning in Boundless Wall's words. Looking at Bai Shuyu's burning gaze, Boundless Wall chuckled for a while, and finally told the truth. First, to use true immortal seal characters with a mortal body, this is to approach immortality with mortality, which is a great crime of disrespect. It cannot exert even 1/10,000th of the true power of true immortal seal characters, and it will definitely suffer backlash. Secondly, the restrained character art is not something that ordinary true immortals can use. Only those immortal officials conferred by the immortal court are qualified to use the power of the restrained character art. Moreover, the power permission of this type of true immortal seal character is issued layer by layer from the immortal emperor and immortal chancellor. It is true that you can also forcibly use it by comprehending it yourself. But it will inevitably be sensed by the upper level of the immortal seal. Especially if there are immortal officials nearby. Although the immortal world is destroyed and the immortal court has been destroyed, this strict hierarchical system has not disappeared, but has continued to exist within this true immortal seal character. After a thorough explanation from Boundless Wall, Bai Shuyu finally understood. Are you afraid that if you use the restrained character art, you will be sensed by other true immortals? Boundless Wall hummed, which was considered a default. The immortal world is destroyed, how can there still be immortals in the world? Bai Shuyu asked blankly. Boundless Wall rolled its eyes, looking at the Xuanwang world. There are so many immortal artifacts left. What about immortals? Besides, look at that golden boy just now, don't look at him jumping happily now. When his immortal bones are fully grown, I'm afraid he won't be him anymore. Resurrection from the dead. Bai Shuyu frowned slightly. The means of true immortals were indeed beyond her imagination. Since there are such risks in using this restrained character art, why did you tell me about it? After a moment, Bai Shuyu reacted. Her eyebrows stood up, and she glared angrily and asked. Why can't I explain it to you? It's not you who has the risk of using it. It's me who has the risk of using it. You are just a small mortal, even if a true immortal senses it, why would he bother with you? Looking at you more would be a loss for him. I'm different, Boundless Wall flew up and down in the air anxiously, suddenly realizing the faint smile on the corner of Bai Shuyu's mouth, its movements suddenly froze. How are you different? Tell me in detail. Bai Shuyu looked closely at Boundless Wall. Boundless Wall said awkwardly, there's actually nothing different. After all, I'm an immortal artifact, if I'm discovered by other true immortals and taken away for refining. Bai Shuyu interrupted Boundless Wall's words, it's definitely not that simple. Perhaps you are very useful to mortals, but in the eyes of true immortals, your role is just mediocre. However, Bai Shuyu narrowed her eyes, you just said that you used to work in front of the Saint Lord's door. Later, the Saint Lord's Dao Palace encountered a thief. Not only did the Dao Palace lose many items, but even the Dao Palace was destroyed. Could it be that you also took the opportunity to steal something? 1635. Taoist Palace Treasures. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Boundless Wall immediately became anxious. Its single eye on its head quietly glanced towards the sky, its mouth constantly offering words of defense. This young master is loyal to the Holy Monarch, how could I possibly do something like embezzling while on duty? Then why are you so nervous? Bai Shuyu smiled, already having a good idea of what was going on. Nervous? Don't talk nonsense, where am I nervous? Extending two tentacles, it wiped the imaginary sweat from its head, Boundless Wall still stubbornly denying it. Bai Shuyu sighed. Then I can only let the Holy Monarch himself discern the truth. Boundless Wall was not intimidated by Bai Shuyu's words. You may indeed have the potential to transcend, but with your current strength, it's absolutely impossible to contact the Great Lord. Bai Shuyu smiled. You're right, my strength is indeed not enough. But the power of the Holy Monarch is truly unimaginable. If I mutter a few words every day, who knows, one day it might reach the Great Lord's ears. Upon hearing this, Boundless Wall's expression immediately froze. It thought carefully, and there really was such a possibility. It was personally enlightened by the Holy Monarch, and no one in the world knew better than it how terrifying the Holy Monarch's strength was. Let's talk nicely, Boundless Wall couldn't help but regret its previous slip of the tongue, and quickly changed to a flattering expression. After some friendly communication, Boundless Wall finally reluctantly showed Bai Shuyu its treasured collection. We agreed, you can only take one look. Boundless Wall revealed its original appearance, that of a cyan tile. A plaque faintly reappeared within it. The plaque should have had several characters engraved on it, but for some reason, the characters had long disappeared. Only faint, blurry traces remained. Even so, the moment one saw this plaque, they would instantly know that its quality was extraordinary. This plaque used to hang at the entrance of the Holy Palace. Even the successive immortal emperors had to bow and salute when they saw it. For a mere mortal like you to be able to see its appearance is truly a great fortune. Boundless Wall said smugly. Although she didn't know the specific situation of the immortal realm, Bai Shuyu could guess what the immortal emperors did. Hearing that the immortal emperors had to salute when they saw this plaque, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. She had a further and clearer understanding of the holy monarch's strength and status in Boundless Wall's words. But why are there no words on this plaque? Could it be that you ate them? Bai Shuyu stared at it for a long time, looking at Boundless Wall with some suspicion. Ha ha ha, how could this young master have that ability? Boundless Wall chuckled awkwardly. Think about it, I'm just a tile in front of the Holy Palace, and I already have such abilities. What about this holy plaque? The words on the plaque have long since gained sentience and left to roam freely. If that weren't the case, how could I have brought it with me? A broken plaque without any words. Bai Shuyu observed it for a long time, but didn't see anything special about it. Boundless Wall secretly gloated. Since I sealed it in my belly, of course you can't sense its mysteries. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been found long ago? What exactly is the use of this plaque? Boundless Wall stopped being coy. Other than anything else, just the influence of the immortals left on the plaque is an unimaginable wealth. Those who are qualified to come to the front of the Holy Palace and be recorded are at least immortal emperors or existences with a status equivalent to immortal emperors. It's like a scroll of 10,000 immortals. Even though countless years have passed, their figures are still lifelike. As Boundless Wall spoke, figures with graceful bearing really appeared on the seemingly dilapidated plaque. Even with Boundless Wall's sealing, Bai Shuyu could still feel the enormous pressure they brought, like mountains. The shadows of the immortals only lasted for a moment before being taken away by Boundless Wall. After reaching a certain level of strength, every move and gesture reveals one's supreme path. Observing these images allows one to comprehend their paths. It can simply be seen as a condensed version of that supreme Tao book. Boundless Wall lightly hummed. Let's talk about the second wonderful use. Boundless Wall's huge single eye reappeared, carefully looking around to ensure its own safety. Then, the traces in the center of the cyan tile cracked open, revealing a gap. A faint fragrance instantly drilled into Bai Shuyu's nose. In her mind, thousands of thoughts calmed down the moment she smelled this fragrance. As if after being sorted and classified, they changed from a chaotic state to a neat and orderly one. Bai Shuyu therefore clearly understood what she was thinking at this moment. Although it only lasted for a short moment, it almost reached the legendary state of seeing one's nature. Her self-sculpture therefore became more gentle and clear, as if it had been carefully carved, shedding the dust of the past. The primordial golden core in the spirit mirror nascent soul also had corresponding changes. The holy monarch's work is naturally extraordinary. Moreover, this plaque is the first thing one sees when entering the entire holy palace. Even if all the blessings have disappeared, just the material of the plaque itself is one of the few natural treasures in the mountains and seas. After only letting the fragrance of the plaque leak out for a moment, Boundless Wall carefully gathered itself again, preventing the existence of the holy plaque from being noticed by outsiders. Bai Shuyu then fell into a brief enlightenment. She only woke up after 7 days. We've known each other for so many years, yet you secretly hid such a good treasure, Bai Shuyu said faintly. The so many years, in her words, was not just the time they had known each other in this life. Boundless Wall naturally couldn't realize the hidden meaning in Bai Shuyu's words and chuckled. Does some of your enlightenment function also come from the fragrance of the holy plaque? Yes, but not entirely. That's why I need the lifespan of living beings as material, Boundless Wall explained. It's like refining a pill. If enlightenment is the effect of the pill, then the fragrance of the holy plaque is the medicinal material needed to refine the pill. And the lifespan of living beings is the fire that is necessary for refining the pill. And I am the pill furnace and the pill refiner. Without me presiding over it, even if ordinary people smell the fragrance of the holy plaque, it would be difficult for them to generate enlightenment. Bai Shuyu pondered for a moment and understood what the other party was saying. Are there any other wonderful uses? She continued to ask. Quote. Boundless Wall hesitated. After a long time, only under Bai Shuyu's close watch did it slowly say, there are. But the most useful of them should be using it to smash people. The Holy Palace naturally does not allow villains to be presumptuous. In order to prevent idlers from disturbing the holy monarch's quiet cultivation, the holy plaque was originally covered with many restrictions. If they were all unleashed, even the immortal emperor would be suppressed in an instant. Although most of the restrictions disappeared with the departure of the words on the plaque, there is still some residual power. Using it to suppress ordinary true immortals. It's not a big problem. Before Bai Shuyu could open her mouth, Boundless Wall added, but the problem is that I am not the owner of the plaque, and I am also within its suppression range. If I activate the restrictions on it, I'm afraid it will clean us up along the way. In addition, this world may not be able to withstand its tossing. More importantly, the appearance of the holy plaque will definitely attract the attention of nearby true immortals. Even if they have never seen the true face of the holy plaque, they will definitely know that it is an extraordinary treasure. If they come to snatch it, I can't protect it. Boundless Wall babbled, and to sum it up in one sentence. The holy plaque has many other wonderful uses, but none of them can be used now. Bai Shuyu also knew what was important and nodded to show her understanding. It seemed that the Xuanwang world was hiding too many secrets. Since it could hide a tile in front of the Holy Monarch's palace, it might also have the Holy Monarch's former belongings or even other outrageous things left behind. In that case, everything in the Holy Monarch's palace is really good. It's a pity that there's no chance to see it with my own eyes. By the way, Bai Shuyu suddenly asked curiously, what is the most precious thing in the Holy Monarch's Dao Palace? The tiles and plaques in front of the door have such power. The truly powerful ones are really unimaginable. Boundless Wall said softly, the holiness of the Dao Palace comes from the Holy Monarch. In theory, the closer one is to the Holy Monarch, the more sacred it is. As far as I know, there were only a few who were fortunate enough to be with the Holy Monarch when he was around. Young Master, Prayer Mat, Green Lamp. There is also a horsetail whisk. Oh, yes, there seems to be a book. The Holy Monarch often read it. Young Master, Prayer Mat, Green Lamp, and Horsetail Whisk did not disappear with the departure of the Great Master. As for that book, I never saw it again after that. On Boundless Wall, the cyan light flickered, as if it was lost in memories. To say which one is the most miraculous, anyway, it's definitely not Young Master, Boundless Wall said with a faint hint of ridicule. Young Master, Bai Shuyu was a little puzzled. As the disciple accepted by the Great Lord, his origins are indeed extraordinary, but Boundless Wall didn't continue, just chuckled. Seriously speaking, I think the horsetail whisk held by the Holy Monarch was the most powerful. The Holy Monarch occasionally didn't sit on the prayer mat, but the horsetail whisk never left his side. It seemed like it was almost able to truly follow the Holy Monarch away. It's a pity, it was still a little short. Later, thieves came to the door, and since then, its whereabouts are unknown. I don't know where it is now. Boundless Wall sighed slightly. It seems that the thief is really powerful, Bai Shuyu concluded. Boundless Wall said angrily, things that can't be put on the table. They only dare to do evil while the Holy Monarch is not around. Although they can be arrogant for a while, when they get to the mountains and seas, they will definitely have a hard time. After experiencing a life and death crisis, Bai Shuyu's relationship with Boundless Wall became much closer. She was therefore able to learn the secrets of the immortal realm. So, you can gain trust in this way. If I were still like before, enlightening myself in Boundless Wall all day long, I'm afraid even after 100 lifetimes, I wouldn't hear these things from it, Bai Shuyu said thoughtfully. Although she was safe for the time being, Oh Shengtian's pursuit did not end. The hatred for killing one's father is irreconcilable. In this life, there was no possibility of resolving the feud between Bai Shuyu and Oh Shengtian. While continuing to flee, Bai Shuyu studied the constrained character formula taught by Boundless Wall. True immortal seal characters, one character describes one path. Those who thoroughly understand it can prove the nameless. Especially since Bai Shuyu's enlightenment leader was entirely based on her own comprehension and exploration. So getting started was quite simple. But relying on her incredible comprehension, she made a qualitative breakthrough in her understanding within a short month. Her finger floated in the void, and her pen walked like a dragon and snake. In a breath, an extremely complex constrained character formula took shape. Use me to try it out and see how much power the real constrained character formula has. Since Boundless Wall volunteered, Bai Shuyu would naturally fulfill it. With a thought, the constrained character formula gestured and extended, instantly turning into billions of golden chains. They all rushed towards Boundless Wall. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The golden chains collided fiercely with boundless wall, making a harsh creaking sound of metal rubbing. The cyan light on it seemed to be blown by a strong wind, swaying uncertainly. Boundless wall wailed constantly. Writing the characters almost drained all her strength. Bai Shuyu's face was extremely pale. But looking at Boundless Wall's unbearable performance, she was a little puzzled. Let's go, we can't stay here. The cyan light swept over and enveloped Bai Shuyu. Boundless Wall wrapped her up and instantly fled tens of thousands of miles away. Suddenly losing the target of the capture, the thousands of chains were initially a little confused. The heavens rotated, locking onto the direction. After a moment, the chains trembled slightly. It seemed that they had found the target again. Just as they were about to extend and capture, the constrained character formula shattered and scattered in the air. Boundless Wall looked into the distance and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It reappeared with its big head, its eyes almost touching Bai Shuyu's face. The first time you formally wrote the true Immortal Seal character, it has such power. I really didn't see you wrong. You really have the potential to transcend. Bai Shuyu naturally knew how terrifying her own talent was. She asked about the reason for the abnormal performance of the true Immortal Seal character. I feel that the true Immortal Seal character I wrote shouldn't have such a strong performance. Bai Shuyu was a little puzzled. Now she realized that it wasn't that Boundless Wall's performance was poor just now, but that the power of the true Immortal Seal character she wrote was beyond expectations. Isn't this just showing that you have good talent? Boundless Wall waved its tentacles excitedly. What is the true Immortal Seal character? It's the Tao summarized by the inscribed Tao Immortal, a visualized Tao. Have you ever heard of the innate Tao body? Some people are born closer to the Tao of the world. When they trigger the laws of heaven and earth, they are naturally closer to the body of the Tao than ordinary people, and their power is naturally greater. Although you are not an innate Tao body, you are almost there. Mastering this Immortal Seal, suppressing that arrogant kid is easy. Boundless Wall was very vengeful and immediately urged Bai Shuyu to go back and take revenge. Bai Shuyu shook her head and declined. I think I still need to consolidate it again. The constrained character is indeed extraordinary, but O Shengtian has the Kun Qian Ancient Hand and the Myriad Death Book, two great immortal weapons in his hand, and he is definitely not so easy to deal with. If I fail to hit him, let him escape. It will probably be even more difficult to kill him again. At the very least, I have to have the strength to launch a second attack after writing the constrained character formula. Boundless Wall also felt that what Bai Shuyu said made sense. In addition to the constrained character formula, do you know what other true Immortal Seal characters there are? So, facing Bai Shuyu's question, Boundless Wall generously continued to show another true Immortal Seal character. This is the Tsi's character. Originally, I was a little worried that you would be too greedy to chew. Therefore, I didn't teach it to you. But now, 1636, and is treated by a divine doctor. With your talent, I can confidently entrust it to you. Although that's what it said, the Immeasurable Wall's large eyes still seemed somewhat unwilling. Slowly and reluctantly, it displayed the Seize incantation. Bai Shuyu found the Immeasurable Wall's behavior strange. It hadn't even concealed treasures like the Tao Palace plaque, so there shouldn't be any need to hide a mere true Immortal Seal character. Only when Bai Shuyu comprehended the open black lens bracket Seize close black lens bracket incantation did she understand why. With a flourish of the brush, a golden true Immortal Seal character formed in the air in an instant. The Immeasurable Wall's eyes flickered, already hiding far away before the open black lens bracket Seize close black lens bracket incantation even appeared. Miss Bai, it was agreed that this Seize incantation would be used to deal with that yellow-haired brat, so why is it aimed at me now? Bai Shuyu didn't answer, but quickly waved her other hand. The open black lens bracket restrain close black lens bracket incantation instantly appeared in the air. Like two suns shining together, illuminating the 9 heavens. The Immeasurable Wall revealed a panicked expression, hiding even further away. The Restrain and Seize characters both belong to the Immortal Court's unique seal characters, originally used by the Immortal Court to suppress the Immortals. When used together, they are like immortal soldiers and generals deploying formations to search for the enemy, and their power is several times stronger than any single character alone. By using these two symbols, I can not only suppress and imprison the Immeasurable Wall, but also strip it of its hidden treasures. The Tao Palace Holy Plaque. Bai Shuyu was indeed tempted by this thought at that moment. However, many scenes of living with the Immeasurable Wall day and night in recent lifetimes flashed through her mind. In the end, she didn't act. Humans aren't plants, how can they be without feelings? In this life, it has shown me kindness after all. I cannot commit such an act of repaying kindness with evil. In the next life, we'll start anew, with no connections, owing nothing to each other. It won't be too late to act then. Thinking this, the restrain and seize characters gently swayed in the air and disappeared without a trace. Bai Shuyu looked at the immeasurable wall, which was still hiding far away, and chuckled. It was just a newly formed divine power, just testing the feel of it. Why are you so nervous? You and I can be considered friends in life and death, how could I possibly harm you? The immeasurable wall observed for a long time, and seeing that Bai Shuyu indeed had no intention of causing trouble, it finally felt relieved. It wore a smug expression. I was just testing you just now. Since I dared to teach you these two characters, I naturally have a way to break them. If you really attacked me, humph. It was unknown whether these words were true or false, but Bai Shuyu had already silently remembered them in her heart. Now that the divine power is complete, it's time to find that kid and take revenge. Making us so embarrassed is truly outrageous. The immeasurable wall was very excited. In its opinion, being humiliated by Immortal was absolutely unacceptable. It had to wash away this shame, otherwise it would be unworthy of the 4 words, before the holy monarch's gate. Bai Shuyu, however, was very indifferent. There's no need to look for him. We only need to stay here and wait for him to come. Bai Shuyu's premonition was correct. Shangtian seemed to have a special tracking method. Even from a great distance, he could easily lock onto her and the immeasurable wall's location. After waiting in ambush for less than 3 days, she felt Shangtian's aura faintly appearing on the horizon and rapidly approaching. However, what was quite strange was that just before Shangtian was about to enter the ambush area, he stopped without any warning. After a slight pause, he turned around and left without hesitation. What sharp intuition! Bai Shuyu was greatly shocked, and without hesitation, she released the 2 true immortal seal characters. Countless golden chains and a pale hand suddenly appeared in the sky, sealing Shangtian within, reversing heaven and earth. An angry roar resounded, trying to disperse the sealing power of the true immortal seal characters. However, seemingly affected by the sea's incantation, the immortal bones within Shangtian's body rapidly converged their light. His divine aura instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The immortal bones, blessing was gone. Shangtian was undoubtedly successfully suppressed and captured by Bai Shuyu. Good, good, good. I'll let you chase after me again. The immeasurable wall, which had been invisible during the battle, now triumphantly revealed its form, waving dozens of tentacles, constantly waving the tightly bound Shangtian. Later, I will slowly dig out the immortal bones from your body, inch by inch. The single eye pressed close to Shangtian's cheek, the immeasurable wall said with a hidden smile. If you want to kill me or slice me, do as you please. Don't think I'm afraid of you 2 villains. Shangtian was fearless, cursing loudly. The immeasurable wall was furious, and 5 tentacles immediately plunged into Shangtian's body, constantly stirring. Shangtian was in so much pain that he was almost convulsing, but he stubbornly endured it, without making any sound. Let alone begging for mercy. This stubborn attitude further enraged the immeasurable wall. It couldn't help but use even more cruel methods, vowing to make this mortal boy submit. In comparison, Bai Shuyu frowned slightly as she watched Shangtian's performance. She felt somewhat dazed and sighed. A villain, I never thought that one day someone would use this word to describe me. Speaking of which, it was indeed our fault first, mistakenly killing his father. Revenge for one's loved ones is a matter of course. Moreover, this young man, even when subjected to such cruel torture, still has a firm heart. Well, actually, he's a good child, just like Venerable. Might as well give him a quick death. Thinking of this, Bai Shuyu interrupted the immeasurable wall's torture. The tentacles instantly drained Shangtian's lifespan, and after taking out the 2 immortal artifacts from his body, Bai Shuyu planned to leave. She would find a safe place to carefully study the gains she had obtained this time. However, she hadn't flown far when a strong sense of unease rose in her heart. She suspiciously scanned her surroundings, but couldn't find the source of the unease. And from the immeasurable wall's performance, it was clearly not her imagination. Run, we seem to have been targeted by something. Bai Shuyu's expression was gloomy, and she tried her best to escape. But the unease in her heart increased rather than decreased. Finally, 9 golden needles descended from the sky, arriving in an instant. completely sealing Bai Shuyu in all directions. After being slightly stunned for a moment, Bai Shuyu reacted and wanted to use the true Immortal Seal characters to defend against the enemy. Unexpectedly, a somewhat pale hand silently appeared above her head, gently pressing a long golden needle into her Baihui acupoint. The golden needle entered her body, piercing through her head. Her whole body seemed to be frozen because of this, her expression still stuck in a mixture of shock and panic. Not only was her entire body unable to move, but even her thoughts were trapped in a state of frozen stillness. The immeasurable wall could no longer care about any camaraderie, let out a strange cry, and wanted to escape. But it was interrupted by a soft hum. 2 fingers gently pinched a tile. The immeasurable wall trembled and struggled endlessly, and the surface of the jade wall even revealed the vague image of the Tao Palace holy plaque. After a voice of surprise and joy, the celestial physician slowly revealed his figure. He quickly flicked his fingers on the surface of the immeasurable wall. The Tao Palace holy plaque, which was originally about to break out of the wall, trembled slightly before returning to silence. And the immeasurable wall itself also seemed to fall into a slumber, just like Bai Shuyu. Looking at the temporarily sealed person and wall in front of him, the celestial physician revealed a thoughtful expression. Not long ago, he was still searching for suitable fragments of the immortal cultivation world near the remnant world Great Wall beneath the high wall. But he didn't expect that he would suddenly sense the aura fluctuations of the true immortal seal characters faintly emerging in the profound yellow world. Although it wasn't the one that caused the tragedy in the heavenly law world back then, the celestial physician still decided to come back and take a look. After all, the profound yellow world was of great importance, and no mistakes could be tolerated. And after sensing the second true immortal seal character appearing in the world not long after, the celestial physician's speed of returning became even faster. The profound yellow world has been peaceful for a long time, but now 2 true immortal seal characters have appeared in the world in a short period of time. What exactly happened? The celestial physician was uneasy and uncertain. And after he arrived near the profound yellow world, the 2 true immortal seal characters happened to erupt again. The celestial physician then followed the clues and locked onto the source of the true immortal seal characters. This jade wall seems to be an object from the immortal realm. The plaque that emerged from the jade wall just now. Tai Palace. The celestial physician's expression was grave. Although the immeasurable wall clearly had an extraordinary origin, the celestial physician still locked his gaze on Bai Shuyu. In the last instant before I sealed her, this woman's thoughts were a bit strange. On the surface, she was both surprised and fearful. But deep down, she was. The celestial physician frowned, flying around the immobilized Bai Shuyu and observing her several times. Fearless, does she still have something to rely on? The more the celestial physician observed, the more he felt that his feeling was correct. Rows of golden needles of varying lengths were lined up, and the celestial physician was about to conduct a more thorough examination of Bai Shuyu. Most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. If the heavenly demon were still here, there would be no need for such trouble. Unfortunately, I need his power to suppress the transmission of the law. Thinking this, the celestial physician held the needle, wanting to pierce Bai Shuyu's brow. Just as the golden needle was about to be inserted, a crisp snap of fingers quietly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The celestial physician's movements suddenly stopped. The expression on his face, like Bai Shuyu's in front of him, was frozen still. In fact, not only the celestial physician, even the entire profound yellow world was plunged into a state of stagnation in this soft sound. Li Fan's figure appeared in the field. Looking at the scene in front of him, he shook his head slightly. Fortunately, I was alert back then. Otherwise, this would be the ending of a dead file. But it doesn't matter. Aunt, I'll help you. Li Fan held the celestial physician's hand and forcefully inserted the uninserted golden needle. In an instant, he filled in many scenes. Then, it really is. The Saint Creation Project, 28th Life. Bai Shuyu awoke from a nightmare, unable to recover for a long time. This time, the shock she felt in her heart was even stronger than the first, rebirth. She subconsciously touched the top of her head, as if the pain there had not yet dissipated. After the golden needles pierced in, her consciousness fell into a state of frozen stillness. Therefore, she didn't know how she died. But in her mind, she still retained some vague images. Being treated like an object, her entire body was covered with golden needles. And even later, being dismembered into countless pieces. Even the residual, vague memories of the previous life, when recalled at this moment, still caused Bai Shuyu's face to turn pale instantly. Instinctively bending over, she vomited uncontrollably. Her body trembled violently. It took several months to recover. In the end, although Bai Shuyu had accumulated more than 20 spiritualities, becoming exceptionally talented, her experiences were not matched to her current talent. It was okay when the previous deaths were normal, but after experiencing the heavenly doctor and all kinds of inhuman torture in the previous life, Bai Shuyu was afraid. She was unwilling, dared not, and did not want to venture into the Xuanwang world again. The Xuanwang world is too dangerous and terrifying. It's not bad to be an ordinary emperor in Dazan honestly. Once this thought arose, it was like a prairie fire, difficult to extinguish. Bai Shuyu didn't even dare to try to guess the true identity of the figure that appeared at the end of the last life. She just acted like an ostrich, choosing to escape. Ant's reaction was naturally within Li Fan's expectations. After all, the influence in Bai Shuyu's mind was personally implanted by him. This is her inner demon. As long as she overcomes this hurdle, the future will be bright, and there will be nothing to hinder her. Even if she encounters any danger in the future, she will not be discouraged or desperate. Instead, she will still move forward bravely. But if she can't overcome it, with my help, how is it possible not to overcome it? In order to unravel Bai Shuyu's inner demon, Li Fan appeared on stage in person. During the months when Bai Shuyu was frightened and bedridden, it was he, Li Fan, who unusually took care of her diligently and without regret. Bai Shuyu's complexion slowly improved. However, Li Fan became increasingly thin due to overwork. But he still forced a smile, not wanting Bai Shuyu to worry. "Intel, Aunt, lunch is ready. I've learned a new dish, bean rice and bean curd soup. Come and try it quickly." Li Fan walked into Bai Shuyu's room, carrying a wooden tray full of food. Bai Shuyu heard the words and looked over, feeling distressed. She was about to speak, but saw Li Fan, whose footsteps were unsteady, stumbled and fell to the ground. The porcelain bowl shattered, and the sound of shattering was like thunder, exploding in Bai Shuyu's heart. Finir. The situation reversed, and this time, it was Li Fan who was bedridden. This is a disease caused by overwork, and the disease of aging has broken out in advance. Bai Shuyu, who had mastered medical skills, could see the reason for Li Fan's illness at a glance. A trace of guilt flashed in her heart. If it weren't for my panic and escape, and my unwillingness to ask about the surrounding world, Finir would not have fallen into this situation in this life. He's only 20 years old. Accompanying Li Fan through the last period of his life. Half a year later, Bai Shuyu stood in front of Li Fan's grave, with a sad expression. It had been a long time since she had tasted the feeling of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. And after experiencing this, Bai Shuyu realized that even after more than 20 reincarnations, the seemingly weakened kinship was actually still undiminished. Li Fan was always her nephew, as close as her own flesh and blood. She was still the only relative that ordinary people could rely on in the world. Finir, it's okay, Aunt is coming to find you now. In front of Li Fan's grave, Bai Shuyu committed suicide, starting the 29th life of the Saint Creation Project. 1637. Infinitely away from the dark yellow. The fear of being imprisoned by an inexplicably powerful figure lessened slightly with the second rebirth. Seeing the lively and energetic Li Fan again, Bai Shuyu felt a long-lost joy. Cheered up, Bai Shuyu embarked on the path of cultivation once more. Facts proved that even if she lazed around like in the previous life, living aimlessly for only a few months, her talent for cultivation still increased with each rebirth. An extremely dangerous thought couldn't help but emerge in Bai Shuyu's mind. If that's the case, why don't I just commit suicide after each resurrection and quickly start the next life? By doing this, I can first increase my cultivation talent to an unimaginable level. Then, cultivating will naturally be as easy as eating and drinking. Deconstructing any new techniques would be a breeze. Truth be told, Bai Shuyu was actually a little tempted. In the past 20-odd reincarnations, she had deeply experienced the benefits of exceptional cultivation talent. The initial difficulty of cultivation was simply incomparable to the last 20 lives. Even now, Bai Shuyu couldn't imagine what it would be like to cultivate if her talent increased tenfold or 100-fold. However, after much deliberation, Bai Shuyu ultimately abandoned this seemingly extremely tempting idea. For no other reason than that Bai Shuyu's rebirth was uncontrollable. Each time after dying and losing consciousness, Bai Shuyu couldn't be sure if she could live again next time. Furthermore, she couldn't be sure how long her rebirth cycle would last. If in reality, my rebirth is limited to a certain number of times, such as 50 or 100, and I use them all to stack talent without struggling or striving for my and Fenur's future, I'm afraid I will truly regret it then. I should still be down to earth and take it one step at a time. After all, although the road ahead is difficult, it hasn't reached the point where I can't continue. Bai Shuyu took a deep breath, calming the restlessness in her heart. If one day, I really encounter a situation where I see no hope of breaking the deadlock, perhaps I can adopt this method. Bai Shuyu didn't rush to Xuanwang World, but habitually came to the summit of Jilishan to review her experiences from the life before last. How exactly was that mysterious powerhouse who used golden needles attracted here? Could it be an elder of Shangtian? The younger generation was defeated, so the older generation came. Soon, Bai Shuyu rejected this guess. If that were the case, he should have appeared after I killed Daozi. It seems that it should have been attracted by the fluctuations of the true immortal talismans I used. True immortal talismans, although powerful, create too much commotion. Bai Shuyu secretly estimated the time it took from the first use of the true immortal talismans to the appearance of the golden needle powerhouse. After use, I need to transfer as soon as possible and hide in a safe location. And I can't use them again for a long time to come. Until I find a way to counter that golden needle powerhouse. Bai Shuyu set a principle for future actions. I wonder how the strength of this mysterious powerhouse compares to the hidden heavens transmission celestial sovereign. Or rather, is he the transmission celestial sovereign? At the end of the life before last, did Boundless Wall finally escape again or not? With this question in mind, Bai Shuyu approached the door again. Relying on the familiarity with Boundless Wall accumulated over several lifetimes, coupled with her extraordinary talent, Bai Shuyu regained the other party's trust without much effort. What is your strength now? In front of the Holy Monarch sect, you should be able to easily block a true immortal, Bai Shuyu asked. Heh, of course. Boundless Wall said smugly. Looking at Boundless Wall's performance, Bai Shuyu instead stared at it with suspicion. What kind of look is that? Boundless Wall said angrily, how could it be possible that this great one couldn't even stop an ordinary true immortal? Bai Shuyu continued to stare, confronting it. Slowly, Boundless Wall's momentum weakened. It admitted somewhat guiltily, okay, when I was at my full strength, I could indeed easily suppress true immortals. But now, you also know that the immortal realm was destroyed. In order to avoid disaster, I was forced to shed the immortal realm's foundation. Moreover, Boundless Wall lowered its voice. In my belly, I am also suppressing the Holy Palace plaque. Even though the writing on the plaque has long since left, there is still lingering spirituality. Naturally, it will not willingly be suppressed by me all the time. Therefore, I also have to separate a large part of my power to fight against it. You have such talent, so you should cultivate well. Do not provoke any big figures. Otherwise, I may not be able to save you. With Boundless Wall saying this, Bai Shuyu knew its ending in the life before last. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Moreover, the one I want to deal with is still just a child now. Bai Shuyu looked into the distance. Guanglin Prefecture, Baoyuan Mountain. Very easily, Bai Shuyu found Daozi and Shangtian. At this moment, Shangtian was not as heroic and extraordinary as Bai Shuyu had seen in the life before last. He was even often tormented by pain and extremely weak because the immortal bone in his body had not completely merged with himself. Bai Shuyu came forward as a senior, offering to treat Shangtian's illness. Although Daozi was skeptical, facing Bai Shuyu, whose strength far exceeded his own, he had no power to refuse. Bringing Shangtian back to Boundless Wall, the two worked together to finally remove the immortal bone from his body. Exchanging the restored Shangtian, Daozi thanked them profusely. But Boundless Wall had already exploded. Good fellow, really a good fellow. Actually brought an immortal bone, and moreover, the rank of this true immortal before his death was not low. Fortunately, only a small piece of bone is left. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to suppress it. Having not seen an old friend from the immortal realm for a long time, Boundless Wall was unusually excited. Putting in effort, helping Bai Shuyu process this extremely dangerous immortal bone. Remember, do not have any contact with the bones with your mind. Although the true immortal has fallen, he is not completely dead. In the bones, there must be remnants of the true immortal's will. It is not guaranteed that he can be resurrected. Bai Shuyu already knew the power of the immortal bone, so naturally, she didn't act rashly. She left it all to Boundless Wall to handle. After Boundless Wall's digestion and absorption, the immortal bone finally turned into two silver glowing characters. Transfer, and, predict. Another true immortal talisman. Bai Shuyu sighed, not as excited as Boundless Wall. Although the power is strong, I can't use it. A sense of irritability couldn't help but rise in her heart. Why do you have such an expression? Boundless Wall saw the strangeness in Bai Shuyu's heart and asked aloud. After Bai Shuyu explained, Boundless Wall was quite disdainful. I didn't expect you to be more cautious than I imagined. However, it's always better to be careful. What you said is also right, true immortal talismans are indeed a bit ostentatious. But, after a moment of contemplation, countless tentacles stretched out in the void, rewriting the two true immortal talismans. If they, like me, transform from immortal to mortal, they will naturally not be so eye-catching. Looking at the masterpiece in front of her, Boundless Wall said smugly. Bai Shuyu looked at the characters transfer and predict after Boundless Wall's modification. Although the power had decreased a lot, the inner core had not changed. It still retained the characteristics of twisting the trajectory of power and predicting one's own death. If you are still not at ease, you can integrate the Tao into objects. Turn these two true immortal talismans into magic weapons. In normal state, the power is maintained below the true immortal level. If it is really a critical moment, you can unlock the seal and reveal their true appearance. As expected of being in front of the Holy Monarch sect, you really have some tricks. Bai Shuyu sincerely praised. Transforming from immortal to mortal, integrating the Tao into objects. These two methods finally allowed Bai Shuyu to find a way to not only avoid attracting the attention of the mysterious Golden Needle powerhouse, but also greatly increase her own combat power. Confine, plunder, transfer, predict. Understanding the four true immortal talismans also greatly broadened Bai Shuyu's horizons. After that, Bai Shuyu settled down in Boundless Wall, focusing on digesting and accumulating, striving to deduce the next level of new techniques. But unexpectedly, only 50 years passed, and Boundless Wall became a little unwilling. The latest novels are at 69shu.com. Why has it been so long, and your cultivation is still stagnating? At this rate, when will you reach the realm of transcendence? Bai Shuyu was also a little helpless. The immortal path is cut off, and the method of transmission is not working. I can only open another path. Opening up from scratch, how can it be so simple? After a moment of silence, Boundless Wall said in a muffled voice, anyway, it is definitely not going to work like this. It's too slow, it's really too slow. Your new technique is frighteningly ambitious. Even in the original immortal realm, it was considered extremely outstanding, and qualified to enter the Holy Monarch's eyes. Although your talent is high, it is not enough to perfect it. Let me think. After a long while, Boundless Wall's single eye turned, and it had an idea. The reason why you are forced to create your own new technique is because the path of cultivation in this world is suppressed by the method of transmission. As long as the transmission is there, you cannot see the road ahead. Is that right? Bai Shuyu nodded. If that's the case, then leave this damn place. Boundless Wall waved its tentacles excitedly. As long as you leave here, there will be no cultivation restrictions. Then, I will help you, and perhaps in less than 100 years, you will be able to touch the mountains and seas and ascend to the immortal realm. Leave, Xuanwang world. Hearing the answer given by Boundless Wall, Bai Shuyu was slightly stunned. She had never thought of this before. Didn't they say that after the destruction of the starry sky, all worlds except the Xuanwang realm had been destroyed and were lifeless? The Immeasurable Wall scoffed. How is that possible? If the lower realms were truly so desolate, a single cultivation world could never support it. When I came, I saw it clearly. This place is very big, there must be other places with vitality. Being bewitched by the Immeasurable Wall, Bai Shuyu was indeed somewhat persuaded. After all, the situation in the Xuanwang realm is really dangerous. If she could jump out of the fence and find another pure land. But if it were so easy to leave the Xuanwang realm, I'm afraid many cultivators would have escaped long ago. I have never heard of anything similar before. The Immeasurable Wall coldly snorted. How can ordinary cultivators be compared with those in front of the Holy Monarch's gate? Don't worry, I will definitely protect you and help you leave this place. Seeing the Immeasurable Wall so confident, Bai Shuyu temporarily chose to believe it. The only concern was whether her reincarnation would still be effective after leaving the Xuanwang realm. It's useless to worry too much. It's better to go out and take a look first. If it really doesn't work, we can come back. After a fierce ideological struggle, Bai Shuyu finally agreed to the immeasurable wall. After another 10 years of preparation, and after absorbing enough lifespan from cultivators, the light on the immeasurable wall soared, turning into a blue training, rising slightly into the air. Soaring through the 9 heavens, the speed is extremely fast. In an instant, it had already reached the edge of the Xuanwang realm. How is it? Other things are hard to say, but this granddaddy's ability to escape is first-rate. While speaking, the immeasurable wall had already taken Bai Shuyu and completely left the Xuanwang realm. Looking at the distant light spot that was getting further and further away from her, various complex emotions arose in Bai Shuyu's heart. There was both reluctance and relief. Just then, something's not right, the immeasurable wall suddenly exclaimed. The blue light soared again, and the speed became several times faster. Bai Shuyu keenly noticed that the immeasurable wall's flight path had deviated greatly for some reason. Is there a true immortal comprehending the Tao nearby? The surprised voice of the immeasurable wall came, but there was not much panic. Revealing its original form, a line of characters quietly appeared on the jade wall. The surrounding invisible suction force seemed to disappear out of thin air in an instant. Returning to the normal forward direction, the immeasurable wall did not slow down because of this. Instead, it accelerated again, as if running for its life, until 2 withered bone fingers were born out of thin air in the void, quietly pinching the jade wall. No matter how hard the immeasurable wall tried, it still couldn't move. Presumptuous! I am from the Holy Monarch's gate, how dare you be so rude? Even though it was controlled, the immeasurable wall still had unabated arrogance, shouting. Bai Shuyu in the immeasurable wall was not so optimistic. I knew I shouldn't have believed its nonsense. After a burst of dizziness, Bai Shuyu found herself on a ruin. In front of her sat a tall skeleton, bound by countless chains. And it was he who pinched the immeasurable wall. Holy Monarch's gate. It's just a tile. 1638. See he Gengxian again. For the hungry immortal, the deterrent power of the words, Holy Monarch, was far less than that of Wu Wei. After all, she had never personally seen the Holy Monarch. To her, the 3 saints of the immortal realm were nothing more than ethereal legends. But Wu Wei, he was truly her master. Even now, when she was only 1 step away from the realm of the nameless true immortal, she still felt from the bottom of her heart that Wu Wei was her true master. Therefore, the boundless wall's remark about immortal servant did not enrage the hungry immortal, instead, it piqued her interest. You can actually see my origins. The hungry immortal's fingers, which were clasped on the boundless wall, loosened slightly. The boundless wall gasped for a moment, then returned to its arrogant self. What a joke! The Tao Palace of the Saints connects to the mountains and seas, reflecting the immortal realm. Everything, big and small, within the immortal realm cannot escape the Holy Monarch's eyes. Since I am in front of the Holy Monarch's gate, how could I not have this little bit of knowledge? Back then, the southern immortal heavenly pillar suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, true immortal Wu Wei acted in time to prevent a greater disaster. It can be said that he alone extended the immortal realm's lifespan by several epochs. With such meritorious service, how could I not know? Immortal Wu Wei was granted the 9 great immortal domains for this great achievement. The creations and living beings within the immortal domain were all transformed into his immortal servants. Although immortal Wu Wei prefers purity and freedom and did not restrain them, the restrictions still exist. These immortal servants cannot escape their servant status until their cultivation surpasses their masters. You are the same now. The boundless wall said a great deal to show that what it said was not false. The hungry immortal did not refute. However, she did not loosen her grip on the boundless wall. Wu Wei, even when he was around, he wouldn't interfere much with the behavior of his immortal servants. Moreover, he has probably already transcended and left, enjoying his freedom. The more you know, the greater your value. How could I be frightened by your few words? A suction force emanated from the hungry immortal's hand. The boundless wall felt as if a huge vortex had appeared in the outside world. Not only its fragile jade wall surface, but also the many treasures hidden within its core, including the Holy Palace Tao tablet, all seemed to be sucked away by this vortex. This is really a disaster. The boundless wall cried inwardly. However, the hungry immortal's strength was close to the realm of the nameless true immortal, and it was not something a small immortal artifact like it could resist. Damn it, if I had more time to digest everything in my belly, I might not be able to shed the body of an immortal artifact and achieve true namelessness. How could this Wu-Wei immortal servant be my opponent? In this critical moment, the boundless wall's thoughts raced as it searched for a way to escape. Wait, you just said that your master had already transcended and left. That's a big mistake. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, the boundless wall shouted repeatedly. Oh, the hungry immortal was truly concerned about news of her master. Even though this immortal artifact was unrestrained in its speech and there were many untruths in its words, the hungry immortal still paused the devouring process. Speak, you must guarantee to leave me a life. Oh, right, and that mortal in my belly. Before the hungry immortal could answer, the boundless wall added, don't think that you can get the information by swallowing me. Let me tell you, besides the Tao Palace Holy Tablet, there are many good treasures in my belly. If you push me too hard, I'll detonate them. As if to increase the credibility of its words, the surface of the boundless jade wall became clearer. Below the Tao Palace Holy Tablet, there were thousands of glittering items densely packed together, piled up like a mountain, with the holy tablet placed on top of the small mountain. The hungry immortal could clearly see that most of these items still retained some kind of supreme aura. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. You took advantage of the destruction of the immortal realm to loot the holy monarch's Tao Palace. The boundless wall burst into curses. You're the one who looted it. I'm doing rescue protection, don't you understand? At that time, the Tao Palace encountered thieves, and most of the restrictions were destroyed. Most of the spiritual objects in the palace also fled for their lives. The remaining ones wouldn't have a good end even if they were left there. I'm taking them with me so that if the holy monarch reappears one day, it will be convenient to rebuild the Tao Palace. The boundless wall spoke with confidence, but the hungry immortal just smiled silently. As for Bai Shuyu, who was hiding inside the boundless wall and had been afraid to move since the hungry immortal appeared, she finally couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard the boundless wall's words. It calls itself, this old man, in front of me, and then, this little one, in front of this true immortal. The reason why the boundless wall can't exert its full strength is because it ate too much and stuffed itself. Almost nothing it says is true. If it weren't for the critical moment of saving her life, she would have been planning to concoct various methods to torture it in every life of reincarnation from now on. The emotional fluctuations of a mortal naturally did not enter the hungry immortal's eyes. However, after careful consideration, she agreed to the boundless wall's request. The boundless wall and its so-called treasures were actually dispensable to the hungry immortal. She was only one step away from proving the Tao and becoming nameless. Since she had embarked on her own path, external things were no longer so important. In comparison, she was more interested in the information about immortal Lord Wu-Wei. Thinking of this, the hungry immortal said, I will choose 3 treasures from your belly at random. Then, tell me what you know about my master's news, and if it is true, I will let you leave. 3 treasures. The boundless wall's voice suddenly became several times louder. The boundless wall's voice weakened again. 3 it is then. Don't go back on your word. The hungry immortal just snorted coldly, the look of arrogance on her face already explaining everything. Seeing this, the boundless wall felt relieved. While somewhat pained, it scanned the treasures within its body, organizing its thoughts. After a moment, it said, with true immortal Wu-Wei's strength and talent, it stands to reason that transcending and leaving wouldn't be a big problem. But his repeated actions to save the immortal realm from the calamity of Tao annihilation contradicted his Tao path of Wu-Wei. Each interference was equivalent to a severe blow to his own Tao path. So, there is a high probability that he did not leave. Upon hearing this, the hungry immortal's expression suddenly changed. Recalling the bits and pieces of information about her master that she had collected in the past, the hungry immortal already believed these words to some extent. The reasoning was actually not complicated, but because Wu-Wei was her master, the image presented to her in the past had always been that of an invincible figure. Therefore, the hungry immortal had not considered this aspect. With my master's strength, he certainly wouldn't have perished in the immortal realm's destruction calamity. In that case, could it be that my master is also in the lower realm? Thinking of this, the hungry immortal's heart inexplicably trembled. It was like achieving fame and wanting to tell one's parents at the first moment. The hungry immortal's desire for enlightenment and breaking through the barrier was stronger than ever before. If Master sees me proving the nameless Tao, he will surely be very surprised, right? The hungry immortal couldn't help but think this way. In comparison, the treasures within the boundless walls Dao Palace became dull and tasteless. You guys get lost. Don't disturb my secluded cultivation. The hungry immortal said coldly, throwing the boundless wall into the distance. The power of restraint disappeared, and the boundless wall did not reply. Afraid that the other party would go back on his word and ask for treasures again, the boundless wall sped up to the extreme and fled in a sorry state. Having survived the disaster, Bai Shuyu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although, due to the protection of the boundless wall, the pressure the hungry immortal brought her was not as great as that of the mysterious golden needle expert, encountering such a situation of being at the mercy of others just after leaving the Xuanwang world still made Bai Shuyu very uneasy. She said somewhat weakly, the outside is still too dangerous. I think we should return to the Xuanwang world. At least, as long as we are careful. Before she could finish speaking, the boundless wall's response made Bai Shuyu's heart stop. Xuanwang world? Where is there any Xuanwang world now? When that woman was awakened, she destroyed the Xuanwang world with a casual move. As he spoke, the boundless wall showed Bai Shuyu the direction they had come from. The light sphere that originally represented the Xuanwang world had disappeared. The starry sky was pitch black and silent, with only a few tiny points of light remaining. Fener. Bai Shuyu was completely stunned. She never expected that the destruction of the vast Xuanwang world would merely be a casual act of a true immortal. Don't even think about going back for revenge now. When we escape to a safe place, let's seize the time to cultivate. Look, haven't the cultivation restrictions disappeared? With your talent, you might even reach transcendence before that woman. When that time comes, you can help us take revenge. The boundless wall said fiercely. Bai Shuyu turned a deaf ear, still in shock from the destruction of the Xuanwang world. In the past reincarnations, at most it was just the death of her individual self. The destruction of an entire world was a first for her. More than half a day passed before Bai Shuyu recovered. Temporarily suppressing the thought of restarting by suicide, Bai Shuyu forced herself to calm down and comprehended the Tao in this dark starry sky. A moment later, how clear is the great Tao? Bai Shuyu was shocked. If comprehending the great Tao laws in the Xuanwang world was like looking through layers of mist, hazy and indistinct, then comprehending the Tao in this starry sea was like observing an incredibly clear painting up close. It was as if the world had become clear in an instant. The difference is actually so great. Some were pleasantly surprised. Bai Shuyu immersed herself in the unprecedented insights. Since, she keenly noticed the faint will in this starry sky. This is the consciousness of the star sea. Bai Shuyu's mind was shaken violently. This was a novel experience for her. She had never thought that the vast star sea outside the Xuanwang world would actually give birth to its own consciousness. Therefore, naturally, Bai Shuyu wanted to have a deeper contact with the other party. Go there, Bai Shuyu said, pointing to a certain place in the darkness. What for? The boundless wall was somewhat dissatisfied. However, at Bai Shuyu's repeated requests, it still changed direction. As they slowly approached the center of the star sea, in Bai Shuyu's eyes, the originally pitch-black star sea was slowly becoming brighter. And she also keenly noticed that in this silent star sea, the meaning of vitality was budding and reviving. It's just that this strand of vitality was still very weak. So weak that even the slightest destruction would re-strangle the vitality in the cradle. The fragile life like an infant made Bai Shuyu couldn't help but think of Li Fan's appearance when he was just born. She couldn't help but feel pity and cherish it. Buzz. And because of this peculiar emotion, Bai Shuyu officially had her first contact with the true meaning of the origin of the dark star sea. The original boundless starry sky was full of vitality. Everywhere was peaceful. However, dark clouds flashed from time to time. That was the inexplicable turmoil from the upper realm. Meteors from the immortal realm became more and more frequent. However, it did not have much impact on the survival of the star sea itself. Until that day, the immortal Tao collapsed, the star sea was destroyed, and the disaster spread. There was a figure, whose face and details could not be seen clearly, becoming more and more faint. Completely disappeared. Only his light laughter echoed for a long time in this star sea where the calamity was about to spread. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? Ha 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 ha. ... It was as if she had personally watched Li Fan in his infancy being strangled in his swaddling clothes. A surge of anger suddenly arose in Bai Shuyu's heart, making her even ignore the gap between immortal techniques. She questioned in the direction where that figure disappeared, "Who are you? Who are you?" Bai Shuyu's voice echoed continuously in the memory of the origin of the star sea. Endlessly, like ripples, that figure that had completely disappeared unexpectedly reappeared under the constant stimulation of the ripples. No longer laughing wildly, just looking at Bai Shuyu. With a somewhat inexplicable expression. Interesting. The faint voice sounded, falling into Bai Shuyu's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt. This is not existing in the memory of the star sea, but is talking to me. How is it possible? The illusory existence in the memory actually evolved into reality. This was a supernatural power that Bai Shuyu could not imagine. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her, the anger in her heart instantly extinguished. Then, boundless fear arose spontaneously. She wanted to escape from the memory of the star sea. However, she found that she could not move. As if the day when the star sea calamity descended was replayed, that figure came to Bai Shuyu's side, trying to gently caress her. Just at this moment. Ah ya ya ya, it's actually you, you thief. The boundless wall's extremely angry voice suddenly came. A plaque, like a flying sword, cut through time and space and descended here, smashing fiercely towards the figure's face. The figure saw the Dao Palace sacred plaque and rippled slightly. Quickly scanned the surroundings with great caution. Finding that the visitor was just a tile, he became relaxed again. Before he could speak, he saw several rays of light flying towards him like a meteor shower. The targets were all pointing at him. During the flight, they had already burned fiercely. After approaching, they exploded directly with a bang. In a series of explosions, the illusory space was like glass falling on the ground, shattering into thousands of small pieces. What a pity, dodged too far. As the figure disappeared, he sighed softly. 1639. Faceless Moral Immortal. This time the losses are truly heavy, Wu Liangbai's wails echoed endlessly in Bai Shuyu's ears. Like the striking of bronze bells, they slowly awakened Bai Shuyu's lost spirit. As if waking from a dream, she came to from the terrifying experience she had just had. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized that she couldn't open her mouth. Woo. Terrified, Bai Shuyu subconsciously reached out to touch her face, wanting to see what was going on. It would have been better if she hadn't touched it, but the moment she did, she felt even more horrified. She quickly cast a water mirror technique to check, and this time she finally confirmed it. Her facial features had all disappeared. Even the curvature and appearance of her entire face vaguely resembled the figure she had encountered in the Star Sea Origin True Meaning memory. It's just losing your face, what's there to be afraid of? At least you kept your life. Wu Liangbai's comforting voice came in time, putting Bai Shuyu's mind at ease. It's really bad luck. I just escaped from that hateful woman's hands, and then I encountered this great villain. I almost lost my underwear. I'm telling you, when you transcend in the future, you must repay me handsomely. I really lost a lot of vitality in order to save you. I'm not lying this time. You must be careful next, Wu Liangbai rambled on, sighing and lamenting. Knowing Wu Liangbai's greedy nature, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart when she saw that the other party was willing to give up a pile of treasures in its belly to save her. Don't worry, if I ever transcend, I will never forget all the help you have given me. Bai Shuyu said extremely solemnly. Wu Liangbai was overjoyed upon hearing this. It didn't know that Bai Shuyu's promise was far more significant than it imagined, because Bai Shuyu's meaning was not just this life, but every life since they met and in the future. In the midst of adversity, the relationship between the two went a step further. Wu Liangbai fled with Bai Shuyu at top speed, and soon arrived at the edge of the dark star sea. Seeing the endless wreckage of worlds in the distance, Bai Shuyu was shocked beyond words. We should be able to escape from here as long as we cross the restriction ahead. But, this restriction seems to have a dual orientation, pointing to different locations. After observing for a while, Wu Liangbai fell into contemplation. Forget it, it's better not to create unnecessary complications. The most important thing now is to find a safe place to cultivate. Soon, Wu Liangbai came to a conclusion. Without even consulting Bai Shuyu, it charged towards the high wall. A flash of blue light, and it crossed over. In the next instant, Bai Shuyu had already left the dark star sea. The great Tao seems to be a bit richer. Bai Shuyu keenly noticed. However, because of the lesson she had just learned, she was very cautious and did not directly comprehend the Tao. Instead, she carefully observed first. Wu Liangbai sped towards a distant place full of vitality. I knew there must be other places suitable for cultivation outside the Xuanwang realm. Seeing the Shuo star sea getting closer and closer, Wu Liangbai became a little carried away again. Cultivate well and transcend as soon as possible, it exhorted Bai Shuyu. Suddenly, Wu Liangbai's flying speed inexplicably slowed down. Countless interwoven thin lines appeared around, like a giant net, blocking Wu Liangbai. Before Wu Liangbai and Bai Shuyu could react, they had already plunged into the Dao net. Immortal artifact, accompanied by a cold snort, a transparent hand appeared in the void, instantly grabbing Wu Liangbai. Escaping from the hands of Ji Xian and He Ganxian had already exhausted Wu Liangbai's foundation. At this moment, it was unable to struggle after all, and was slowly suppressed by the Dao net. Damn it, how could this happen? Wu Liangbai wailed angrily before its consciousness disappeared. Inside Wu Liangbai, watching the layers of protective restrictions around her about to shatter, Bai Shuyu sighed. The outside world is really too dangerous, I should just honestly stay in the Xuanwang realm. With a flicker in her eyes, she had already made up her mind. Bai Shuyu committed suicide for the second time. However, this reincarnation did not end there. A burst of blue light flashed, and Wu Liangbai, which had clearly been suppressed by the Dao net, escaped in an instant. It disappeared without a trace. The transparent giant hand was startled and uncertain, searching left and right for a long time, but in the end, it never found Wu Liangbai's trace again. In the center of the dark star sea, where the star sea origin true meaning is most active, Wu Liangbai suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, this daddy knew that my life shouldn't end. Wu Liangbai was ecstatic and very proud. When it checked its surroundings, it was suddenly shocked again. Bad, how did I get back here again? Then, it let out an even louder explosion. Ah, little girl, why did you die like this? It's over, it's all over. Just as Wu Liangbai couldn't accept it and wailed continuously, Li Fan quietly appeared beside his aunt's corpse. Looking at the face that had been stripped away, he gently covered it with both hands. Presumptuous, who are you, daring to desecrate? Before Wu Liangbai could finish speaking, it stopped abruptly as if someone had stuffed its mouth. But it wasn't Li Fan who stopped it. Li Fan was checking his aunt's memories before she died. But upon seeing Li Fan, Wu Liangbai was so frightened that it couldn't speak. Having seen countless true immortals in the immortal realm, including even the past immortal emperors, intuition told Wu Liangbai that the person in front of him was very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Wu Liangbai's intuition is not ordinary. Being able to survive the great calamity of the immortal realm's destruction and also loot the Dao Palace is inseparable from its intuition. And the reason why it helped Bai Shuyu so much was because intuition told it that Bai Shuyu was a good person. Helping her a little would bring a lot of rewards in the future. However, it didn't expect that Bai Shuyu would die so easily. Moreover, it encountered such an extremely dangerous person. Don't see me, Wu Liangbai repeated silently in its heart, not daring to make any noise. It was like the days many years ago when it lay quietly and motionless on the top of the Tai Palace. Li Fan naturally saw Wu Liangbai's little movements. However, he no longer needed to take it to heart. If the Holy Monarch were in front of him, he would definitely treat him with respect. It's just a tile used to build the Dao Palace by the Holy Monarch in one of countless possibilities. It would be beneath Li Fan's dignity to even bother with it. He Gan Xian, Dao De Zhen Xian, what does it have to do with me, what a Dao De Zhen Xian? Withdrawing from his aunt's memories, Li Fan gently stroked her face, and the remaining immortal power was dispelled. The blank face slowly returned to its original appearance. The figure that his aunt had just encountered was the Dao De Zhen Xian who had turned the previous Ji Xian into a heavenly pillar to resist the Dao annihilation tribulation. The immortal realm has suffered, and the lower realm probably won't last long either. Someone has to stand up and support the Dao annihilation for everyone's sake. Why can't it be you? Sacrifice the small self to achieve the greater self. We survivors will remember you in the future. The moral true immortal spoke these high-sounding words, and then casually executed the old starvation immortal. Moreover, after arriving in the lower realm, he initiated a world-destroying calamity. With the moral true immortal's strength, even destroying the lower realm would be a simple matter of waving his hand. However, he didn't do it himself, but instead wrote numerous true immortal seal characters and borrowed their power. Li Fan frowned slightly. Reaching the level of the moral true immortal, he certainly wouldn't do anything meaningless. It seems that it might be related to his transcendence method. Moreover, With a thought, a statue appeared before Li Fan. It was the mysterious heaven divine statue buried underground in Su Bai's hometown in the profound Yellow Realm. Back then, Li Fan, due to carelessness in touching it, was affected and lost his face. This was exactly the same as his aunt's experience. Li Fan's appearance this time was also due to this reason. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. My previous guess was actually true. He Gengxian is the faceless immortal. He is also the moral true immortal. But, Li Fan fell into confusion. The faceless immortal once saved Zhan Wang's life, and even after Zhan Wang returned to the profound Yellow Realm, the two maintained contact. His various actions didn't seem like the reckless moral true immortal at all. Moreover, when Li Fan was immortal, he had used the faceless immortal's immortal power and successfully escaped under its influence. If the faceless immortal was truly the moral true immortal, with the strength he displayed, Li Fan would definitely not have had the chance to escape back then. To find the answer, Li Fan looked at the mysterious heaven divine statue in front of him, separated a strand of his divine sense, and entered it. It seemed to pass through a long stretch of darkness. Who is it? A vigilant voice came. An old friend of Zhan Wang. Li Fan said casually. Zhan Yuanong's friend. The opposite voice was somewhat doubtful. He doesn't know me, but I know him, and I have received much help from him. Li Fan explained. This sentence, however, was not a lie. So that's how it is. After saying only this sentence, the other side fell into silence. It seemed that he was still somewhat wary of the suddenly appearing Li Fan. Li Fan didn't take it to heart and asked, fellow Taoist's state seems a bit off. Do you need help? Help? If I were to say that Zhan Yuanong is the purest and most genuine person I have ever seen, then you are the most evil and wicked person. The faceless immortal sneered. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. It sounds like fellow Taoist seems to have the ability to distinguish the nature of others. The faceless immortal remained silent. You say I am the most evil and wicked person, but I don't agree. Not to mention the two who are suppressed in the eternal sky stairway of the other shore. Just talking about a moral true immortal I know, what he has done is no less than me. The term, most evil and wicked, is really something I can't bear. It seems that fellow Taoists' divine abilities haven't been cultivated to the point. Li Fan smiled. Quote. Like a pebble thrown into a calm surface of water, Li Fan could feel the waves of emotional fluctuations coming from the faceless immortal. So you came to test me. After a long time, the faceless immortal snorted coldly. The moral true immortal is no longer me. If you have any grudges, you can seek him out yourself. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. What does it have to do with me? You still say it's not you? Li Fan said sharply. No wonder. Initially, Zhan Wang, in order to thank you for saving his life, ordered the establishment of many statues of you, ordering the followers to kowtow and worship. Later, he strictly forbade his subordinates from worshipping the mysterious heaven divine statue again. It should be that he discovered that you, his life-saving benefactor, are actually the culprit who caused the Star Sea calamity in the lower realm. Li Fan said thoughtfully. I said, that's not me. The faceless immortal retorted angrily. The moral true immortal is not you, are you the moral true immortal? Li Fan asked back. Quote. No. Seeming somewhat hesitant, the faceless immortal paused for a while before answering. It seems that fellow Taoist has gone astray in his cultivation. Li Fan suddenly understood. Fellow Taoist may not know, I am well versed in the medical principles of heaven and earth. Even if it's a stubborn illness of the mountains and seas, I can still treat it. If fellow Taoist has any problems, feel free to speak directly. I might be able to help you. Li Fan said very sincerely. The faceless immortal certainly wouldn't believe Li Fan's nonsense. However, for some reason, he still explained, it's not really considered going astray in cultivation. It's just an inevitable part of the path to transcendence. I was once a famous moral true immortal in the immortal realm. Tao is formless and shapeless, generating heaven and earth, with a heart free from defilement. Virtue is broad and vast, achieving harmony in cultivation, acting without regret. Morality is one, with the heart and nature as the root. What I followed was not the ordinary sense of worldly morality, but the principles circulating between heaven and earth. It's just that. The faceless immortal sighed. The Tao is eroded, and heaven and earth collapse. Even heaven and earth themselves can hardly circulate completely, So my cultivation of morality naturally had various loopholes. In order to repair these loopholes, I began to seek solutions. But I never expected to embark on an unexpected path. Did your consciousness split and become out of control? Li Fan asked. It's far more than just that. It's that morality and virtue have separated. The faceless immortal's words were somewhat helpless. Morality, virtue, separated. Li Fan carefully savored these 4 words. I am virtue, he is morality. Morality and virtue cannot be combined, so he parted ways. He lost the shackles of virtue, acting recklessly and without fear. By taking his own actions, his own thoughts, and his own actions as virtue, he actually achieved moral fulfillment and went a step further. And his actions have become my demons. Virtue is no longer virtuous, so I lost my face. Unable to take care of myself, how can I seek his Tao again? Compared to him, I have fallen behind by more than just one level. The faceless immortal said with some desolation. Li Fan was not a dull person, and after the faceless immortal explained it this way, he quickly understood. But recalling his aunt's experience just now, he quickly discovered a possible flaw in the moral true immortal. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. I see that fellow Taoist is trapped in the situation, unaware of the truth. What do you mean by this? The faceless immortal asked in surprise. Morality and virtue. Although morality and virtue are separated, they are ultimately interdependent. Virtue is no longer virtuous, so you lost your face. But if morality loses virtue, then what? I see that you still can't get rid of the ending of faceless after all. Li Fan said with a light smile. If I'm not mistaken, that moral true immortal should also be looking for you all the time, right? The faceless immortal remained silent. Li Fan's heart became even more certain. Morality and virtue separate, perhaps able to transcend for a time. However, if you want to truly achieve fulfillment, you will ultimately have to return to being one. 1640. Intuition leaps across the true reincarnation. Truly complete, immortal without face murmured, unable to hide his yearning. What you say, fellow Taoist, is indeed reasonable. But as it stands, he is strong and I am weak. If this so-called open black lens bracket completion close black lens bracket truly requires us to merge again, I fear I would be the one being hunted. I suspect you have long understood this truth in your heart, which is why you have been hiding all along. Li Fan spoke, revealing the secret. As for him being strong and you being weak, fellow Taoist, there is no need to worry. With my help, that mere he gone immortal is not to be feared. Immortal without face had a clear understanding of the other himself's specific strength. But his connection with Li Fan was only through the faceless stone statue's long-distance communication. Therefore, regarding Li Fan's confident attitude, he still harbored some doubts in his heart. Moral true immortal, already transcended. What is the extent of your strength and realm, fellow Taoist, that you have such confidence? Li Fan smiled. I am but a minor transcendence myself. The reason I say he is not to be feared is not because of me, but because of you. Me, immortal without face was slightly taken aback. The so-called attack where the enemy must defend. With you here, I don't need to search for him all over the mountains and seas. I only need to deliberately expose your whereabouts, and then set up a trap, waiting for the rabbit. Using calculation against carelessness, victory is naturally assured. Li Fan said calmly. Why would you choose to help me? Is it because you have a feud with him, or because of the Zantian king? Immortal without face was somewhat puzzled. Neither. I simply want to meet this moral true immortal. Li Fan's answer was somewhat beyond immortal without face's expectations, so he fell into a long silence. Although he lacks virtue and is recklessly immoral, his own moral flow is approaching completion. He is extremely sensitive to all disharmonious malice from the outside world. To try to scheme against him, I fear it will be difficult beyond measure. The more information you tell me about him, the higher our chances of success will be. Li Fan's words left Immortal without face speechless. Without simply agreeing to Li Fan, Immortal without face, after a period of silence, only replied, I need to consider it carefully. It doesn't matter, I was just thinking about it on a whim. When you've thought it through, you can contact me again through this stone statue at any time. Oh, there's one more thing. Just as the aura in the stone statue was about to dissipate, Li Fan suddenly asked again. Back then, when the Zantian sect was destroyed and the Zantian king mysteriously disappeared, inside the Zantian sect, your stone statue's head inexplicably cracked. Afterwards, the Changchi beast even sent a message towards your location. Do you know what exactly happened to the Zontian king back then? And what information did he convey to you? Li Fan's gaze was deep. What responded to him was a long silence. Back then, when he encountered a crisis, I did take action to save him. But the one who truly protected him was someone else. As for what he said to me, this, however, I cannot tell you. After saying these words, the aura in the Zontian stone statue completely disappeared. Li Fan chuckled. Worthy of the open black lens bracket virtue close black lens bracket in open black lens bracket moral true immortal close black lens bracket. Casually putting away the faceless stone statue, this life is not in a hurry to end. See if there's a chance to meet that moral true immortal. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Immeasurable wall was still frantically muttering to itself in its heart, praying for Li Fan's departure. And as if it truly wished, Li Fan's figure flickered slightly and disappeared. The immeasurable wall, which had not dared to move a moment ago, now instantly wrapped by Shuyu's corpse and fled madly towards the high wall. I knew that this daddy would eventually turn misfortune into good fortune. But recently, it's really been an unlucky year, encountering dangers repeatedly. It's better to find a safe place as soon as possible and hide for a while before making further plans. The moment of crossing the Star Sea restriction, there will be a double guidance. Since the Star Sea outside the restriction is impassable, then go to another place. Having made a decision in his heart, Immeasurable Wall was in a hurry to escape. Just as the high wall was in sight, a figure reappeared in front, blocking the way. It was Li Fan again. Immeasurable Wall's mind stagnated, and its figure suddenly stopped. Why did this fiend god come back again? Can't see me, can't see me. With no other way to respond, Immeasurable Wall could only brace itself and silently chant again in its heart. However, this time, the spell failed. I'm a little curious, why are you so good to her? No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like the kind of temperament that doesn't care about returns and only gives. Although her talent is indeed remarkable, and transcendence is promising. But that will definitely be a matter of many years later. For the sake of a vague future, you are even willing to consume all the treasures you have accumulated in your belly for many years. Could it be that in this short period of time, you have developed genuine feelings with her? Li Fan slightly bent his fingers, and Immeasurable Wall fell into his palm. The her, in his words naturally refers to Bai Shuyu. Although Immeasurable Wall's own value is no longer seen by Li Fan. But after seeing Immeasurable Wall still carrying the corpse of his aunt when he fled, Li Fan became interested in Immeasurable Wall's motives. Li Fan had long seen through what kind of personality Immeasurable Wall had. According to common sense, it would never have made such a huge investment in Bai Shuyu, who was still immortal. But it did so. Something abnormal must be happening. Although it was a question, Li Fan did not expect Immeasurable Wall to honestly answer himself. Slightly exerting force with his 5 fingers, streams of faint light penetrated into Immeasurable Wall. All of Immeasurable Wall's thoughts were transformed into flowing light, which was grasped and absorbed by Li Fan. Helping her a little, and in the future there will be 10 times the reward. This intuition, after reading Immeasurable Wall's motives, Li Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. As the manipulator behind the scenes, Li Fan naturally knew that Immeasurable Wall's intuition was extremely accurate. Li Fan, whose intuition warning was also extremely accurate, naturally became interested in Immeasurable Wall's intuition. 1 share of investment, 10 shares of return. It is both accurate and wrong. Ant's current talent is not enough to support her to directly reach the realm of transcendence in this life. So the probability that this life can bring sufficient returns to Immeasurable Wall is infinitely close to 0. But Immeasurable Wall's intuition is so strong. Could it be that the reward it directly foresees does not refer to this life, but the next dozens of lives after constantly launching stillness? Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't help but gently stroke the surface of Immeasurable Wall. At first glance, this guess seems absurd. What virtue or ability does a tile used to build a Tao palace have to foresee the future after stillness? But the reason why Li Fan can think of this point with such a wild imagination is also guided by his own intuition. Li Fan trusts his intuition extremely. Infinite spirituality is the fundamental reason why stillness is attached to me. And my intuition is also extraordinarily strange. But I have never found a reasonable explanation. This Immeasurable Wall may be the key to breaking through. Intuition warns, can it reach this level? Li Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the Immeasurable Wall, pondering to himself. This kind of spiritual sense, looking at the mountains and seas, seems to be extremely rare. However, perhaps it is just that it is extremely difficult to detect under normal circumstances. With the infinity of the mountains and seas, it is not uncommon to see those who have flashes of inspiration at critical moments and avoid danger by instinct. Avoid danger, avoid danger. Li Fan suddenly remembered Yin Yuzhen, the shopkeeper of the Tianbao building on Glass Island, whom he met when he first started cultivating. Although she was just a mortal, she had the ability to avoid danger. It was precisely because she foresaw that helping Li Fan would bring endless benefits in the future that she repeatedly gave generously. A mortal body naturally cannot detect that I possess returning to truth. But it can point to my future. Quote. Li Fan also thought that later, when he established the Bright Moon Palace on Bright Moon Lake, and collected contribution points by lending money on a large scale, it eventually attracted the attention of the Tao harmonization cultivator. Yin Yuzhen also came to a very auspicious premonition. Later, indeed, the Tao harmonization cultivator sensed Lan Yu's soul-devouring rebirth formation and left at a critical moment, sparing everyone's lives. At that time, Li Fan also thought that this auspicious omen corresponded to this matter. But, although they escaped death, they also experienced a dangerous situation, so it cannot be said to be auspicious. The real auspiciousness refers to relying solely on his own thoughts and deduction. It was almost impossible to find the answer. But if he followed his intuition and reasoned accordingly, Li Fan once again came to a seemingly unimaginable conclusion. This auspiciousness also points to me. Before this, the Yin sisters were always in my hands and exploited by me. They were busy with the affairs of the Bright Moon Palace all day long. Although they gradually had the talent for cultivation, they were ultimately unable to take it a step further. The latest novels are first published on 6-9 Shu Ba. But after this narrow escape, I encountered that nascent soul cultivator. Although I reversed and killed the nascent soul with the body of a foundation establishment cultivator. But in the end, I ended up dying together, ending that life. My death, for Yin Yuzhen, was auspicious. This is only natural. It is just like a bird escaping its cage, a tiger returning to the mountains. From then on, the sisters were no longer oppressed and enslaved by me. But, Li Fan was slightly stunned. After my returning to truth, everything in the mountains and seas was reset. Everything returned to the starting point. Where does the auspiciousness come from? Am I overthinking it, or? As if touching the secret of returning to truth, Li Fan's heart beat violently a few times for no reason. From beginning to end, he reorganized his thoughts. Not relying on ordinary rational reasoning, but relying more on his inner keen intuition. Li Fan once again came to an incredible conclusion. After he returned to the truth, the original possibilities seem to still exist. And it will continue to develop according to the direction of the river of time. But this reasoning is full of contradictions with Li Fan's own experience. Why is that? Is returning to truth really resetting the mountains and seas? Before this, Li Fan had no doubt about this. After all, those strong men who transcended possibilities and wandered between the mountains and seas also returned to their initial anchor points with his repeated, returning to truth. But when his own intuition pointed to a completely opposite conclusion, Li Fan was a little dazed. With his current understanding of intuition, it seems impossible to explain such contradictory things. Fortunately, I have already discovered the clues. Unfortunately, the Xuanwang realm in this life has been destroyed, otherwise, I could have caught Yin Yuzhen and studied her carefully. The immeasurable wall is also an object worthy of attention at the moment. In Li Fan's past reincarnations, existences like him with extremely keen intuition were rare. The immeasurable wall's own attributes are of mediocre value. But this intuition is probably rare in the mountains and seas. Other possible Yin Yuzhens, immeasurable walls. Did they have this kind of intuition? Or, Li Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He had traveled through 1% of the mountains and seas, and countless possibilities existed in different situations in the Xuanwang realm. Perhaps, there are no other Yin Yuzhens in these Xuanwang realms. Just like me, the Li Fans in other possibilities are not Li Fan. Intuition originates from unique in the mountains and seas. Li Fan's heart moved slightly. The current mountains and seas are not a complete mountains and seas, not a truly infinite one. But a remnant that has been eroded by the Tao annihilation, riddled with holes. Theoretically speaking, there are indeed some creatures that are unique in the mountains and seas. This uniqueness in the mountains and seas is similar to the perfect transcendence of the unification of all selves, but there is an essential difference. Transcending perfection is strong because of the uniqueness of the mountains and seas. And these special creatures are weak because of the uniqueness of the mountains and seas. Of course, I am not among them. Although these creatures are destined to have no chance to transcend, they have also awakened extremely special supernatural powers due to misfortune. Perhaps, every strong person who transcends perfection possesses this ability. Li Fan didn't know. The most important thing is the abnormality that this kind of peculiar intuition feels in the returning to truth reincarnation. It seems that the operating mechanism of returning to truth is not as simple as I thought. When the real is taken as the false is also real. Li Fan repeated these 7 words in his heart, secretly hid his figure, and let go of his finger from the immeasurable wall. As if awakened from a deep sleep, the immeasurable wall was stunned in place for a long time before finally regaining consciousness. I'm actually okay. That villain actually let me go. The immeasurable wall was stunned, and then overjoyed. As expected, this grandpa is naturally blessed by the heavens. Scanning around, he found that Bai Shuyu's corpse was still there. After a pause, he struggled inwardly for a while. In the end, he followed his instincts, wrapped up her corpse, and continued to flee towards the high wall. It should still be able to be rescued. Soon, the immeasurable wall took Bai Shuyu across the high wall again. This time, the immeasurable wall bloomed with bursts of blue light. After revealing the foundation of the immortal artifact, it shuttled to the abandoned Rotten-K dojo. Where is this? The immeasurable wall looked around, somewhat uncertain. It looks a little familiar. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any threat. Muttering to himself, the immeasurable wall went deep into the Rotten-K dojo. Arriving at the dojo's control center. Looking at the various objects that had fallen all over the ground, the immeasurable wall carefully identified them, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The facilities are still relatively intact. A burst of deep blue light swept across the surrounding space. The originally still inanimate objects suddenly seemed to come alive, presenting the phantoms of what they were like in the past. So and so, this and that. The immeasurable wall memorized the manipulation methods of each object, and was secretly proud. How could I, your grandpa, be chosen by the holy monarch without having some skills?